Murim in the middle ground. On the slopes of the majestic mountain stands the monastery of the heavenly demon cult. Amidst the smoky air, an old master, the patriarch of the heavenly demon cult, meditates. In fact, he is a heavenly demon himself. A man runs up to the master. On his knees and in tears, he shows him that all 9 orthodox and unorthodox masters have already been subordinated to them. Then why is the old master still doing nothing? The disappointed man was the first elder of the monastic order, and he was called the Demon Fist. The fact that the celestial dragon was a famous master was not enough. The Demon Fist complained that he did not know what to do, because the master did not care about anything. He objected and told him not to talk nonsense. He noticed that the elder had probably forgotten that once, during the divine practice of the arts, his body and soul had separated, and he could not return to his body again. At first, he thought it was fun. He could even fly to the moon if he wanted to. The Demon Fist said that the master did not care about the monastery. The patriarch shouted in anger that he was explaining everything to him, but the man did not listen to him. He ordered him to stop crying. The patriarch wanted to hit him, but his hand went through his body. No matter how good a martial artist he was, everything is useless without a physical body. A moment later, the old man's eyes fell on something strange. Suddenly, a portal-like black hole appeared. It began to pull him toward it. The master was frightened and did not know what it could be. Undaunted, he used the heavy rock technique, which increased his body weight to 6 tons. But he started to dive into the portal anyway, because the patriarch was a spirit. Without a physical body, the technique did not work. In a moment, along with the hole, he disappeared into space. Some people appeared in the hero's thoughts. They said that anyone could do a better job of support than him. He didn't even have superpowers. Even an old man has a class. I heard a voice call out Hyun-soo's name. The black-haired boy woke up in a panic from his nightmare. He was tired and scared. The hero got out of bed. 2 years later. Once upon a time, portals to other worlds opened all over the planet. Monsters began to appear from these portals by the hundreds. They destroyed everything in their path. Humanity decided to counterattack with its most powerful weapon of the time. Nuclear missiles were aimed at killing the monsters. However, even such modern weapons were powerless against the monsters. Modern airplanes, missiles, everything was on fire. And since then, people began to awaken superhuman abilities. Among them were the S-class hunters, who had awakened a power of the highest level. Now their weapons and methods became effective against monsters. For some time, they fought among themselves. After the victory of humanity, the S-class hunters gained unlimited power. But what happened to the other 1% of people who were nicknamed commoners? They were ordinary people who had no powers. One of them was a guy named Park Hyunsoo, the same brunette who woke up from a nightmare. He received a message on his phone saying that the hospital was running out of beds, and if he didn't pay his debt by the end of the month, he would be discharged as Hyun-tae. To discharge his brother Hyun-tae meant to condemn him to die in agony. The boy believed that it was better to die by suicide. It was better to die than to see the last person he loved dying in agony like the others, he thought. If he did not have a guardian, the state would take responsibility for him. In tears, the young man pulled the rope. In a moment, the room was filled with light. The guy turned around and saw a portal. He was frightened and began to call for help. A master, a heavenly demon patriarch, flew out of space. He flew right at the boy. They fell on the bed. The boy asked who he was. The old man was surprised that he could see him. Hyun-soo thought that the old man wanted to rob him, but he said that his grandfather was mistaken because the boy had nothing. The master did not realize where he was. He got up to look around the room. The boy was even more confused. He thought the old man was a hunter because he had come from the portal. The master did not know what a hunter was. Looking around the room, He stopped his gaze on the computer, calling it a painted lantern. The patriarch tried to grasp the device, but his hand still passed through the object. Hyun-soo came to the conclusion that the unknown old man was the ghost of death who had come for his soul. He changed his mind. He no longer wanted to die. Instead, he intended to protect his brother. The master finally paid attention to the frightened young man and noticed that he was disrespectful to him, calling him a thief and a ghost. He slapped him. After that, the boy bit his tongue. The boy twisted in pain. It looked like the patriarch could touch the boy. Hyun begged him not to touch him again. The master was overcome with thoughts. He jumped through the wall and into the streets of the busy city. The old man floated around the city, invisible to the eyes of others. He was looking at the world around him. Everything seemed strange. Instead of carts with horses, there were strange automatic cars. He had never seen such large skyscrapers. This was definitely not the middle ground, the place he had come from. The old man tried to ask the stranger, but no one could see or hear him. He remained intangible. He seemed to be material only to Hyun-soo. Only he could touch it. Suddenly, an unknown force directed the patriarch back to the boy. Meanwhile, Hyun was covering a black hole in the wall with a canvas, which was a portal. He wanted to report it to the authorities. Suddenly, the phone rang. The guy picked up the phone, and it was Kim Hak-sung. Hyun was very happy about this. He was asked to help because there was a situation on the portal. Of course, he agreed. The portal was Class B, so he was told to be ready. He was excited, but it occurred to him that death was not the answer. After all, he had received a call from Kim Hak-sung himself, a Class B hunter. He immediately began to get ready. But suddenly, he was afraid of the master who came to him again. The old man told him that in their world, anyone who talks to himself is called a weirdo. Hyun asked why he was here again. The master replied that he himself had no desire to come back to this small hut. Not at all. When he tried to leave, an unknown force brought him back to it. But the guy had to go to the portal to help people. He said that at least before he arrived, the old man had found a home. The master asked what all these hunters and portals were that the boy kept mentioning. Hyun was surprised, because it was very unusual not to know about such things. But he didn't have time to talk about it. As he left the house, he shouted at the old man to get out of his house, because he would call the police. However, the master did not let him in, explaining that he would be late. So the patriarch used the wings of a heavenly demon, grabbed the boy and flew away with him. The heroes flew over the city. The master was invisible to people, while everyone could see the boy. People looked up at the sky and wondered at this phenomenon. Hyun-soo shouted that people could see everything, so they had to come down. But the heroes had already arrived. That's what the young man said after all. The patriarch began to descend. After they landed, the boy was not happy about the flight. He threw up. Later he got on a bus and went on his way. In his mind, he thought that Class B portals were dangerous. However, if he survived, he would have enough money to pay his hospital bills. The master continued to pursue him. The boy was frightened over and over again when he appeared unexpectedly. His fright and screaming scared the people sitting next to him. The old ghost of the patriarch had nowhere to go. He kept coming back to the boy. He was not comfortable with this thought. But now the old master was not bored, because he had a companion. Kongnonggu, Ilcha Mountain. A portal opened at the top of the mountain. The hunters were almost there. The calipers, the name given to ordinary people who could help with the mission. So they were ordered to take their equipment and move. Taking a piece of equipment, they set off. Hyun-soo was among the calipers. Kim Hak-sung was in charge of the operation. A squad consisting of 1 B-class hunter, 4 C-class hunters, and 5 calipers was to go into the portal to reconnoiter. One of the hunters, A girl named Iron announced that it was dangerous there, and those with combat experience were asked to look after the weaker ones. Everyone checked the shells. Some of the calipers volunteered just to see the gorgeous Iron. Behind Hyun-soo was Choi Jun-sung, a B-class hunter. He was surprised that the guy still had the rank of caliper, because he had messed up in the last operation. The young man felt uncomfortable with Choi Jun's presence. This horny brute beats people up at will. He deliberately provokes conflict. He once put Hyun-soo out of commission for a whole month by beating him up for no reason. Choi Jun abruptly raised his hand near the boy, which scared him. But Jun said that he just wanted to say hello, because the guy ignored him. The bold man said he didn't mean to hurt him, but he asked who had called him and why. He said that he had received a call from the hunter, Kim Hak-sung. Tugging on the boy's arm, Choi Jun warned him not to do something stupid like the last time. He clearly had no good intentions. Suddenly, the master was behind him again. He said that the man was very impolite. Hyun said that this bastard was always causing trouble and taking it out on others. The old man slapped the boy. The young man was offended, and all the people looked at him and thought he was strange because he was talking to himself. "It's a shame," said the master. The operation began. The first hunter stepped into the portal. Then all the others followed. Hyun-soo was uncomfortable going through the portal. He had always felt uncomfortable. The master, in turn, felt the same way when he was absorbed into the world of this boy. They passed through the portal. They stepped on the dry ground, like a desert. One girl from the calipers was analyzing and finding out what world they were in. The girl started working on her device. The patriarch ordered the boy to scout the area himself. However, the boy said that they could not do so without the order of the chief. The old man said that then he was just a servant carrier. Hyun-soo wanted to reply, but realized that the patriarch was right. The old man said that there was a desert on the surface, but he could feel the movement of groundwater. The caliper girl said that this world was made of water. The master was right. Everyone was surprised, but it was true. These were the results of her device. June had already managed to put in her 5 cents and accuse the girl of incorrect settings. Water began to seep out of the cracks from the ground. A rapid stream broke through from the depths. In a moment, a bunch of cracks and fractures formed, from which water gushed out. Small but terrible monsters, like amphibians, emerged from the water. People began to panic. The newcomers began to follow the hunters. One of the monsters attacked a team member, an ordinary man. The calipers began to be killed and injured. Even the B-class hunters could barely cope with the monsters. Hyun-soo was asked to quickly get a spear. But before he could get the weapon, he was knocked down. He fell down. The spear never made it to his comrade's hands. The guy was wounded. Even his bulletproof vest did not save him. A big monster appeared in front of Hyun-soo, with a powerful weapon in his hands, like a hammer with spikes. The boy was very scared. The giant swung and wanted to strike. However, at the last moment, the monster's head was literally torn off. The young man did not understand what had happened. It was the master. The punch of the heavenly demon king is 10 times stronger than the highest technique of Shaolin monks, finger slapping. It seems the patriarch could interact and fight with monsters. He lived, the old man thought. The great master of the sky dragon is fighting with some amphibians. So the master decided to show his strength. The monsters from the water continued to attack the people. But the patriarch was relentless. The monsters could not strike him. He simply tore them up like mincemeat. Another attack by the monster, but the master only noticed that the monster was too small, about 1,000 years old, to cause any damage to the old man. Another attack. The patriarch decided not to cower, but to launch a powerful attack. Energy began to flow from his hands, killing these amphibians wave after wave. Everyone saw this powerful attack, But Park Hyunsoo was at the center of the phenomenon. Cheongyeong was extremely confused and surprised. He couldn't believe that Hyun-soo was capable of this. After all, he's just a normal caliper. A giant creature came out of the ground. It was probably the leader of these monsters. The master called him the Fish Prince. He had the honor of dying at the hands of the master of the heavenly dragon. The patriarch rushed toward the monster to strike it. But he passed through it. He did not realize what was happening. His chi energy had left him. He could no longer inflict damage on the monsters. The Fish Prince was furious. He caught up with Hyun-soo. In a moment, he struck a powerful blow that sent the boy flying many meters away, but he did not die. He was in great pain, but a last-minute block he made magically saved him. However, he was exhausted. His mentor, the patriarch, told him that he would die if he did not get up now. The Fish Prince caught up with the boy again and attacked him. At the last moment, the old man saved him. The amphibian missed. The master lifted the boy up and told him to concentrate and look closely. This creature looked very strong. However, he noticed its unprotected, thin bones. This was its weak point, especially the collarbone. The old man nudged Hyun-soo and ordered him to break the monster's bones. As the boy approached the amphibian, he saw its frightening appearance and said that he did not intend to do anything to it. It was his grandfather who pushed him towards it. In close combat, the boy had to use his elbows to break the giant's collarbone. However, the frightened Hyun-soo thought that his grandfather was crazy for sending him to do this. However, the old man did not let go. The young man realized that he had to pull himself together. He gathered his courage and struck the monster's jaw as hard as he could. The creature was distracted for a moment. Immediately, without wasting a second, the young man made another powerful punch with all his last strength right into the monster's collarbone. The monster fell to the ground. Hyun could not believe what he had done. But the giant was still breathing. The master ordered him to quickly kill the Fish King before he regained consciousness. He took a spear. The boy had killed small monsters like slugs before, but he did not understand how to kill this one. The old man told him that if he hesitated, the monster would rise in a moment and kill him. He ordered him to kill it and go help his comrades. Hyun-soo watched his companions fight. He realized that they were still at war. He began to remember the past, namely, how he was riding in a car with his father and saw monsters destroying his world. They got into a car accident thanks to one of the monsters. His father and mother died. His brother Hyun-tae is in the hospital, all because of monsters like this amphibian. With anger, Hyun swung his spear and pierced the monster. Blood gushed out from his whole body. The Fish King died. The boy heard a voice saying that he had expanded his boundaries by overcoming difficulties. A flicker of light shone around him. It seems he became one of the awakened ones. His imaginary statistical interface appeared before him. The guy was emotional. He had gained a unique ability to follow the hints. Hyun-soo was not in a good mood because he thought that the ability to follow clues that he had awakened was useless. It made no sense. The soldiers were tired and defeated. Many were dead. They were close to defeat. It should not have been possible for such strong monsters to appear in a Class B portal. The intelligence was not accurate. The people began to retreat. Iron ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone who has the strength, let them help the wounded, she shouted. The calipers were angry and exhausted. They had a hatred for these amphibians. This was the first time Hyun-soo had ever been in such a dangerous situation. He believed that he would not have survived if not for the master's advice and guidance. Kim Hak-sung said that he would have a talk with the boy as soon as they returned. Hyun was confused. Why did they want to talk to him? He hadn't done anything wrong. People began to return home. The boy clearly knew that he had done nothing wrong to be punished. An ambulance was already waiting for the heroes. All those who died will be awarded posthumously by the association. A minute of silence was announced. Everyone bowed their heads. Choi-jun was disappointed, because the association should have left the responsibility to them, as the senior officers. Despite the pain and loss, they had gained another awakened one, said Kim Hak-sung. He pointed to Hyun-soo. Everyone began to applaud him. Later, everyone began to pack the equipment as they had before, because it was the property of the association. Hyun-soo was calmly packing his equipment. Suddenly, Jun came up behind him. He said that the guy must be rejoicing. He said that the world has gone crazy. Someone died and someone became awakened. Patting the boy's cheek, Jun said. He asked what ability Hyun had gained. The calipers weren't happy that Choi-jun was picking on the weaker one again, but they were also curious about the boy's ability. Hyun-soo was hesitant about telling Jun, but he decided to do it anyway. In an uncertain voice, he said, "The ability to follow clues." The daring hunter could barely contain his laughter. But then everyone else started laughing, because his ability seemed ridiculous to everyone. The boy was very upset because he did not want to be a laughingstock. Suddenly the master appeared. He asked if he had heard that the boy was ashamed of his ability. Hyun-soo told him not to mention it and to keep quiet. Choi-jun heard the boy talking to himself. He said that the boy had gone crazy when he woke up. He didn't like weirdos, but the man was angry. He swung at the boy and shouted that he was going to test his ability. The statistical interface indicated that the ability, follow hints, was activated. The master behind Hyun-soo ordered him to dodge Jun's blow and take a step back. The attacker missed. He was out of his mind. The statistical interface in his head indicated that application of the ability to follow cues was successful. Attack power increased by 15%. The enraged Jun took his dodging as a challenge. He instantly swung and wanted to attack again. The old man continued to prompt. Tiger crouched to the left, then a high-speed punch to the right. The interface initiated the recording of the technique. Tiger crouch left, speed punch right. The mentor's eyes shone. Time seems to have stopped for Hyun-soo. The new technique was burned right into his memory. He could feel his opponent's every move in slow motion. When Jun's hand almost reached the boy, he did a crouch, leaning on his shoulder with one hand, and with a swing of his other arm, he struck the offender with a powerful blow, after which he flew several meters away. Choi-jun's armor was dented by the guy's blow. He fell to the ground. Only a couple of hours passed after waking up. It was incredible. Everyone was delighted. Hyun-soo had knocked out a B-class hunter. Kim Hak-sung and Iron went over to check on their partner. His pulse was normal. However, they called the paramedics anyway. The guy was ecstatic. He was able to do it. Kim Hak told Hyun-soo that using force against other teammates is forbidden and will result in liability. However, for the first time, he would pretend that nothing had happened. Kim promised to put in a good word with the association, and he ordered them to come to the assessment to be assigned a grade. Everyone was excited. Iron approached the boy and said that she hoped they would get along. The boy's heart beat fast, because the girl he adored the most had spoken to him. An old man appeared behind him and noticed how excited the boy was. He asked him if he liked this girl. The embarrassed boy said of course not. Hyun hesitantly turned to the old man. He wanted to tell him something. He asked to be apprenticed to the master. Asked is an understatement. Begged on his knees is the right word. He wanted the old man to teach him martial arts. So Hyun-soo begged the master to become his teacher. The patriarch thought about it. The boy was nervous about the answer, but the master said that he did not want to be his teacher. After all, he doesn't take on anyone as a student. If he took on the responsibility of taking care of the boy, the old man would not have time to practice martial arts. Hyun said that there was no point in practicing martial arts because the old man was disembodied. In addition, the master said that he was very bored. Instead, if the young man died, the old man would not be able to return from where he came. The old man could not object. After all, everything was as true as possible. Hyun-soo told him that he should remember what a jerk the boy was in the portal. If it wasn't for the master, Hyun would not have been able to do anything at all. The patriarch was interested in one thing, namely, whether Hyun would be able to move through worlds if he became a hunter. Yes, Hyun would have freedom of movement portals. If he earns the A class, he can go wherever he wants. And even if he earned S, he would be untouchable. This meant that no one would have the right to challenge him. The old man boasted that in this case, he was an untouchable. He ordered Hyun to go through the ritual of 9 bows. The young man had no idea what he was talking about. It meant that if he wanted to be an apprentice, he had to bow to the master 9 times. But there were a lot of people around. It looked like the old man just wanted to get a rise out of the boy. It was now or never, the old man said. Through force, the boy began to bow in the middle of the lawn. People did not understand what was happening. They had never seen the patriarch before. Everyone was surprised. Iron thought he was a little strange. Kim Hak-sung said that it happens. It would pass soon. Soon the evening came. Hyun and the master came home. The old man was outraged that the boy's house was a mess. He said it was not nice for the master to teach him in such a messy place. The boy was tired, so he planned to clean up tomorrow. But the master wouldn't let him go. Hyun-soo had to lick the house right now. He still had the cloth hanging on the wall that covered the hole from the portal. He was scaring Hyun-soo. But the master was curious, so the boy took the cloth off. The old man began to examine the black hole. Without hesitation, he entered the portal, taking Hyun-soo with him. They found themselves in a completely empty world. Literally, there was nothing there but snow-white space. The master felt only emptiness. It was a strange place. Just the right place to pass the test of life and death. The boy was horrified by what he heard. The master ordered him to take off his shirt, which was actually a sweatshirt. After taking off his shirt, he sat down in a meditation position. The master began to concentrate. His palm shone with blue light. He touched the boy's back. Hyun-soo was a little worried about the old man's movements. The old man was adjusting the flow of meridians and energy nodes. Before studying martial arts, it is necessary that the energy flow and blood circulation be clean and unobstructed. If this is too much for Hyun-soo, then he won't be able to stand the training. The boy tensed up. The master began to work on the young man's back with quick, pointed touches. It was getting more and more painful. Surprisingly, his body was strong enough for such a test. Having concentrated the energy in his palms, the master proceeded to the last stage of the procedure. He directed all the energy to his shoulder blades. The guy screamed in pain. It burned like fire through his body. Hyun-soo staggered back and fell to his knees. The old man had not seen such a healthy body for a long time. The chakra cleansing did not take long. He was shocked by the pain. The master asked him if he was okay. He replied that he almost died from the procedure. The young man's body was ideal for martial arts, but he was living in a time when martial arts had become a forgotten craft, the patriarch believed. The heroes returned home. The guy felt free and light. All fatigue instantly disappeared. The old man was not surprised, because it was a common procedure for cleansing the chakras. Hyun was delighted with his newly strengthened state. He was so cheerful and light that he felt as if he could fly. He tried to jump, and indeed he did. He jumped all the way to the ceiling and hit it with his head. He did not understand what had happened. However, the patriarch said that he had given him a piece of his energy. In other words, he gave him a drop of the divine skill of a heavenly demon. Hyun-soo asked how this was possible. In fact, The master himself did not know that this would happen, and he was still surprised that the boy had survived after all that. The boy was angry and offended. He emphasized that the old man had completely lost his mind, for which he was instantly slapped. The young man did not understand how the old man would have returned to his world, how he would have killed him. But the master did not know either. He decided to try his luck. The problem was that if Hyun-soo could not withstand the transfer of some of the energy of the celestial dragon, he would not be able to continue his training. After all, the skills he learned yesterday are the only ones that mortals are capable of. With this technique alone, he would not have been able to become a disciple. The morning came. The bright sun shimmered on the tops of glass high-rise buildings. Our heroes came to one of them. A guy came to the reception and said that he was Park Hyunsoo. The hunter Kim Hak-sung was supposed to make an appointment for him to be evaluated. The lady sitting at the reception was pleasantly surprised, and it seemed she knew him. She even asked to take a picture with him. The woman told him to go down to the 5th underground floor. There he would find the evaluation department. They would need the chief appraiser, Nok-soo. The boy was excited. The old man next to him urged him not to be afraid. After all, he had to get a rank to become a full-fledged disciple. The elevator doors opened, and Hyun-soo started down the long corridor. As he walked, he grew more and more nervous. Suddenly he heard a sound. Turning his head, he saw a man with powers training. The person who was practicing in his cell threw a punch with a force of 687. This further lowered the young man's self-esteem. The girl in the training chamber threw a powerful punch. She claimed that she could do it even harder, so she would try again. However, outside the camera, a man's voice stopped her. It was the chief evaluator, Jong Nok-soo. He said that the girl was only a B grade. A Class A stroke is more than 900 units. Therefore, she is not ready yet. The girl was outraged. Jong Nok-soo was distracted. He turned his head and saw Hyun-soo. The boss greeted him with a smile. The man said that the boy was early, but Hak-sung had warned him. He led the young man to the training room. There, he introduced him to a guy named Jang Hong SSI. Jang said that he was honored to meet the boy. Hyun-soo didn't understand what was still happening here. Why everyone respects him. Nok-soo said that the boy probably didn't know. The rumors about his exploits had already spread. Jang-hoon said that the rumors were about how the boy put Choi-jun in his place. Then Hyun-soo realized everything. A girl in the training room interrupted the men and said that she wanted to continue the test. Nok-soo said he would start evaluating Hyun-soo's class, and Assistant Kim would continue the test with Han Ul-si. Hyun-soo and the girl exchanged glances. The boy was embarrassed as usual. The master looked at him and said that he had an unhealthy fear of women. Hyun-soo objected. Ul-si turned around and heard the boy mutter something. The new recruit wondered if Hyun-soo was really awakened. If so, they would be colleagues and could fight side by side. Later, Hyun put on his training suit. He didn't like it because it was too tight. The master looked at the boy and said that it was a bit of a disgrace, because the clothes should cover the genitals, not the other way around. Thus, he embarrassed the young man even more. Shameless, the old man thought. Even in what his mother gave birth to is more decent to walk in. The boy went to the fighting position. He was ordered to get ready. The siren sounded. The master ordered him to hear his dantian, which meant the center of chi energy in the human body. The boy concentrated. The old man said that the power he had put into the new technique yesterday was coming from there, from the chi energy. The boy had to learn how to draw it. The statistical interface opened. Follow hints. Is activated. Successful use of the ability grants a 15% increase in attack power. The guy felt the power. He began to concentrate his chi. A blue glow flickered around him. The young man took the correct stance for a strike. He quickly closed the distance to the training sensor and delivered a powerful punch. Nok-soo was stunned by the phenomenon. The boy's punch score was 1120. He couldn't believe it himself. After all, even that girl had up to 700. He used the lightning strike like yesterday, but the power is completely incomparable. It was all due to his control of chi energy, Nok-soo said incredibly. Hyun-soo was an A-class warrior. After all, a 900-1500 hit isn't a grade. Only S is higher. The guy asked to test his strength again. However, the training shield was broken. If Choi Jun had been hit with the same force, he would have been dead. Nok-soo called someone to request shields, but they were out of stock. So Hyun-soo was told that that was enough for today. So the young man went straight to the next test, namely kicking training. The hero threw a kick and showed the highest result again. A little more, and the guy would have reached the S class. His kicking score was 1377. The master was dissatisfied, because chi energy opens up unlimited potential, and if the boy had concentrated chi faster, his score would have reached 1500 long ago. Hyun-soo continued to train and test his performance. He was jumping, running, and dodging shots. The testing was not yet complete, but the evaluator, Nok-soo, was confident that he was a solid A. In the afternoon, he would be able to take the most important test, a combat simulation. But first, Nok-soo recommended that he eat something to eat. However, if Hyun-soo no longer has the desire and strength to take the test today, he will be signed up for the next one. But the boy firmly said that he would go today. He had ramen for lunch. He was overjoyed because he hadn't eaten it in 100 years. The old man sitting next to him asked if it was as good as Hyun-soo described. In his opinion, it was the best food in the world. Drooling, the old man didn't hesitate to say that they also had the most delicious noodles. After all, noodles are the best product in the world. Then the boy decided to make fun of the old man and offered him a taste. He teased the teacher, even though he knew he couldn't eat. The boy said it was in return for all the harsh teasing he had received throughout the day. Some time passed. Hyun-soo came to the room where the battle simulation was taking place. He was a little confused because he saw the same girl looking injured and tired as she left the room. The girl was coming out of the battle simulation room, and she was very injured. When Hyun-soo saw the picture, he was a little embarrassed. It looked like it would be difficult for the young man. When he stepped over the threshold, he was met by Nok-soo. This battle simulation system was created by a brilliant engineer and S-class hunter, Anderson Walker. The battle simulation gives a more realistic feeling of fighting a monster. A technological helmet appeared in front of the guy. He put the device on his head. The damage he received in the simulation also has real consequences. Additionally, the guy was put in special handcuffs. There are 10 levels in total. The guy's grade is A. That's why he immediately starts from the 4th level. The battle simulation started. The boy found himself on a green lawn. A beautiful forest grew in front of him. On the branches of the trees appeared unknown creatures that looked like gorillas. The master believed that the one who created this illusion knew the magic of mystical dimensions. He explained that it is used to deceive the enemy or to hide some things. However, for a master like himself, such a technique is nothing more than a cheap trick, the old man boasted. The master looked away at a sound. The first attack came from the trees. The monster was heading toward the boy. The old man tried to use his powers, because they had run out the last time. But the monster passed through his body again. Instead, the boy was able to kill the monster with one punch. Hyun began to brag about his abilities. But there were more and more monsters, and the boy became confused. The master ordered him to perform a donkey somersault. The ability to follow prompts is activated. The boy performed the trick in a circle and knocked down the monsters. However, they were planning to attack Hyun-soo again. In a moment, the monsters were crushed by a huge foot. It was the giant ogre. He swung at the young man. He was very frightened. Hyun began to run away, and at the last moment he barely managed to dodge the blow. However, immediately, not allowing him to relax for a minute, the ogre struck again. The guy again barely managed to escape. Fortunately, only the tree was damaged. Hyun-soo asked his teacher for advice. As he had no idea what to do, the monster was too big. But the master only added that the young man had a great opportunity to prove himself, so he had to think of something and get out of the situation. Hyun was not happy with the master's advice. However, the hero could not run away, because then he would not be assigned a grade. He gathered his courage and quickly moved toward the giant to attack. He hoped that his most powerful punch of 1377 units would knock the giant out of the game. Indeed, the punch was powerful. Hyun-soo hit the leg, and the monster was momentarily distracted. However, in a few seconds, he recovered and became only more angry. Fear appeared in the boy's eyes. He was amazed that the ogre recovered so quickly. The monster grabbed the hero with both hands and began to squeeze him as hard as it could. Our warrior was trapped. He could not get out of the ogre's hands. If he lost his mind, everything would be over. So he had to pull himself together. His heart rate was too high, and his breathing was difficult. He tried to calm himself down and calm down. He began to distribute his internal energy throughout his body. The master calmly watched the process. He concentrated and tried to feel the energy of the celestial demon. Chi energy began to flow through his veins. In a moment, the hero forcefully tore the ogre's hands apart, leaving him without palms. The guy took off, and with speed, he struck a critical blow to the giant's head. Level 4 was completed. Hyun-soo could go further. Nok-soo had never seen anyone break through a physical restraint system. A woman named Lee Mi-na approached Nok-soo. She said that the boy was really strong. Nok-soo said that they would see a lot more from him, because he had great potential. The woman was from an association. Word of the boy's talent quickly reached them. Lee Mi-na couldn't let such a rare A-class fighter be taken from under their noses. There was a chill in the air. The heroes had moved to another level. Hyun-soo was freezing. The master was surprised that their magician, who created these illusions, could control the weather. He said that even among experienced wizards of the mystical arts, there are not many who can create such things. Out of the snowy blizzard, a woman called for help. She rushed to the young man and hugged him. The woman hugged him and was silent. Hyun-soo was confused. A moment later, the stranger smiled ominously. She began to transform into a terrible monster. The woman looked like a vampire with wings. She grabbed the boy by the neck and began to strangle him. Hyun-soo was terrified. The wardens Nok-soo and Mi-na looked at the boy's progress with admiration. His stance was not a standard fighting stance. It was reminiscent of old martial arts movies. The boy was skillfully fighting. He cut off one head after another. The vampire in the dark cloak was going to be a problem for Hyun-soo. But with one precise stroke, the young warrior pierced him and took out his heart. His hands were covered in blood. The master said the young man was doing well. Level 5 was completed. The illusion disappeared. The boy was asked if he was ready to move on to level 6. But he had to wait 30 minutes for the level to load. It was already getting dark outside. He had been training all day, so he needed to rest. As he left the simulation room, he was overcome with thoughts that he could have done better. Nok-soo told him that he had nothing to worry about. After all, he was the first from Class A to pass level 5. He was sent to the office to get his documents. Hyun-soo thanked Nok-soo for his work. They said goodbye, and the hero went to the elevator. Lee Mi-na from the association was waiting for him in the elevator. She greeted him and wanted to get to know him. The master behind him asked how the guy was feeling. After all, now that he is a young, promising warrior, women will be lining up to meet him. Later, the woman gave the boy a letter with the terms of his contract with the association. Every Class A hunter is attracted to such conditions. She allowed him to take his time with the decision. Hyun-soo finally had the opportunity to become a hunter. This meant a steady salary and additional allowances for expeditions to portals. When he was a caliper, he had to pay a deposit to get even that position. Mina said that this contract was made just for him. The master admired the woman's beauty while the boy reread the contract. The old man asked what the young man was planning to do. Hyun-soo hesitated a bit. The woman noticed his tense face and thought that he didn't like the conditions. At such moments, you have to think and use your head, the boy thought. Now, he could set even more favorable terms for him. Follow the hints is activated. Hyun-soo was offered a 10-year contract. He said that a 5-year contract was more constructive for him. In addition, the allowance for the risk of life and limb was small, given that he needed to raid Class S portals. The woman was confused. However, they were bleeding from the nose to recruit this boy. After all, his potential is growing, and there is a prospect of reaching S class. Suddenly, a stranger burst through the door. She immediately said that the association was neglecting hired hunters again, and always wrote such unfavorable contracts. A girl from the Red Lion Guild appeared in front of them. The boy was excited and nervous at the same time. The girl's name was Yaha. She approached Hyun-soo to introduce herself. Yaha apologized for interrupting their conversation. She was an S-class hunter. The old man liked this woman too. She sat down on the couch and said that the Lion Guild offered much more than an association. Mina was outraged by Yaha's insolent behavior. Mina asked in anger who let the girl in. Yaha said that she was actually registered with the association. The master remarked that this girl was strong. He had never seen such power before. The Red Lions, Yaha Yurak, is an S-class hunter, the predecessor of the strongest guild in Korea. The girl said that the guild has much more power than this corporation of hacks. This is all because the association has a lot of resources. Angry, Mina turned to Ha-yurak and said that the association had a monopoly on portal raids. However, Yaha replied that she had outdated information, and that the Red Lion Guild had received the same rights as the association. They were just waiting for the commission to confirm it. Her rival was surprised. Hyun-soo was also surprised. After all, the Red Lion Guild had received the same fullness of action and power as a state structure. The women continued to exchange compliments and argue. However, a guy intervened in the dialogue. He said he had made a decision. The girls held their breath. Ilcha Mountains. The same portal with amphibian monsters. Members of the association organized another raid. They fought the fish-like monsters. However, the intelligence reports turned out to be false. It was said that they would have to walk on wet ground, but there was a deep sea. There were many times more monsters, and they were faster. If the warriors did not come up with something, they would simply be destroyed. One of the soldiers decided to call the foreman. He loaded his signal pistol and fired. The squad leader saw the signal. It was of the S class. Thanks to him, they began to retreat. The petty officer had the ability to make shadow copies. This way he could delay the monsters. He used his ability and delayed the monsters. It was one of the hardest S-class techniques, lasting up to 10 minutes. Thanks to the elder, those who remained were able to escape. One of the warriors asked where the yeoman's real body was. At that time, he was just getting out of the water. He was fine. However, in a moment a powerful jet shot out of the water. It was followed by a giant water dragon. It tore the foreman to pieces. Fear appeared in the eyes of the soldiers. It was late in the evening. Yaha and Lee Min-na were upset and said that the guy had cheated them. After all, he decided that he would wait for other offers. Maybe there would be a guild with more favorable conditions. He didn't want to rush into anything. He reminded them that they could always call in case of any problems. The girls were shocked. Yaha Yurak was furious. The most serious companies offered him contracts, and he refused. Yaha doubted that he would find something more suitable. She was angry. Fire sparked around the girl, and she moved in an unknown direction. Min-na noticed that Yaha hadn't changed. She was still very hot-tempered and uncontrollable. The next day, the black hole in the boy's room was still on the wall. The boy's statistical interface showed that a transgender skill had appeared, a superior celestial dragon gate. Hyun-soo did not understand what was happening. After all, there are only 5 classes. Having gone to his secret dimension through a black hole, the young man found himself in a master's class. The master told him that he had to learn the superior celestial dragon gate. Classes are earned by defeating a strong monster or finding a rare artifact. That is, there are classes higher than the 5 that people know. The boy wondered what the superior gate of a heavenly demon was. The master said that the stance, the correct movement, is the basis of martial arts. And only after mastering these basics would he be able to move on to learning techniques. Given Hyun-soo's talents, the master believed that he would be able to do it the first time. The boy said he would be attentive. The first set of 5 movements of the advanced gate. The master began to demonstrate the movements. The first set is the heavenly demon appearance. The statistical interface reported that the boy had mastered the first set. The movements should be graceful and smooth. The patriarch demonstrated the correctness of the movements. The young man saw how he seemed to be moving, but not really. There was energy around the old man. He demonstrated the phenomenon of the celestial dragon, and the rest had to follow the situation. The young man did not understand how to repeat what he had seen. The statistical interface showed that his mental abilities were reduced, and he had mastered the material by only 38%. Even with his ability, Hyun-soo couldn't learn the skill right away, so he had to focus and watch. Many mistakes and challenges stand in the way of mastery. The second set of movements is the flight of a celestial demon. The master demonstrated flying. He glided in space like a butterfly. The boy was delighted. The boy had to ride the air like a dragon, and in a moment be behind the enemy's back. The patriarch continued to demonstrate his abilities. He was very fast. The speed of his flight could not be compared to when he was dragging the boy with him. The boy's mental abilities decreased. His level of understanding became 31%. If he mastered the appearance of a heavenly demon and the flight of a heavenly demon, he would be able to learn the first 6 techniques of the patriarch cult, the crushing strikes from the heavens. Yansu received information about the transgender class skill, crushing blows from heaven. It was difficult for him to absorb a lot of information at once. The master told him not to complain and to listen carefully. The third set was even harder. The old man stood in front of the boy and just disappeared. He disappeared into space. The boy's mental capacity dropped to 0. He did not understand anything at all. He could not see the old man. In a second, the master appeared behind the boy, which frightened the poor guy. This was the technique of the exit of the soul of a celestial demon. A special set of movements to appear behind the enemy's back. The fourth complex is the whirlwind of the celestial demon soul. The patriarch began to demonstrate movement. He began to spin so fast that a whirlwind formed, flashing and full of energy. The boy even had to cover himself with his hands. Hyun-soo was again amazed by the old man's skill. The whole point is to spin around your axis so fast that you create an energy vortex that will consume the opponent's soul. This is one of the master's favorite counterattack techniques. At this speed, the young man could not see anything. He had no idea how to do it if he did not understand. The master said that if he mastered the soul vortex and the soul exit, he would be able to master the next 6 techniques of crushing blows from heaven. The boy asked him if he understood that there were 11 techniques in total. The elder said that there are 12 techniques in total, and for the 12th technique, the minimum requirement is to know the 5th complex of the superior gate of the heavenly demon. That is, even if a guy mastered the 5th technique, it does not guarantee that he will be able to master the 12th technique. The master has moved on to the 5th complex. The descent of the master demon. When the patriarch began to demonstrate the technique, he stepped firmly on the ground, and the boy even flew a few meters away because of the powerful wave. The essence of the technique is to exalt yourself so that everyone around you worships you. The guy was lying on the ground like a dried perch. At that time, there was a meeting of the association. They reported on the last raid. Only 4 B-class hunters and 5 calipers survived. Sergeant Major Odaho died. This was the 3rd trip of the association to the portal on Mount Ilcha, and again, it was a failure. The intelligence department has never been wrong in classifying portals. The meeting was a mess. Everyone was making a fuss. No one understood how a squad of 5 hunters could not clear the portal. The loud noise was stopped by Lee Mina. She said that they would not solve the issue by arguing. Mina said that she had a solution. Our hero, Hyun-soo, got out of bed in fright. He didn't remember how he got here. His coach said he was a disgrace. During the training, he fell unconscious. The young man recalled that he was trying to learn the Advanced Heavenly Demon Gate. The Advanced Celestial Demon Gate is a skill that allows you to move in space as if you were walking on the ground. If the master had shown him in full force, the boy would have died on the spot. He did not want to repeat such a training experience. The master said that he was not ready right now. He would need a chi charge of at least 120 years. The patriarch told Yansu to focus on increasing his energy potential, and to start with the techniques of Heavenly Demon Appearance and Heavenly Demon Flight. The boy understood. It was getting dark. At the association building, Lee Mina wanted to present her solution. The men hurried the woman and told her to finally announce the decision. Mina said that the association should consider engaging and cooperating with other associations. The meeting members did not understand what she meant. The woman stunned the men with her decision. She wanted to cooperate with the Red Lion Guild, their main competitors. Everyone was outraged by this decision. After all, they had already been given the right to use the portals, and that was more than enough. Some even suggested that the woman should resign after this. For the association, the portals have already turned into an object of trade. It seems that the high-ranking uncles did not understand what it was like to raid a portal. None of them had ever even gone there in their lives. The woman was disappointed. The next morning, Hyun-soo decided to take a walk. He had just received his paycheck. The first thing he did was to pay his brother Hyun-tae's medical bill. Unfortunately, there was almost nothing left after the payment. Hyun-soo was desperate. If only he had accepted the job of a hunter, it would have been much more interesting. The young man checked his messages. He received offers to join various guilds from all over the place. In addition, the Red Lion Association and Guild were still waiting for his decision. Hyun hoped that he would have money soon anyway, so he wanted to treat himself and buy some delicious ramen. The master asked if he was talking about the noodles in the broth. The guy joked with him and said that yes, it was the noodles and the old man should try them. The old man did not appreciate the joke and wanted to slap him. But the boy dodged it. With a smile on his face, Hyun said that he had learned something and dodged the punch of the heavenly dragon himself. The master told him not to get too excited, grabbing the ends of his hair. The heroes were approaching the establishment. Upon entering, the young man saw no one. But a second later, he heard a woman's voice and turned around. It was his friend Yoon, who worked part-time in the store. the hero asked how the girl was doing. She replied that she was fine, still working here on weekends. But she had no choice. She has to work hard because she has a younger brother and sister. She has to do her best. The guy thought about it. He said that he would check the goods himself while the girl was putting the groceries on the shelf. He took out his wallet and put the bill on the table. Leaving the store, the guy said goodbye and wished her luck. As it turned out, the guy paid too much money for the goods. Catching up with Hyun-soo, the girl explained that the guy had given her too much money. But with a smile on his face, he said that her brother and sister needed it more. The girl was embarrassed, but she thought it was cute. Out of nowhere, the master shouted that the thief wanted to buy the lady's heart with money. The boy objected. After all, Hyun, like him, lost her parents when the portals opened 2 years ago. Now she is the only one taking care of her younger brother and sister. Instead of going to school, she chose to work to earn money for the family. Just like him, Hyun-soo thought. The master ordered him not to make a victim of himself and received a slap on the wrist. The delicious warm ramen dispelled the notes of its smell. The boy began to eat. The old man asked if he really tasted as good as he was making his face. I said yes. The boy added that theirs was the most delicious ramen in the world. The master looked at him with puppy eyes and was upset. When the boy began to smack his lips, the old man could not stand it and took the food away from him. He tried to taste the ramen. Hyun-soo was surprised. After all, the master had managed to do it. The old man was overjoyed. He liked it very much. He confirmed that it was indeed one of the most delicious dishes in the universe. So the heroes came to the conclusion that the master can only eat from the hands of a young man. This was great news for the old man, and he ordered them to feed him. The boy was not happy with the idea. Among the streets of the busy city, Hyun was traveling calmly. She was carrying a lunchbox to her younger brother and sister. Suddenly, she turned around at a loud sound. Turning her head, she saw the sewer manholes explode upwards, and water began to pour out. All the people panicked. Later, the city was covered by a river of water, which was getting bigger and bigger. The element was washing away everything in its path. But not this. When there was enough water, those fish-like amphibians began to appear. The people were scared to death. The monsters began to tear people apart left and right. It was like a full-fledged military takeover. "This world is now ours," the amphibians shouted with such slogans. One of the monsters, looking like a mermaid ghost, said that this rich land was now theirs. They will destroy all those who occupy it. The monsters continued to kill civilians. They will rule here, the mermaid said. When the water became so much that it covered the height of the first floor, the same big, water dragon that had killed Yeoman O-Dae-ho was born. Yoon's eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, the old man and the boy were meditating in their little hidden world. It's strange. This dimension is completely empty, yet the master always feels a surge of energy here. He wondered why it was through this world that he was transported to another time and world. Hyun-soo felt full of energy after meditation. They practiced circulating energy throughout the body. Before that, he was very tense. The teacher said that circulating energy not only increases his energy potential, but also clears his negative energy flows. He was happy, because he thought that if he practiced, he would be able to avoid visiting doctors altogether. The master said that Hyun should not be distracted, but take a stance to practice the heavenly demon appearance, as well as the heavenly demon flight. Even though his cognitive ability was not the highest in that training, he learned the techniques to some extent. Thanks to his awakened ability, Hyun-soo began to recall and perform the moves from the previous training session. He did everything very skillfully for the first time. Step by step, he completed the first technique. Now he wanted to try the sky demon flight. Meanwhile, in the middle of a sunny day, the alarm was sounded in the city. The association was in a panic. They quickly tried to mobilize soldiers. The woman reasoned that if it was in the Kangdong-gu area, then the Isaac Guild was already there. The head of the guild, the Panther man Choi Hyun-woo, ordered me not to send everyone to the war zone, because she had to be there as well. Isaac's guild could not cope without help. The woman ran to help. In another part of the city, Yansu and the master finished their training. They didn't know what was happening yet. The old man turned to his student with a smile on his face. The boy wondered why he was so kind. It was because the old man wanted to taste the divine noodles. Hyun-soo was annoyed by this. In addition, the master asked him to turn on the magic lantern, which was a TV set, to watch the world news. The young man turned on the TV. They saw terrible news. There was a disaster in the neighborhood of Kangdong-gu. Floods and monsters had covered half the city and were killing civilians. The boy wondered if the third raid on the portal was a failure. The master asked if Ilcha Mountain was the place they had recently been to, and it was. Hyun-soo remembered that Yun lived in that area. Without hesitation, he ran to help him. It was too long of a drive, but if he could run, he would have gotten there in 20 minutes. However, there were buildings on his way. Therefore, Hyun-soo intended to use the Sky Demon Flight technique. After a few jumps, he flew up and headed for the scene of the tragedy. He could not yet fully take off, but he jumped from the tops of skyscrapers to others. The master who was flying behind him thought that the boy was doing a good job. But the monsters had already killed many people. Choi Hyun-woo, the Black Panther, was already there. He was tearing the monsters apart. People were happy to see the Panther and believed in his victory. He ordered his squad to fight with confidence and not to give up. His colleague Ban Bo-gum listened to the captain. He was also a strong hunter. He was called the local butcher. He scattered the monsters in piles, cutting them down with his big sword. When Bo-gum was distracted for a moment, a bloodthirsty monster attacked him from behind. However, a girl saved him. It was one of their squad, an archer girl. She was riding a fast jet ski on the water and remotely hit the monsters. She laughed at Bo-gum for taking an ordinary boat instead of a cool motorcycle. All the monsters around were struck by her arrows. The butcher showed her a welcome sign with his hand. However, his hand was immediately covered with blood. A water dragon came out of the water and ate Bo-gum. His partner was angry and began to attack him vigorously for the death of her friend. She approached the monster and wanted to attack it again and again. However, Black Panther stopped her, because she could have become a victim as well. The water dragon began to catch up with the heroes. It was raging like a huge snake among the streets of the city. The water had already reached several floors, so it was more and more comfortable for him to swim. The hunters would make a good dish, the mermaid thought. The more of them, the better for the water invaders. The water dragon almost caught up with the hunters. But suddenly Hyun-soo came to the rescue. He used his tiger crouch move. Although the kick itself is ordinary, the boy decided to put a lot of chi energy into it. He hit the beast right in the head. The panther and the archer saw this powerful strike. The battle continued. Hyun-soo's punch was so powerful that the walls of the buildings cracked, and the monster was critically damaged. People watching the fight from the tops of skyscrapers were delighted. The panther was surprised. He thought that the stranger had killed the monster with one punch. He did not believe it, because it was impossible. The archer said that it could be some kind of S-class. The master said that the monster's life energy was not gone yet. The angry monster began to attack the young man. Hyun-soo had no choice but to run away. The dragon was destroying buildings. The boy jumped from rubble to rubble, which scattered in the air. The monster continued to catch up. The dragon moved the buildings, getting tangled in him. Hyun-soo's interface showed that he had mastered the heavenly demon appearance technique by 40%. However, This technique made his legs very tired. The master watched as he tried his best to break away. But he couldn't help but give his student a suggestion. He said that it was possible to increase muscle strength many times over if he distributed his energy. Hyun was not happy that he had not told him earlier. The master ordered him to perform the technique. Meanwhile, Mina was driving in traffic. She was angry because she was driving very slowly. She saw one of the people's streams where an unknown hunter was fighting a dragon. She did not understand how they could not know about such a powerful hunter. In a moment, she realized. It was Hyun-soo. She got out of the car and headed toward the fight on her own 2 feet. At the time, the guy was using an adaptive version of the sky demon flight technique, combining it with powerful punches. This technique was mastered by 30%. The young man thought that if there was a test here, he would get at least 1,300 points. He noticed that the most vulnerable place of snakes is the chin. The master ordered him to approach with the help of flight and make an uppercut. When the mermaid saw how the boy wanted to kill the water dragon, she began to cast a spell. She believed that this man was dangerous, so she gave the snake even more power. At the moment when Hyun-soo almost reached the weak point, the dragon threw him away. The mermaid ordered the monster to absorb the boy's strength and become stronger. The boy was overwhelmed. This sorceress supported monsters with her healing magic. The wizard thought that this was a completely different kind of unfair deal. He wanted to intervene and defeat everyone to show his true power. He had never felt such a strong desire to go into battle. But he had to save his student. It was urgent. The dragon was about to eat the boy. But Yaha intervened. She said no one should move. A fiery aura appeared around the girl. She saw the tired boy. She noticed that the newcomer was not doing well. The old man was happy to see this girl. But she praised Hyun-soo. If he had known about the evil sorceress, he might have one. As a future member of the guild, she told him that she could do it herself. The girl began to focus fire energy. The mermaid, which was surprised by this appearance. She felt that the girl was strong. Yaha went into battle. Meanwhile, the master rescued Hyun-soo and took him to his place. In a joking tone, the old man said that they were not running away, but strategically retreating. At that moment, the monsters got to Hyun. The girl begged for help. However, the panther and the archer arrived in time. The archer's arrow was explosive, so the wave almost hit the panther. He got angry with the girl. The heroes asked how the girl was feeling. She was fine. The archer wanted to take her to a shelter, while the panther would look for other survivors. Hyun-soo began to regain consciousness. The master took him to a shelter, away from the war zone. The boy did not understand anything, but asked what had happened. The old man answered that the water snake was controlled by a sorceress. If she had not interfered, the boy would have won. But he was defeated. Hyun-soo was outraged that the master had simply fled the battlefield with him. The old man said it was a planned strategic retreat. He told him not to object to the master. However, there was nothing to worry about, because the warrior lady Yaha had taken over the case. She came to help the boy. But Hyun was not happy to have his prey taken away from him. He was furious and determined to finish the job himself. Hyun-soo tried to get up and go into battle, but he immediately fell down from exhaustion. With such a tired body, the battle cannot continue anyway. You need to meditate and circulate energy. The guy said it was the head of the Red Lion Guild, Hyurek. The master said that if it was her, she would have no trouble dealing with these two monsters. However, the boy stood his ground and said that he was the one who had to finish it. The master said that his body could not take it. Hyun-soo was overcome with anger. He had lost his parents to people like them. He began to remember his brother in the hospital. He was determined to go all the way and not give up halfway. He was determined. There was a blue energy around him. The master was surprised. After all, he saw talent in this person, but he did not expect such a powerful fighting spirit. Those were the same eyes, but they were filled with fire. So the elder said that in this case there was an option for him. But this method would have serious consequences. Meanwhile, Yurak was fighting monsters. She struck out with powerful fire. Despite the fact that she did not like fighting in water, the girl made powerful attacks. The sorceress disappeared from the battlefield. At that time, the patriarch was conducting his ritual in the shelter. He gave the boy a taste of the power he would receive in the future. He endowed him with powerful energy. However, his time was limited. The master noted that the boy remained mortal. Therefore, he should not take too many risks. Jumping into the water, Hyurak began to radiate very powerful fire energy, which evaporated the water around her. In this way, she approached the monster from a favorable position. She looked the monster in the face with a smile. She began to attack, shouting that she would roast the snake. Hyun-soo was immersed in the flow of energy. He was very tense. Hyurak delivered a critical blow to the snake. In a moment, the witch appeared and felt the pain of the monster. The evil sorceress did not expect to see an equal warrior. She began to cast magic, but Yaha said that her tricks would not work. Her worm got sick, so the witch immediately appeared. Hyurak said that the witch was just in time. The girl snapped her fingers, and the witch was engulfed in a fiery explosion that caused fatal damage. The witch did not understand how this was possible. She dissolved into ash in the air. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was in a very tense state. He was spreading a very powerful energy. The statistical interface showed that he had recreated the temporary awakening of the heavenly dragon body ability. The girl said that the snake would not be well without its sorceress restoring its power. The monster began to circle in the water. The girl took off her shoes for comfortable movement and intended to finish the monster. The warrior quickly jumped up. The water snake began to emerge from the depths of the river. When the girl reached the highest point, the monster released a powerful flash of fire from its jaw. Yaha flew away because of the powerful wave. She hit a building and fell into the water. Drowning in the depths of the flooded city, a helicopter flew over the battlefield near the girl. They began to inform Hyurak that the evacuation was complete. The immediate area was now free. The girl woke up. She was excited about this news because now she could release her full potential. She concentrated her energy. Her potential was very high. Hyurak was one of the 9 S-class hunters on the entire planet. In an instant, she demonstrated a tremendous release of energy. All the buildings around were destroyed. Water evaporated in seconds. Without water, the monster has nowhere to hide. The warrior intended to strike a decisive blow that would finally kill the snake. But at the last moment, her hand was grabbed by Hyun-soo. The girl turned to the boy in surprise. Hyun told her to wait. Park Hyunsoo won't be able to handle it, Lee Min-na thought. After all, he has almost no experience in combat. She still ran as fast as she could to the scene. The woman, running past a store that sold kettlebells, decided to stop. Entering the shop, Min-na chose the heaviest kettlebell. Leaving the others behind, she went outside. There, Min-na lifted the object into the air and began to spin it. The kettlebell rotated around the woman like the earth around the sun, but at an incredible speed. Grabbing its handle, Lee Min-na flew into the air. The seller was shocked. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hyun-soo was stopped by Hyurak. She asked him why he had come. With a confident look, he said that he was going to kill him. The girl said that would not do, because this monster had also pissed her off, and she wanted to do it herself. But if Hyun-soo promised her to join their guild, she would agree. The young man just smiled. The energy around him began to swirl. The girl thought that the guy was too charged. She knew he was talented, but now he seemed to be stretched like a string. Before she could blink, Yaha flew at supersonic speed towards the monster. The girl didn't even notice him move. In a second, Hyun-soo was at the snake's side. He began to use crushing strikes from the first level of the sky. The monster staggered and was wounded after the first attack. It began to retreat, breaking everything in its path. However, the young hunter moved after it at super high speed. The boy found himself in front of the monster's head. He began to use crushing blows of the second level. The blows became more and more powerful. The giant snake was bleeding. The master who was supervising everything thought that he had only raised the boy's stamina to a high level, but that somehow he had comprehended the muscle memory of a celestial demon, which is passed down from generation to generation. The monster tried to attack with its last strength. Instead, Hyun-soo began to fly higher using the flight of a celestial demon. Concentrating his strength, he aimed directly at the monster's head. The warrior used a third-level celestial punch. He smashed the monster's skull, thus rendering a death sentence to the serpent. The blow caused blood and all the energy to pour out of different parts of the monster's body. In a moment, it completely dissolved. Ha-yurek, who was watching, could not believe the boy's strength. At the same moment, La-mi-na flew over. She also could not imagine that he was capable of such a thing. Yaha noticed that the girl was late. Mina was delighted and called the young man Hyun-soo aside. Ha-yurek was surprised. But not everything is eternal. The temporary awakening of the ability to superpower stopped. The boy was disappointed. Suddenly he felt an unrelenting pain. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He began to fall to the ground. The girls did not hesitate to save him. The master jokingly said that the boy had booked 2 of the best beauties. Later, the water began to recede. As it washed down the streets of the city, people who had been trapped by the elements began to escape. Yun's brother and sister were happy that their older sister had survived. They rushed into her arms. Everyone was happy that the disaster was finally over. The archer reported to the panther that she had taken the girl home. In turn, the panther said that things were gradually getting better. He said that the head of the Red Lion Guild had dealt with the sorceress. He also added that the giant snake was killed by that unknown hunter. In some places, the water level was still quite high. As she was leaving, the archer said that Yun was safe. She, in turn, thanked the hunters. The fierce sunny day continued. The local hospital. After a while, Hyun-soo ended up there. He was very exhausted. The master was watching the young man all the time. He asked when he would be able to get up. The boy asked a counter question. He realized that he was in a hospital, but he had no memory of how he got there. His first thoughts were that he had been defeated. The mentor said that he had a bad memory. The old man said that he had lost consciousness after receiving crushing blows from heaven, and he was not happy because of the way the boy had shamefully used his techniques. Soon the girls came to Hyun-soo's house. The boy was confused. In remote corners of the city, there were still small monsters of henchmen. However, the association and the guilds were already dealing with this issue in small, mobile units. There was a report on the scene. The leader of the Trinity Guild, Choi Hyun-soo, commented that they were actively searching and clearing the city, especially in the sewer tunnels. Locals can be calm, because hunters will find every humanoid amphibian. But perhaps not everything is so certain. In Yun's house, something was bubbling in the bathroom itself. The hospital. Ha-yurek and Mina came to visit the boy. The lioness was feeding Hyun-soo, while Lee-mina was peeling a fruit, although she didn't really like it. Ha-yurek said that she was very picky and jealous. If she doesn't like peeling, she should feed the boy herself, she said. Yaha also told Mina to show Hyun-soo the gift. The girl took out the box with a disgruntled look. She wanted to open the box even without her companion's instructions. In front of Hyun-soo was a small pearl. It was the heart of a monster. The girls brought it as a reward for killing the monster. The master thought it was an elixir. He said he had never seen an elixir of such great power. Lee Mi-na said that monster hearts are a substance that remains after the death of an old monster. There is great power inside. If you eat it, a young man's stats will increase many times over. For a low-level hunter, such a monster heart would raise one class. Although the snake was not that gigantic, if it had such a heart, it was very ancient. The master could see that this heart had as much as 500 years of chi energy in it. The young man asked why the girls gave him this artifact. They said they were just being kind to him. However, Mi-na said that how could a girl even think of keeping the heart, since it didn't even belong to her. Ha-yurak replied that she had to kill a lot of monsters before, so she didn't have time. By the way, you still need to know how to eat a heart properly. Lee Mi-na said that she would tell him everything as soon as he was discharged. But Ha-yurak objected and said that it was not necessary. She could tell him everything herself. The women argued about who knew best how to eat the heart and which way would have the greatest effect. The old man generally knew how to get the strongest effect almost completely. Ha-yurak pointed out that she knew more because she was Class S. Mi-na replied that this advantage did not give her more knowledge. The master and Hyun-soo watched the two tigresses fight tirelessly. The old man jokingly asked which one the young men planned to marry. The boy shouted in denial, so that the old man would not tease him. But he forgot that there were girls in the room. They noticed the boy's exclamation and wondered to whom he was speaking. The evening came. The girls decided to take turns talking to Hyun-soo. La Mi-na was the first to talk to the boy, while Ha-yurak waited in the hallway. Mi-na was showing off the new favorable terms in the boy's contract. She was trying to recruit him to the association. Since it would be no problem for him to move up to S class, she had to hurry to save the association's reputation. Hyun was at a loss for words. It was Jurak's turn to speak. The lioness looked back at Mi-nu with a suspicious look. The girl entered the room. With a sharp movement, she approached the young man. Yaha tried to be as friendly and attractive as possible. The old man remarked that even he could be convinced by these beauties. The clever girl noted that the association must have offered attractive terms. In addition, they promised to grant immunity from criminal liability. The guy was surprised that she had guessed right. But Yaha said that later, when he received the S class, he would be untouchable in any case. After all, the power is not with those who have nuclear weapons or money. The authorities are the hunters of Class S. There is no point in immunity from crime if you have the highest class. It was quite convincing. The only thing the guy needs now is a guardianship. Specifically, the tutelage of the head of the Red Lion Guild, the girl said to herself. Leaving the room, Yurak wished Principal Lee good luck. Lee Mi-na was annoyed with the hot-tempered girl. She decided to check on the boy again. She went to his room again. However, Hyun-soo had a negative answer for the association. After all, he had chosen the guild. Director Lee said it was his choice, and she would not force him. She wished him a speedy recovery. Finally, the guy asked the girl for something. He thought it was quite impudent, but he was very sick and exhausted. He asked the association to help him. The old man whispered to him and told him that impudence is the second happiness. Meanwhile, Yun's home was full of prosperity. She prepared breakfast for the children and called them to eat. Today was a day off, which meant that she would be going to work part-time. The sleep-deprived children wanted to stay in bed. They started brushing their teeth. However, they heard some gurgling coming from their bathtub. It was an amphibian. A scream came from the bathtub. Yun was terrified. The monster began to catch up with the children. The older sister was confused. The monster grabbed her sister. The monster had already opened its jaw. Yun grabbed a knife and ordered the girl to put it down. Yun rushed at the monster with a kitchen knife. With all her strength, she pierced its skin. But it was not enough. The monster just threw the girl away. She flew across the kitchen, breaking dishes on her way. She fell to the floor. The brother watched all the horrors, but could do nothing. A moment later, the hunter girl returned to the house. It was Lee Min-na with her flying kettlebell. She pushed the monster away, causing it to release the girl. Her little sister also fell to the floor. The monster hit the wall, but was not defeated. It only became angrier. The girl used her strength and telekinesis to pick up all the kitchen knives and generate additional sharp objects from wood. She pointed them all in the direction of the amphibian. The monster tried to cover itself, but it didn't help much. It was covered in scratches and wounds. Knives were sticking out of its flesh. Finally, the girl concentrated powerful energy in her palms and tore the water monster's head off. Min-na immediately asked if everyone was okay. Everyone was fine. Yoon asked how the girl knew they needed help. Director Lee replied that it was Hyun-soo who asked her to do it. The hospital again. The doctors were surprised, because Hyun-soo was already on his feet and had almost recovered. Despite the fact that he is a hunter and gets injured a lot, he has a really fast regeneration. The doctor noted that it was the first time he had ever seen such a speed of recovery. The guy went to the reception to pay for the treatment, but he was told that the Red Lion Guild had already paid all the bills. The guy was discharged. Walking through the streets of the city, he was happy with the news. The master thought that the girl named Ha Yurak took good care of her people. However, she probably didn't have much money left to pay all his bills. After a moment, the young man screamed like a madman. The old man said he was acting strangely and ordered him to be quiet. But Hyun-soo couldn't take his eyes off the phone. He had 600 million credited to his account. The master did not understand why the boy was so happy. But it was only a down payment. The young man could not comprehend his happiness. The master said that his student had lost his mind with so much gold. The boy replied that the teacher did not know what it was like to be poor. How can he know what it is like to see ramen in the store every day and not be able to afford it? It was probably a mistake for the boy to remind the old man about the ramen. The master picked up Hyun-soo and took off with him. He told him that the boy had to make the teacher some ramen right away. Time passed. The heroes were in their secret universe through the portal. The young man was sitting opposite the old man, and between them was the heart of a monster. The mentor said that absorbing this heart as an elixir would give him a 10% boost of chi energy, which would be equivalent to 20 years. Hyun-soo was fascinated. However, if the young man mastered the teacher's method, this figure would increase to 70%, or 140 years. The old man asked what the young man planned to do if he gained such power. The boy recalled the events that took place 2 years ago, the opening of the portals. It took so many lives, and he and Ha-young both lost loved ones. Now he is a hunter, and he will not allow people to experience such a tragedy again. The patriarch thought that perhaps the monsters were invading, that this was the invasion of the Great Horde that his ancestors had told him about. During the last battle, Hyun-soo used techniques that the old man had not taught him. The boy said he didn't remember it, but he knew it. This is how heavenly demons pass on their divine skills from generation to generation. The first celestial demon started it. He said that it was all for the sake of one day repelling the Great Horde. The boy's eyes became worried. He thought about it. The young man said that the problem was that this prophecy was not from his dimension. And so it was. This is another reason why the master wanted to return as soon as possible. At this time, Lee Min-na appeared above Hyun-soo's house. She came down on her kettlebell and checked to see if it was really his address. He seemed to be well enough, but for some reason he didn't answer the phone. The young man's phone rang on the table, but he and the master were still in another dimension. But the girl had to quickly report what had happened in the Yun house. In the meantime, the patriarch ordered them to eat the monster's heart. Hyun didn't understand how to swallow such a large ball at once. The teacher said that he was a fool and that it should be eaten, not swallowed. He also said that if he hadn't been his teacher, the boy would probably have eaten the heart in small pieces to have minimal effect. So Hyun stretched out his hand to eat the fruit. He started eating. Meanwhile, in the normal world, Director Lee was still trying to get into the building. But luckily the door was open. She entered the boy's house. However, she didn't see anyone there, but a hole in the wall caught her eye. She was surprised and went to the portal. Yansu held his heart in his mouth and listened to the master's instructions. The master said that he needed to steady his breathing in order to concentrate. If he made a mistake, he would be overwhelmed by the fall. He would survive, but he would be crippled forever in a supine position. The teacher told me to start with the inner shell of the aura. This heart should not be treated as food. One has to tune into its energy. After feeling it inside, one should slowly move it from the beginning to the dantian, and then to the internal healing point of the body, Weilu. The ability to follow the prompts is activated. Next, you need to slowly move it to the Baihui point. Very slowly. In the bachelor's house, Lee Mina continued to be surprised. She thought that mold had formed on the wall because the guy didn't clean very much. She started to clean the house, filled a tray with water and detergent, and was about to wash the dirt when the bell rang. The general manager of the branch called the director. So she had to leave immediately. She was disappointed that she didn't have time to wash the mold. Mina took to the air and flew away. In the secret dimension, the boy was still performing the procedure. He concentrated. The energy of the heart of the killed snake is, strangely enough, the fire energy of Yang. The master said that monsters of incredible power live in these portals. So much the better for the heroes. The martial arts of the heavenly demon are the quintessence of Yang energy. The guy would have had to change his polarity to Yang anyway, so it's good. The absorption rate of the elixir substance is 32%. When the elixir is completely dissolved in the aura, you need to concentrate it back into your inner shell. One must not allow the heart to escape. The degree of assimilation of the elixir substance is 50%. Hyun-soo was enveloped in powerful energy. He was very tense and concentrated. He was in great pain. The master told him to be patient. Inside the young warrior, a seed of strength and power of a celestial demon was sprouting. The degree of assimilation was already 60%. With every second, it became harder for the boy. The degree of assimilation was 70%. The blood from his body began to flow around Hyun-soo. He began to fall into a deep trance. The master said that the boy had entered the final stage and fell into a trance. The old man thought that the young man would be able to absorb a maximum of 70% of the elixir's power. However, the boy was already at 80%. Perhaps it was because of this dimension. It can provide more opportunities. When the absorption level reached 90%, Hyun-soo began to bleed heavily and become exhausted. The patriarch wanted to get to the end, so there was only 10% left. He decided to help his disciple. The master began to use a technique to give him a boost of energy. He distributed and released all the necessary energy. Hyun-soo was in an overwhelming state. The pain was endless. In a moment, the overload caused an explosion. The guy's outerwear burned. He had completely absorbed the elixir substance extracted from the ancient monster. His body reached the peak of yang energy. He became immune to thermal effects. The ability to follow clues was improved. A new effect has been obtained. Hyun-soo can learn the techniques of any individual once a day. The young man fell down from fatigue and exhaustion. A local hospital. Dozens, even hundreds of people were injured after the amphibian invasion. Doctors and rescuers were bringing the victims to the hospital in packs. The facility was in chaos. Nurses did not have time to serve so many patients. Dozens of people were left lying on the floor waiting to be rescued. La Mina could not even walk among so many people. It was all because of the amphibians. Lee Mina went into Yoon's room. She asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was feeling better. Director Lee said that her brother and sister had been transferred to Saesong Medical Center because there was a shortage of rooms. Yoon asked if her children were okay. Lee Mina replied that they were still unconscious. This is one of the symptoms after an amphibian attack. She encouraged the girl not to worry. They will do everything to help. With disappointment in her eyes, Yoon confided in Director Lee. She decided to dial Hyun-soo. Ring after ring after ring. But no one picked up. She put the phone in her pocket. Yoon was the one who suffered the most, Lee thought. Her sister hadn't woken up yet, because she was probably very scared. But her brother was not touched by the monster. So why are they both in a coma? The office of the Lion Guild. A man in a formal suit came to Ha-yurak's office. He said that the city had suffered 1 billion won in damages. There are 117 people injured, and new ones arrive every minute. The doctors also noticed a strange condition among those who arrived after the amphibian invasion. People are falling into comas. Yaha was surprised. Doctors are still looking for the cause of this condition. The girl said that it was not in their competence anyway. She thanked me and sent the man back. Ha-yurak called Hyun-soo. But he still hadn't picked up the phone. She was outraged and angry. He had just joined the guild, and he didn't even answer the head's call. This is after he was sent a salary of 600 million won. Europe. A city street with very beautiful architecture. In one of the establishments on this street, men were sitting and drinking various drinks. A blond man, leaning on a chair, wondered if the woman from the Red Lions had taken the boyfriend away. He was the head of the ES Guild, Class S. His name was Haxon Baldur. The muscular man across from him, named Jill Lord Demon, said that the young man was too impressive for a newcomer. Jill was an S-class hunter, and the only one of the hunters who was not contracted by any of the guilds. Haxon was surprised that Ha-yurak was able to recruit the boy. He would have killed him. The big man, Guild Lord Demon, told him not to talk nonsense. We need to live without war. But the man stood his ground. He thought it was better to kill the boy to prevent the Ha-yurak Guild from becoming stronger. After all, the boy's strength was really impressive. The beach. The scorching sun was shining on Hyun-soo, who was resting on a sunbed. He felt the touch of a gentle hand. It was Mina. She said that he might be tired. But before she could finish, Ha-yurak interrupted the young man's rest. She explained that Hyun was sleeping too much. Yurak's friend told her that they were supposed to play volleyball, but the boy had probably forgotten about it. Whoever loses will pay for lunch, she said, throwing the ball. The boy didn't catch the ball and got hit in the face. Ihal laughed and said that he couldn't even accept such an elementary serve. But he said it was the first time he had ever played volleyball. The ball went far into the water. The boy went to pick it up and suddenly noticed some movement in the water. From the depths of the ocean emerged the same monster, a water snake. The creature ordered him to bring the heart elixir back. The monster attacked, and Hyun-soo and the boy were underwater. The boy became very hot. He felt like he was in the middle of a lava lake. Drowning in the abyss of water, the hero began to lose his mind. In a moment, he woke up. It was just a dream. Before he could wake up, the master managed to make a claim. He said that since the guy was awake, he should make him some ramen. The big needle under the clock on this tray had already passed the number 12 5 times while the boy was sleeping. Hyun-soo panicked, because it looked like he had been sleeping for 2.5 days. The association's office. Lee Mina answered the phone and was very concerned when she learned that Hyun-soo had eaten the elixir by himself. She said that he hadn't listened to her advice, and that he could have died. Listening to her complaints, the boy felt uncomfortable. The office of the Red Lion Guild. When Yurak learned the information about Hyun-soo, she was also concerned. But she said that there was nothing to be done about his temper. At least he was alive, and she thanked him. The guy was glad that the girl reacted calmly enough. He did not expect it. He said he would be in touch from now on. While Hyun-soo was talking, he didn't notice that he poked the old man with chopsticks. He called him a rascal for that. The young man was delighted. His level had risen. The ability to follow prompts was 3. He looked at the statistical interface and watched the updates. The key takeaway was that his strength would increase as he accumulated new skills. The boy screamed with joy, because in addition to this, he had a new ability. He could learn one new technique once a day. Also, from the statistical interface, the boy finally learned the name of the master Cheongyeon. He thought this was great news. After all, he could now perform one new technique that the master had not even taught him. The old man said that this new ability did not sound fair. Cheongyeong wanted to give the old man a brag, but Hyun dodged again. The young man said that his forehead was not a field for slapstick. The master wondered how he had learned to dodge his blows. Later, the hero went to the hospital. There he visited Hyun. He listened to what had happened to them and sympathized. The girl was worried about the younger ones. But Hyun-soo tried to calm her down. He said that he and Yoon were alike. They walked down the long corridors to another ward. The young man brought the girl to his brother, Hyun-tae. He was also in this hospital. He hadn't regained consciousness since the accident. The doctors can't answer why. Yoon leaned over to her brother with tears in her eyes. She greeted him and said that his brother Hyun-soo had done a lot for the girl. She said that Hyun-soo was waiting for his brother to come back. He has been waiting for a long time. Knowing that he couldn't hear, she asked him to come back anyway. Jeon said that there was a strange aura coming from the boy's brother. He said that his heart was stamped with a curse. The master said there was one way to get around it. It was a large building. In the middle of the building was a graceful rod. 70 million was the price for this spear. 1, 2, and an unknown man in a red shirt raised his hand. It was the head of the Aegis Guild, Choi Jae-hyuk Nim. The amount was accepted. The price went up to 80 million. 1, 2, and Jin Si-hyuk Nim accepted the amount. Choi Jae-hyuk was annoyed. 80 million won is about $68,000. The auction continued. After a while, Jin Si-hyuk was walking happily to his car, saying that today was a very productive day. Suddenly, he heard Choi Hyuk's voice. He was saying that Jin Si was crazy to pay 200 million won for a thing that cost about 70 million. But he said that he wouldn't have regretted even 300 million. Jin Seo told the caller that if Choi Hyuk's heart was in his throat when he heard the 200 million won price, then what was he doing at the auction? He should have gone and eaten some ramen instead, she thought. Without hesitating for a moment, the enraged Hyuk kicked the car. It sent Choi's car flying. Fortunately, the man managed to dodge. Choi Hyuk asked if the winner was tired of living like a winner. But Jin Seo was not confused and took out his spear. He said he would use his newly acquired weapon instead. The man with the red shirt said that now she would see that his weapon was worth no more than 70 million. She quickly launched an attack with a spear. But Choi Hyuk's hands turned to metal, and he dodged. He counterattacked his opponent with a powerful punch of energy that flew at him with a spear. Jin Seo got the boot. He flew several meters away. Choi Hyuk told him that he probably didn't know that everyone who defeated him at the auction didn't come out alive. The Red Lions Guild. As it turned out, Choi Hyuk was from their guild. Yurak said that he was only creating problems for them. After all, she had received many complaints about her husband again. But he said that he couldn't help but get angry because the other man had just come and taken his item at the auction. Yaha instantly shut him up. In an angry tone, she said that if he continued, she would not make any concessions. She said that if she heard him complaining about him again, she would tear him to pieces herself and then burn him. She threw him out of the office screaming. On the manager's desk was a photo of Hyurak with a man. On his way out of the office, Choi Hyuk wanted to ask something. He asked when he would be introduced to that new A-class guy. Yaha said that it was none of his business. The man assured her that he wasn't trying to establish a hierarchy. Furious, Hyurak used fire and warned him one last time to leave. The man wanted to meet with Yansu. He hoped it would happen soon. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yoon learned that Hyun-soo was now a hunter. The guy was a little embarrassed, but he said that he really was a hunter now. The girl was delighted. Yoon said that perhaps the high-ranking official Mihan Ani had helped him with this. The young man said that he would visit Hyun-tae and her brother and sister, so he told her not to worry and to get some rest. With a calm soul, the girl went home. Returning to his brother, young Chon remembered that Master Cheongyeong knew how to help Hyun-tae. Master Chong said that he needed a chopping heavenly tongue. The statistical interface showed that Hyun-soo had learned about the advanced level skill chopping heavenly tongue. But his mentor said that he couldn't use it at the moment. Hyun-soo asked why. It was a secret technique that was a type of sorcery invented by one of the heavenly demons. The young man could not use it because he did not have the body of a heavenly demon. But he was happy and said that he could do it. The teacher did not understand him. The persistent young man explained that because he had improved his skill of following the hints, he could repeat any of the master's techniques once a day. Concentrating, the boy extended his hand to his brother. The statistical interface showed that Hyun-soo was successfully performing the chopping heavenly tongue technique. The technique was really working. The old man didn't understand how it was possible. At first, he didn't think the boy's ability was that powerful. Hyun-soo continued to conjure with a new technique. He increased the flow of chi. Hyun-tae's heart began to beat faster. The young man tensed up. He tried his best. The flow of energy became too great. But a flash, and the magic dissipated. The technique did not work. The old man said he felt the power of an incredibly powerful creature. He said that the boy should not be disappointed, because he simply did not have enough strength at the moment. Hyun-soo asked if the problem was that he was not yet experienced enough. The master said that this was indeed the case. At that time, Jill Lord Demon, the same S-class hunter who belonged to no one, said that they needed the strongest hunters. He was arguing with the head of the ES Guild, Haxon Baldur. Yamamoto Takashi, an S-class hunter and vice leader of the ES Guild, joined the men in the room. He noticed that the men were very loud when arguing. The hunters had a bunch of cans of alcohol on the table. That's why Takashi was against working for Haxon. Gil said that then Yamamoto Takashi could be independent, like himself. The big guy Gil asked about a fragment in Takashi. He replied that everything was the same. There was nothing but a desolate desert. Then perhaps it was worth looking for a new fragment in Korea, Gil thought. Since it was entrusted to the Red Lions, it would have to wait. In the meantime, they would watch. The appearance of that hunter, Park Hyunsoo, might advance the search for the fragment, the big man thought. Takashi agreed. So he said that an expedition would soon take place. Jill began to talk. If the boss of paradise is a descendant of dragons, then the portals scattered around the world are fragments of paradise. Collecting all the fragments in a year is like a curse. The voice of the dragon said that if people think that this is the end of it, they are mistaken. If they don't collect all the fragments in 1 year, this world will face such a horror that even the S-class won't be able to win. Takashi said they have to find all the fragments in 1 year, no matter what the cost. That's why they need as many high-ranking hunters as possible. Hospital. Hyun-soo visits her brother and sister Yoon. They were still unconscious. The doctors did everything they could, but there was no result. There were many other patients in the room. A woman in the other corner of the room asked about her husband, who was also unconscious. The nurse said that a doctor would come soon to examine him. The master said that the reason was the cold energy. All these people met with water monsters. Creatures underwater have yin energy beforehand. These water monsters have particularly strong yin energy. That is why those who have high yin energy cannot accept it. When their yin energy and the yin energy of the water monsters meet, it combines and becomes cold energy. It's like they go into hibernation. Hyun asked if there was any way to cure them. The teacher said that you can use yang energy to remove the yin energy, then they can wake up. A boy across the room saw this and told him to bring it to his mother's attention. The woman turned around and walked over to Hyun-soo, who had picked up Yoon's brother from the bed. She said that the children needed to be in a stable condition. However, the boy showed his mother that it was the hunter who killed the snake in Mugi. Hyun-soo pressed his hand to the patient's chest and began to release yin energy. When the energy began to flow out, the master ordered him to burn it now. The guy intended to absorb this energy. But the master noticed that he had yang energy in his body, and he might get sick if he absorbed it. However, he ignored the advice and continued to absorb it. The old man was worried. But the young man managed to absorb everything successfully. His body moved from extreme yang to the harmony of yin and yang. The boy went into a trance for a moment. The patriarch said that this was the peak of the 3 flowers. The master was sure that he had seen the boy reach the peak of the 3-flower blossom. When Hyun-soo came out of the trance, he asked the master what a body with the harmony of yin and yang is. A body with the harmony of yin and yang is a body that has realized both extreme yin and extreme yang. The master did not believe that the boy was capable of such a thing. He thought it was a fraud and a trick. However, Brother Yoon woke up. He looked at Hyun-soo. He was happy that the boy recognized him. The woman urgently called a doctor. When he saw the miracle the boy was doing, he was amazed. He unabsorbed the girls in as well. Everyone was delighted. When Yoon heard the news, she burst into tears of joy. She was very grateful. Meanwhile, Director Lee Min-na was not yet aware of the news. The number of unconscious patients was growing so fast that there were no more beds. Director Lee said that she would ask the head of the department to increase the number of hospital beds as well as the number of medical staff. A moment later, she was told that Hyun-soo had managed to cure several patients. She was surprised and immediately reported to Ha-yurak. He continued to heal people. Everyone was happy. The statistical interface showed that the young man had reached the first level of the body with yin and yang harmony. The young man was satisfied. People thanked him and said that God must have sent him to help them. Hyun-soo cured ward after ward. Everyone was delighted. People were grateful. Some even wanted to take pictures with him. The master was happy for the young man. After all, he was used to heavenly demons being praised and glorified. The teacher said that the boy should get used to this attitude. While the young man was restoring the people, his phone rang. It was Ha-yurak. He said he was in Saesan Hospital, but the girl already knew. She said that the association had sent a request for help to their hospitals. Of course, this is not free. So they sent a check with payment. Yurak said he could take it all for himself. But he was just a member of the guild. He was uncomfortable. The girl said that the contract said that if the guy did something of his own free will, it was his business. Yaha thought that now the association would be under the authority of the guild. She was happy and thanked the guy. It was a quiet night in Europe at the time. The head of the guild, E.S. Haxon, received a call. He was informed that Park Hyunsoo's whereabouts had been discovered. The man asked to send him the data. He grabbed his jacket and went outside. He took a half-crouched position to concentrate. An energy flicker appeared around Haxan. In a moment, the man rose up and flew at supersonic speed into the dark space of the deep night. Hyun-soo was already tired of feeding the master ramen. But the teacher said that he himself called this dish the best food in the world. In desperation, the young man went to cook ramen. But he was interrupted by a call from the head of the Urak. Hyun-soo wondered why the girl was calling at such a time. She asked him where he was. The guy was at home. Yaha ordered him to leave the house quickly. Hyun didn't understand why he had to do that. But Master Cheongyeong told him that something powerful was coming. An object had entered Korean airspace. Hyun-soo immediately started running away from the house. He ran outside. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound. He looked up and saw that someone was flying right over his street. In a moment, it landed right in front of the boy. The powerful landing caused manhole covers to fly open and cars to move. A man's silhouette emerged from the smoke screen. It was Haxan Baldur. Without explaining anything, the man began to concentrate an energy layer and said he would kill the boy. Park Hyunsoo panicked. Haxan made the first attack with his powerful energy. Before he could reach the boy, there was an explosion. The office of the association. The alarm went off. As expected, an unknown living organism is now in the area where Park Hyunsoo lives. Supersonic speed, even among S-class, is rare. It's most likely a Haxan. Lee Mina immediately informed Ha Urak about it. That man hated Urak to the core. I thanked Ha for the information and started to take off my shoes. She said she was the only one who could stop him. A fiery energy appeared around the girl. Lee Mina also thought she needed help. The CEO assured directly not to leave. He said that it looked like there would be an S-rank battle, so there was no point in leaving. The association would not stand aside in any case. They have already asked the Azure Dragon squad to start preparing to use the mirror dimension divine thing. A squad on speedy motorcycles was already on its way. A bee, an ant, and a cheetah. They were told to get ready, because this was Class S. It was a completely different level from what they had experienced before. The members of the squad understood the leader and rallied together. One of the team members, Sokol, was assigned to the mirror dimension. The man said he was already in position and would move. He was standing on one of the skyscrapers. In a moment, he jumped into free air. His arms turned into huge wings. His head turned into a bird's head. He flew away. Meanwhile, Haxan tensed up because Hyun-soo had repelled the caller's attack. The master could not believe that the boy had also received the power of Yin and Yang. It looks like he has reached the evolution realm. The evolution realm is one of the realms found in the Murim world. The speed of his growth is amazing. But the power he felt from him was an order of magnitude higher than that of the girl in red, the master thought. At the very least, he had reached the realm of the highest peak from which the old man had come. Hyun-soo asked Haxan why he had attacked him for no reason. Haxan was surprised that the A-class hunter had deflected his attack. The young man heard a strange sound. There was an accident somewhere nearby. He shouted for everyone to evacuate immediately. Cheongyeong ordered the young man to stay focused on the fight. The man struck again with his energy. The boy deflected it as well. He thought that Haxan was using the same attack in vain. But the attack was not identical. The thief was behind the hero's back. He began to transform his body. His hands were covered with metal. Yansu panicked. The man continued to attack. Haxan used a supersonic punch with a speed of 3 Mach. At the last moment, Hyun-soo used a block, but the punch was so powerful that it still flew many meters away, piercing the wall. After punching through the concrete wall, he found himself inside the room. He could not feel his right arm. The guy was in despair. He did not plan to end up like this. Hackson entered the building. He was preparing to strike again, at a speed of 5 swings. And then he heard the voice of the master. Had he been practicing the movements of a celestial demon in vain? The ability, listening to instructions, is activated. The level of comprehension of flying a heavenly demon is 57%. Heavenly demon movement second technique. Flying a celestial demon. The guy used a new technique. With incredible speed, he headed towards Hackson. He split into several copies of himself. But the opponent knocked out the real one, and Hyun-soo flew through the walls and buildings again. Meanwhile, Hyurak was already on the way. She hoped that Hyun-soo and the European guest hadn't met yet. She wondered how long Hyun-soo could hold out against Haksung. She thought that 20 seconds would be enough time for the fight to end between them. So she was in a hurry. The young man was chained to the wall. The thief approached the hero and wondered why he was still alive. After all, he expected the boy to die with a single blow. The master thought that even though his student's level of understanding was not very high, he almost immediately tried to strike with the new technique. He was really strong, but if he couldn't overcome this challenge, he would most likely not be able to grow as a celestial demon. The thief was stunned by how long the hero was able to hold out. The wounded Hyun-soo said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He was overwhelmed with anger. Hackson was about to attack again. But the young warrior concentrated a powerful burst of energy. There was only anger in his eyes. The opponent even squinted at the brightness of the young man's energy. In a moment, the boy swung and struck the heathen. The release of energy was very powerful, causing an explosion. So the hero concentrated his energy and performed a powerful Semya punch. A part of Hackson's metal armor broke off. The impact was so powerful that it provoked an explosion. The man flew several meters away, but barely slowed down. He did not expect a blow of such power. His metal arm was further damaged. He didn't understand how an A rank could carry out such attacks. It was impossible. The thief used the silver pulse technique. He repaired the metal arm in an instant and doubled the effect on the other. The elder believed that his level of recovery was on par with demonic monsters. The mentor ordered him not to let Hackson relax and rest. He advised using a tree kick to destroy his insides. Listening to instructions activated. The guy started to imitate the tree kick. The man was injured. Hyun-soo thought that he would slowly be able to destroy every transmutation of the enemy. But Hackson dissolved into space in an instant, turning into water. The boy was surprised. He thought that he had dissolved from the impact of a tree. But the patriarch said that his energy was still here. Therefore, he was alive. Having concentrated his attention, the young man did not notice how the enemy of Znenitsk appeared from below and caught the hero. The young warrior shifted, but managed to stay on his feet. Suddenly, the enemy disappeared again. He was behind Hyun-soo's back. Grabbing him by the head, the thief almost stabbed the young man, but said he would kill him painlessly. Again, Hyun thought the same thing. The boy said that he would not let this happen to him. He dodged and counterattacked with a letter punch. The thief was injured again, this time very painfully. The young man's attack even cut through part of the house, like a blade. Hackson had a wound on his side. But he recovered quickly again. I had to make a series of attacks so that he could not regenerate so quickly. However, it is too dangerous, as there are many locals here. Hyun-soo took off running and headed for the school on the hill. It was a day off, and there were no children there. This place was to minimize the damage as much as possible. Hackson's wound was significant. Even after using the silver pulse, he did not fully restore it. The man began to concentrate to telepathically locate the boy. With supersonic speed, he moved from the spot and left an explosion in his wake. The guy was already there. He was checking the building for people. He reached the top floor. Running along the long school corridor, the hunter began to catch up with him. He said that the boy was trying too hard to protect others. In a moment, the thief threw the boy into the wall. He punched a hole in it and fell into an office. Angry and exhausted, the man said that people like Hyun-soo, who don't care about civilians, don't deserve to be hunters. He quickly moved toward the man, but he was behind the hero again. With a powerful punch, he hit Hyun-soo. The blow of such force sent him flying down several floors. Falling and breaking through ceiling after ceiling, the building collapsed. Hyun-soo said that he even felt sorry for the young man. Who would have thought he would last so long? The powerless young man was lying on the lowest floor, unable to respond. The thief began to generate energy to deliver a super destructive blow. He said it was all because of the boy's boss. The energy ball was very powerful. It radiated extreme power. In an instant, the man unleashed all his power, which triggered an explosion. The destructive wave was so strong that the building could not withstand it. Everything began to explode. The school was destroyed to the ground, as if it had never existed. Hyun-soo demonstrated his strength. It came down to the ground. Everything was destroyed. He believed that this country had a problem with skills assessment. After all, in his opinion, Hyun-soo already had the rank of S. From the rubble, a guy's voice was heard. He said that in that case, he wasn't done yet. Hyun-soo was confused for a second. When he turned around, he saw a young man crawling out from under a mountain of rocks. Hyun-soo flew out from under the rubble, shining with blue energy. Hyun-soo laughed ominously. The boy was full of strength. The thief said that once again the boy had impressed him. The hero slowly approached the man. He said he would burn the boy until he turned to ashes. He began to concentrate the blow. But something went wrong. His energy did not want to listen to him. It simply disappeared. This had never happened before. The guy was getting closer and closer. Hyun-soo thought that his body could still function normally anyway. Hyun-soo walked up to the shelter. The man took a swing and said that this was the last blow for the good man. The hero dodged it. Hyun-soo tensed up, but realized that he would not have time to block the blow. Boom, and the young warrior landed a powerful punch. Now he was confident in his abilities. Heavenly, crushing, demonic fists are the second technique. The C punch. Hyun-soo received blow after blow. He flew into a pile of rubble. The guy was getting stronger and stronger, and was determined to finish the bad guy. 5 days later. The secret dimension of heroes. Hyun-soo was training with an old man. They practiced new punches and moves. The boy tried his best. He continued to attack the master. But he could not win. The old man took a fighting stance and threw the boy very far away. He fell to the ground with a great thud. Hyun-soo continued to train. He tried to meditate. The teacher told him to listen while the energy circulated. The young man had the seed of the heavenly demon and the incredible inner energy of the Amugi snake, but he could not use them properly. Although he received more internal energy, he did not feel that he became stronger, except for high regeneration. But why? He wondered. Master Cheongyeong told me to think of it as a deep well. The strong can bring water hundreds of times. A weak one will probably not bring it 10 times. The water in the well will not run out. So the boy thought he had to become stronger. The training that will help him become stronger and use his inner energy is a real fight with an opponent. A victory over a strong opponent is better than hundreds of training sessions. Let's go back to our time. The guy's opponent was right in front of him. This is his first, really powerful opponent. Hyun-soo was lying among the rubble. He was furious and very angry. The man started to get out from under the pile of stones. Hyun-soo was faced with a changed opponent. The thief's entire body was covered with metal. He was recovering. The young man was surprised that the opponent was still standing after 2 blows from the seed. Maybe he was a monster. On the other hand, the young warrior felt as if his body was on fire from this attack. Hackson was once again amazed by the young man. He could not believe that he could hit him so hard. No wonder Hyurak wanted to keep the boy to himself. The man was angry. He said he was called an astral magician, but he was no worse in close combat. He quickly moved toward Hyun-soo. The man accelerated to 5 strokes. Before the hero could even notice him, he received a powerful blow between his chest. Hyun flew away from such powerful kinetic energy. Hackson was so fast that he had already calculated where the hero would fall and was in position to cut off his head. His hands turned into large blades like crab claws. Time stood still in flight. Hyun-soo was approached by the master. He told him that if the bastard didn't get his act together now, his head would fall off. He ordered to use the soul of a heavenly demon. Listening to the instructions was activated. The level of understanding of the heavenly demon soul increased to 65%. The concerned master said that the young man should be able to do it. The main thing is to be confident. As Hyun-soo was flying, he began to recall the training. He remembered saying that the heavenly demon soul technique was very difficult. The old man said that it might be difficult to understand. You have to take a step back and let your consciousness go through this point. That's right. The first step is to let your body pass through the barrier point. So in real time, the guy was almost facing the claws of Hackson. But at the last moment, by concentrating, he used the celestial demon soul technique. His soul separated from his physical body. And then the hero completely disappeared before the eyes of the sorcerer. Hackson raised his hands to cut the hero's head, but the young man disappeared into space before he could reach his claws. The man was confused and did not understand what was happening. After all, he had just seen Park Hyunsoo in front of him. An energy ball appeared out of nowhere, followed by an explosion, which provoked the guy's appearance. Out of the bright light, Hyunsoo appeared in front of the thief. He was already concentrating his energy to strike. It was so fast that Hackson didn't have time to react. The young man performed a tree punch. It was followed by a big explosion. But the explosion was behind him. It did not hit the sorcerer. Hyun-soo was confused. It seems that the tree punch only works on a biological body, but Hackson's torso was already completely made of metal. The blow didn't work. The guy had used all his energy for this punch, all his strength to draw water from the well, but in vain. The thief just smiled. In a moment, he counterattacked the boy. War. There were a lot of corpses lying on the battlefield. These were the memories of the elder. He was a young celestial demon. He was full of perseverance, despite the fact that his comrades were dead. The divine demonic entity he fought against claimed that the warrior was the only one left alive, which impressed the beast. But he knew that Cheongyeon had lost almost all of his strength. The heavenly demon had no intention of giving up. He vowed to kill the demon in honor of his dead comrades. The monster gave the warrior a chance to come to his side and be his right hand. But the hero was relentless. The monster had no idea how Cheongyeong planned to fight on without his inner energy. However, the man replied that this martial art is a martial art that celestial demons can use without internal energy. He said that he was able to draw strength from nature, the divine arts of celestial demons. The demon did not understand him. The master used his celestial spiritual body. At that time, people and rescuers began to come to the destroyed school. Later, the Azure Dragon unit arrived. The same soldiers on motorcycles. They quickly arrived at their destination. We had to act with the utmost caution. The whole area was completely destroyed. How could it be done in 20 minutes, the heroes thought. The soldiers approached cautiously from all sides. They had heard that the intruder was hunting for the hunter Park Hyunsoo. They thought he was already dead. However, when they took out their binoculars, They saw that Hyun-soo was still fighting with the enemy. The opponents continued to exchange blows, unable to kill each other. The boy wondered why Haksun just appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. The sorcerer replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. The young man was irritated by his answer. The motorcyclists were still just watching, and they saw the fight happen. Haksun laughed. His energy beam had been restored. It soared to the sky. The energy in his chest was overflowing. He directed the energy beam at the boy. Hyun-soo was confused, but at the last moment he was saved by the master. But the beam still hit the boy. He was wounded. The power of the energy beam created a small crater. The heroes from the Azure Dragon squad had no idea how to deal with such a powerful monster. Hasgen did not understand what had happened. The boy was supposed to die, but at the last moment, it was as if someone pushed him away. In any case, Hyun-soo would have enough strength for one more blow, the thief thought. A drone was hovering over the rescued hero, broadcasting everything live to the association's office. Lee Min-na was rooting for him and worried. The master ordered the snot-nosed kid to stand up. Even though he was his teacher, he couldn't save him all the time. The boy looked at his teacher tiredly. He saw the master in the form of a young celestial dragon. A part of him began to sink into the boy's consciousness. He seemed to be receiving some of his teacher's memories. Meanwhile, Lee Min-na ordered the squad to intervene immediately before the sorcerer destroyed him. The squad began to move into position. Some of the younger members of the squad were afraid to fight such a powerful hunter. But in a moment Hyun-soo stood up with the last of his strength. The master said that he would have to stop the fight to prevent the boy from dying. He wanted to help him escape. The teacher said that Hyun-soo was already exhausted, so he could not do anything. The young warrior objected. He reminded the master of his ability to listen to instructions. He could learn one of the master's techniques in a day. The boy said he could reproduce one of his skills. The squad now canceled the order. Haksun called out that he could not hear what the boy was muttering. Hyun-soo, thanks to his master's memories, wanted to use a martial art that he could use without internal energy, namely, the heavenly spiritual body. The teacher did not understand how the boy would do it if he had never taught him it. The hero concentrated and took off into the air. Haksun noticed that Hyun-soo was really strong, but he was tired of babysitting him. The sorcerer released a more powerful energy beam. However, the young hero was not confused. Instead, he concentrated the energy in his palms and released his own energy beam in response. At the last moment of the collision of energies, someone threw a mirror dimension between them. It began to absorb their energy. The opponents tried their best. Eventually they stopped. But the mirror dimension took too much energy and collapsed. The subscribers went down to the ground. A falcon flew overhead and threw the magic mirror onto the battlefield. Haksun said the idea was hopeless. The other members of the squad were concerned that the mirror dimension had collapsed. Suddenly, a fiery tail appeared in the sky. It was Yahayurak. She landed on the battlefield. Hyun-soo was surprised. The girl praised the boy. She was delighted to see how long the young man had withstood Haksun. She ordered the Azure Dragon squad to stay in position and not interfere. After all, she said she could handle it herself. The young team members breathed a sigh of relief. Haksun thought the girl had overestimated her abilities. Suddenly, a portal began to appear in space. Everyone was at a loss. As it turned out, Haksun's friends came out of the portal. Yamato Takashi and Jill Lord Demon. A week ago. Committee on the Affairs of the Gate. The committee meeting. The automatic transfer device is activated. All members were asked to put on their headphones for transport. When the members joined, they were told about the gate that the ancient dragon had spread. In countries where there are guilds with S-class hunters, they will be responsible for the paradise. If the gate appears in countries where there are no S-class hunters, then the committee will choose a guild to go there, depending on the situation. Hackson, as a member of the committee, said that they had called them in vain to announce the decision. In a disgruntled tone, he said that the life of humanity depends only on how strong they are. He and the Yes Guild would act at their own discretion. Ha-Yurak, who was also a member, objected to Hackson. She said that they needed to work together to have a chance of surviving this serious disaster. The man said that he alone could stop it, and then humanity would live. Otherwise, it will die. The streets were crowded with people. People were fleeing everywhere because they heard the news about the opening of the portal in the city. The streets were blocked, and people kept running away in panic. They were scared. But as everyone knows, it wasn't monsters that came out of the portal, but Hackson's partners. The Azure Dragon squad was confused. For S-rank hunters were in the center of the school ruins. If they started a fight, a national-level disaster would most likely occur. Yamato Takeshi took a step toward Ha-Yurak. As it turned out, they had no intention of fighting. The man apologized to Ha-Yurak and said that their chairman had acted foolishly again. Hyun-soo had seen this man before. It was Yamato Takeshi, a S-ranked hunter. He was the 8th strongest in the entire world of this class. Jill Lord Demon tried to calm Hackson down. Jill was a magician of space and time. The boy began to wonder who this man was that he was fighting with. Suddenly, after the big man Gil called Hackson by name, he realized. It was Hackson Baldur, the world's 2nd strongest S-class fighter. Hyun-soo didn't realize who he was fighting because Baldur never advertised his face. He never appeared in newspapers or on television. So no one knows what he looks like. People only know that he is cruel. Takeshi apologized on behalf of the entire Yes Guild. He promised to compensate for the damage and losses. But Hyun-soo said that this was unforgivable. After all, he was attacked for unknown reasons, and many buildings were destroyed, including his school. However, his monologue was interrupted by Jill. He introduced himself and said he was glad to meet him. The young man was surprised that the big man spoke perfect Korean. The hunter said that he was able to combine brain waves to speak any language. He also apologized to Hyun-soo and said that they hadn't come to fight, but to take away the crazy Hackson. Later, Takeshi came up to the young man, bowed his head, and apologized to him as well. But apologies were not enough for Hyun-soo. He was very irritated. He thought that apologies and compensation were not enough. The young warrior wanted to finish the job. However, Ha-Yurak stopped the violent boy. She pointed out that Takeshi was the vice leader of the guild. He could be trusted. Luckily, there were no casualties, so it was time to end it. Takeshi began to reprimand Hackson and explain the possible consequences. He told him to go back. Finally, the invader told Hyun-soo that they would finish the job next time when the boy was stronger, and the man took off from the ground and flew into the sky. Yamato Takeshi breathed out a sigh of relief and said that they had averted another crisis. He turned to the young man, saying that he had heard that he was an A-ranked hunter. He said that every time a strong hunter appears, it is worth celebrating. Finally, Big Jill called Hyun-soo a kid and said he hoped he could understand. The young man was outraged that he was called a kid. He was already 20 years old. The big guy opened the portal and went home with Takeshi, calling the boy kid once again. Ha-Yurak only hoped that Hyun-soo wouldn't die in the fight. But not only that, he was able to stand on equal footing. She only wondered how strong he was. Trauma Center. Hyun-soo was in the ward with the doctor and Ha-Yurakyu. The doctor said that the wound should be completely healed by tomorrow. The girl noticed that the boy had become much stronger. She offered him to sleep in the hospital if he was tired. But he thought he was fine, so he went home. The hero took the subway. By the way, he was already wearing a hoodie with the logo of the Lion Guild. The master was surprised why Hyun-soo chose this vehicle instead of flying a sky demon. But the boy said that he was tired and wanted to take the subway in peace. He thought it was too dangerous to fight alongside ordinary people. After all, today there were barely any casualties. He thought people would blame him for that. The hero got off the subway and headed home. He reasoned that everyone was very concerned about the devastation. As he walked through the area where the events took place, he saw that everything had been rebuilt and that the consequences were almost imperceptible. He was amazed. He heard Lamina's voice. She said he was doing well, and she was very worried about him. She also said that the association has a team that restores the consequences for such cases. She is here with them to continue to restore the area. With joy, the boy ran up to the girl and hugged her as a sign of gratitude. The girl was embarrassed, but the boy apologized for his sudden movements. People saw the hero from the windows and started shouting words of gratitude and admiration. After all, he had saved their neighborhood. The boy was confused and thanked them. Meanwhile, the palace. The luxurious palace is covered with green meadows. Majestic red carpets led to the main door of the owner. A man slowly smoking a pipe said that the king was unhappy that the Watergate plan had gone wrong due to a misjudgment of the monsters. The girl leaning across from him said not to worry. After all, the fragment from the Western Sea of Korea should be enough to destroy them. The man asked if everything was going well with the parallel plan. The girl said that it was 72% complete. If necessary, he could personally intervene. The man agreed. News. As it turned out, an S-ranked hunter, Haxan Baldur from Germany, was involved in the destruction of Doven High School No. 12. Haxan Baldur illegally crossed the state border and tried to attack a hunter from our country, Park Hyunsoo. As a result, today the ES Guild published an apology and mentioned that they will compensate everything as soon as possible. An unidentified man was watching the news. He was delighted. It looked like it was Choi Jae-hyuk. He was delighted that A-rank was able to stand up to the White Wolf. He wanted to know how much admiration he would get if he broke the guy's neck. He thought they would meet soon. Hyun-soo's house. The master told the boy that if he was done washing, he could start cooking. When the boy was done washing, he came out completely naked to the teacher. The master was outraged, saying that he should be ashamed. But Hyun-soo said that there was nothing to be ashamed of because they were both men. The young bachelor said that when you live alone, the best thing is when you can wash yourself and come out of the shower naked. That the guy was going to cook 2 servings of ramen. But he denied it. Cheongyeon wanted to know sooner rather than later. Hyun-soo said it would be spicy pork and rice. The old man asked how that was better than ramen. But the young men replied that they were too different to compare. A fragrant dish was on the table. The boy offered to taste it. He brought the spoon closer to the master and began to eat. As he chewed the food, his eyes became strange and concentrated. Hyun thought he didn't like it. But the teacher said that the young man was a rascal, because he had been feeding him ramen all along, when he could have given him such delicious food. The young man was surprised, because a minute ago, the old man had asked him to make him ramen. The headquarters of the Red Lions Guild. Hyun-soo walked into the building. He was looking forward to it, because it was his first expedition. Who would have thought that he would one day become a red lion hunter? It was like he was in a dream. Suddenly he heard a man's voice. It was Sun Myung-jin. The boy trembled with joy. After all, he was a fan of his. The young man called him the steel god of death. This confused the man a bit. He said that since this was the boy's first expedition to retrieve the fragment, it would not be easy. He had to do his best. The master asked who this hunter was that Hyun was so crazy about him. He replied that he was a hunter named Sun Myung-jin. The master said that he had heard this story before and asked him to tell it properly. The boy said that this hunter is indestructible. He has saved many lives. He had been a fan of his for a long time. Later, the young man saw another hunter. It was Ho Jun-sung. The boy was also delighted with him, and ran to greet him. Although he looked thin, he had great strength. He was also very popular with everyone. Hyun was slapped by the old man. The teacher was not happy with the boy's behavior. He said that he treated them like kings, but he behaved like a servant. But the young man said that he was their fan, and there was nothing wrong with that. The master said that the boy was the heir of the heavenly dragon, so he should not bow down before others. Even if it's not the Murim world, Hyun will lead the divine cult of celestial demons anyway. So he had to remember that and behave with dignity. He obeyed the master. The painting depicted Yaza Yurak with a man, probably her father. She looked at the picture with a sad look. A moment later, Hyun-soo knocked on the door. The leader called him in. She wanted to ask the young man something. Yaha met him in a shiny outfit. She didn't want to let him down for a long time, so she wanted to ask him directly. She asked if he would continue to work with her. Hyun didn't understand what she meant. The girl said that he had survived the battle against Haksun. Even if the tests had shown that he was ranked A, he had definitely moved up to S class now. The young man was surprised and delighted at the same time. Yaha promised that she would help him until he reached S rank. But now there is no need for that anymore. Therefore, the contract is invalid. The girl asked what decision he would make. After some thought, the young man said that he would rather stay. The girl was happy. Hyun-soo hadn't done much for the guild yet, especially since he had received a lot of money for the contract. He claimed that he wasn't that cocky. So the girl told him to try his best on the first expedition. She ordered him to go down to the basement and find his equipment. The young man left the office. An old man was waiting for him outside the door. He asked why Hyun was embarrassed. Had he done something unworthy? The boy said that yes, he had accidentally bowed his head in front of Ha Yurak, and he immediately received a slap on the wrist. The old man said that it was appropriate in front of her because she was his boss, not some Tom, Dick, or Harry. Moreover, she was a good boss. The young man asked if the old man knew what a boss was. The old man replied that he watches a lot of news and dramas, so he was aware of it, and said with a smile, Cheongyeong. After some time, the team meeting took place. Yaha Yurak gathered all the hunters and said motivating words before the battle. Yaha Yurak spoke to the soldiers. She said that they were going to get a fragment of paradise. Therefore, they will need weapons and items of high level A. They will also need potions for recovery. And most importantly, they will need courage to protect their comrades. This will be more than enough. The master watched the performance and was delighted. He had always considered Ha Yurak to be an amazing woman, but today she was proving herself to be a true heroine. She ordered him to look at his comrades next to him. Are the soldiers confident that they can protect each other? They all shouted together that it was their duty. Then the girl shouted that everyone should go forward without giving up. Meanwhile, in the same luxurious palace, the girl bowed again before the man on the throne and reported that the Red Lion Expeditionary Force had just arrived on the west coast of Night Nim. The master asked how powerful they were. The girl replied that despite the S-ranked Ha Yurak, they had brought 30 A-class hunters. The man stood up and ordered everyone to be vigilant, because they were all A-class hunters. But even so, the Red Lion would be finished, the owner thought. The girl smiled back. The man also added that Korea would disappear from the face of the earth. At that time, a bright flash flashed over the sea of Nanim. A water portal began to form from space. A squad of red lions on a battle cruiser was heading there. Sun Myung-jin said that this was his first time in paradise. In the two-part expedition, the first part failed, and all but S-rank died. Although the second part was successful, more than 20 people died, and most of the squad was injured. People go to paradise, and die after they find out what it is. That's why it's called paradise. Yansu panicked. After all, even his authority is a little scared. When you come face to face with one of the fragments of paradise, you start to tremble with fear. The master said that death awaits at this gate. Even if the teacher says something like that, it's probably much more serious than ordinary portals, he thought. Hyurak, the leader, shouted a warlike slogan and ran to the gate first. Everyone ran after her. They began to disappear into the space of the portal. One by one, the warriors ran, realizing that this battle could be the last. The heroes began to jump out into the other world. Hyun-soo landed and was immediately surprised. They found themselves in the middle of the desert. The master said that this place was too big to be an illusion. The teacher began to speak. When he was young, he had almost died for the price he had to pay for an illusion known as the Heavenly Guardian, a technique of mystical dimension. So, if it is an illusion, they need to find the thing that will find it and destroy it. The guy understood. In any case, he was thrown away from everyone, and there was no one around. But the master said that there was someone nearby. A little further away was Choi Jae-hyuk, the head of the Aegis Guild, and they had also arrived. Choi Hyuk was also wondering where everyone had gone. He didn't see anyone around him. He realized that he was now alone. A few meters away, he saw something bright, like a shiny stone. It was a brilliant diamond. The man estimated it to be at least 500 carats, which is about $10 million. Reaching out to the treasure, the ground under the diamond stirred. A monster came out of the sandy soil. Choi Hyuk knew that the diamond would not just lie there, but he was fooled. He dodged the monster's attack with his long tongue, and in a moment he counterattacked with a rock breaker technique. The huge scorpion was damaged, but did not die. When it recovered, the monster planned to attack. It swung its stinger and attacked the hunter. However, the man used the Spartan shield defense technique. Indeed, it is better to take more things on the expedition, Choi Hyuk thought. He wanted to use a bony spear, which was usually carried by opponents. But they were not on this mission. So the warrior decided to use the rock breaker technique. Thus, he dealt a critical blow to the monster. He said it was too easy. However, behind him, another giant scorpion was already towering. The hero tensed up a bit, because this one was bigger. He used a double shield to save himself, but it didn't help him. Choi Hyuk flew many meters away from the monster's attack. The monster was chasing him until he could not come to his senses. Suddenly, a moment before the scorpion attacked, Hyun-soo appeared. He used a seed kick, killing the monster. Hyun-soo intervened in the fight and attacked the monster. He used a seed punch that killed the monster. Choi Hyun didn't expect to be suddenly saved. Meanwhile, Hyurak was flying over the endless sea, trying to see something. She couldn't have imagined that when everyone came out of the portal, they would be scattered in different corners from each other. She thought there was another gate inside the portal. As she continued to fly, she found nothing. But for a moment she stopped. The girl thought that she could not just fly around. She had to check underwater. She used the Night of Hell technique. Around the warrior formed powerful layers that radiated fiery energy. She directed them into the water. Due to the excess of dozens of fire strikes, a powerful wave of energy was released, similar to a small nuclear strike. Tons of water evaporated, and the girl moved deeper into the ground. She was distracted by a strange phenomenon. It was as if hundreds of demons were looking at her through the water barrage. At the same time, the battle was going on in a forested area. Dozens of A-class warriors were fighting the local monsters. There were already some losses among the personnel. Commander Sung Myung-jin ordered them not to surrender. As soon as they surrendered, their comrades would die. The soldiers were exhausted but continued to fight. However, the soldiers replied that they were not even going to surrender. One of the hunters, Jun's son, even said that he planned to return and get a good bonus. The commander was impressed by the spirit of his comrades. Another hunter used a lightning bolt of destruction. He forbade the monsters to look down on the A-ranked hunters. But a moment later, one of the monsters attacked from behind and grabbed the warrior's neck, throwing him back, thus inflicting critical damage to the hunter. The blonde warrior Jun's son was pierced by the monster's fang. At the same time, he tried to keep the blow and defend himself from the monsters. Sun Myung was already on his way to help his friend. However, Jun ordered him to stay away from his friend. Sun didn't listen and kept running. But when he turned around, he saw a monster attacking him. A chimp-like monster with a giant stone dumbbell pinned the warrior down. He tried his best to hold on, and was not going to give up. But there were more bloodthirsty creatures on the way. When Sun was unable to dodge, the monster's claws pierced him from all sides. The hero could not withstand the onslaught and died. Jun's son, who saw all this, was overcome with pain and anger. The wounded man was determined to survive and win. Grabbing another monster by the corner, he broke it and shouted that they were not here to die. The bloody battle continued. The same girl and her master watched the whole action. The man believed that it would be over before he finished his drink. The girl said that even the gulag did not come out, so she was bored. The owner said that if the gulag came out, it would be even more boring. He asked what was the name of the guy who killed the snake Imugu and survived the battle with Haksun. The girl repeated that his name was Park Hyunsoo. But this was the third time she had said it. As she watched the battle, she said she didn't think that boy could defeat the Wizard King on his own. She said that she had chosen one of the strongest for him. They had already met. After killing the monster, Choi Hyuk and Hyun-soo walked through the scorching desert. Choi Hyuk was very talkative to the young man. He said that it must have been fate that brought them together. Who would have thought that they would meet in this way, Hyuk said. He said he almost cried when he thought he was the only one who had separated. Hyun-soo was tired of her husband talking so much. Hyuk said that he knew that when the boy defeated that big snake, a hunter like no other was born. In addition, the man recalled a great battle with Haksun. The master ordered him to hit him so that he would stop talking. The man said that he was a fan of his. He had watched all the videos with Hyun-soo. The master ordered him to hit the chatterbox again. But the man said he couldn't. Choi Hyuk thought the boy's behavior was strange. He thought the boy's behavior was unusual because while they were talking, Hyun-soo looked up at the sky several times. His unique ability is listening for clues. At first, the man thought that the young man had just written the first thing that came to mind in his profile to hide his true abilities, because listening to cues is ridiculous. But if it's really true, what kind of instructions is he listening to? The man wondered. His fighting style seems like some rare martial art. The teacher said that the suspicious man kept following the boy. He said that Choi Hyuk was clearly not friendly. Hyuk was still racking his brain and wondering who he was taking instructions and advice from. It was like a ghost, the warrior thought. Hyun-soo looked at his neighbor. The latter asked him why he was looking at him with such a look. But their attention was diverted by a blue portal. It was a gate within a gate. At that time, another warship arrived on the real land on the other side of the gate. It was an association led by Lee Minoyu. She said that the Red Lion Guild and the Aegis Guild had already entered the gate. They would intervene only if the former were defeated. An employee was using a special device to determine certain information. He was reporting data that the Anderson intensity was now 24, and when it reached 100, the gate will collide. Lee Mina was worried about Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, Hyuk and Hyun hesitated to enter the gate. The man noticed the boy's hesitation. He said he would go first. Hyun-soo wanted to stop him, but he was already inside. The teacher told him to forget about him, that now they could explore the area in peace without this chatterbox. But the young man did not listen to the old man. Cheongyeong was outraged by the boy's behavior. When the hero started to walk out the other side of the gate, he found himself at a great height and began to fall. But by using the flight of the heavenly demon in time, the hero got to the top. It was the castle wall. The young man did not notice where Choi Jae-hyuk was. The man gradually climbed the wall. The man noticed that he was flying well. He also noticed that Hyun was very fast. When the heroes climbed the wall, they saw a whole civilization in front of them. The Hyuk leader said that he had never seen anything like it. The civilization is inside the gate. He told them to split up and go in different directions. At the last moment, the man remembered something and called Hyun-soo. He handed him a signal fire. After all, there was no connection here. The guy took the thing. They parted ways. You should not judge others by yourself, the young man said. In a dilapidated tower, partially overgrown with grass, the skeleton of a king sat on a throne. His hand tightly gripped the crutch of the throne. The gates of light were opening. On the battlefield were the corpses of A-rank Red Lion soldiers. It looked like they had all been killed. A blonde girl was watching. The owner said that it was very boring to just wait. He asked what about the two remaining ones. Park Hyunsoo is approaching the ancient castle of Anthropy, the girl said. And Ha-Yurak is fighting alone in the Sea of Abel. Ha-Yurak was still fighting monsters from the sea. She did not stop for a second. The girl said she would burn everyone and use Mephisto flames. Attack after attack. She was a little tired and didn't realize how many more monsters were around. But she couldn't just leave it, especially since the way out through the gate was probably already gone. The monsters kept coming at the girl. The heroine concentrated and used a powerful attack. A flaming brush. Ha-Yurak burned the monsters one by one. But the creatures began to adapt to the attacks. Hundreds of small fish-like monsters began to unite. They twisted with each other to form a large entity. They turned into one giant sea monster. The girl tensed up. The monster was heading towards her. Meanwhile, the heroes were still walking along the wall. Choi Hyuk thought that the majestic wall would never end no matter how long he walked. He wanted to go down to the bottom to speed up. The hunter began to climb down. In a moment, he was at the foot of the wall. Choi Hyuk thought it was a great place to be safe. So he went in search of valuable items using one of his powers. Magic waves began to guide the man in a certain direction. The last time he used this ability, he had gotten a rock breaker. He wondered what would happen this time. Hyun-soo walked around the village. He said that there seemed to be no one here, because something must have happened. Suddenly, the master said that he felt something unfamiliar and powerful. In a moment, an unknown object flew down from the sky at the heroes. It landed right in front of Hyun-soo. It was the same skeleton king on the throne. He was gigantic. The king said that the strangers were trying to enter the gates of light. The ancient castle of Anthropia. The king received the heroes as guests. He said he had something to ask them. Did they come here through the gate of light? The boys said that if it was a portal, then it was true. The master noticed that the king seemed to be able to see it. The king said that of course he could see it. The great demon asked the young man if he was a master of souls. He replied that he was not. Since they were his guests, he offered them tea. With a snap of his fingers, a table with a drink appeared in front of the heroes. The master asked the host if he was the king. The skeleton on the throne replied that he did not remember. He said that he had lived for about 283 years. But to be more precise, he meant 10 years in 1 year. That is, more than 2,000 years. The king asked why they didn't drink tea, because it can increase the hero's mana reserves. He treated them to tea because he hadn't had guests for a long time. Hyun-soo thanked him for the tea. The master wondered if mana was something edible. What if the tea was poisonous? After saying that, the boy immediately spat it out. Although if it was ramen, the teacher would not have minded. Cheongyeong asked why the inside of the castle was so dirty. Could something have happened? The young man immediately apologized for the old man, saying that he was a bit rude. But the king said that everything was fine. He was glad to have someone to talk to. The great demon said that he was probably the king of this place. From the very beginning, everyone envied this country. A happy life was guaranteed here for those who worked hard. But one day, suddenly, a gate of light began to appear. and from there all kinds of monsters began to appear. There was chaos. He did not remember if he was a king then. Interrupting the story, Master Chong shouted that he should accept that he was a king. After all, he even wore a crown. It was logical. What the king was sure of was that he could use magic. So he used all the magic he had to destroy the monsters. The battlefield. The corpses of the Lion Guild warriors were still lying on the warring ground. Gulag walked slowly across the bloody ground. He picked up the corpses and ate them. A blonde girl told the owner of the Night Nim that the Gulag had awakened. He called him a lazy bastard. The girl asked him what they should do. He said they should gather everyone in a water place. Meanwhile, Hyurak was maneuvering away from the big evil entity. The monster kept catching up with her. Suddenly, she saw a gate open in front of her. She was surprised that the gate was formed inside the gate. There she saw the monster of the Gulag. On the Gulag side, space began to split. The monster was confused. Suddenly the spatial rift began to collapse. Water was pouring out of it. It covered the monster. At that time, the king continued to tell the heroes. He said that he could not destroy all the monsters. Yansu was looking forward to the rest of the story. But the king said that it was over, and then he woke up like this, and he didn't remember anything. He felt sorry for his people. The boy was confused and did not know what to say. The king said that it looked like the heroes had come to kill him. He did not mind. But he ordered them to kill him. The boy thought he was already dead. Hyurak jumped out of the portal with a river of water. Her eyes fell from the water. Her eyes were frightened. She saw her unit. It was all destroyed. Suddenly, the Gulag flew out of the water and turned its gaze on the girl. She asked the master's henchman, Night Nim, who he would bet on, and he replied that he would bet on Gulag. Hyurak believed that this monster was the one who had put down her squad. A moment later, the monster formed of 100 little ones that had been chasing the girl from the portal joined the fight. The warrior switched to Firebird mode to increase her strength. The Gulag began to attack with a sound wave from its jaw, and the black monster was catching up with the girl. In a moment, she emptied a powerful energy that triggered an explosion. The Gulag emitted a powerful beam of energy attacking Hyurak. The heroine successfully dodged it. When hundreds of small monsters, which combined into one large entity, approached her, the girl struck a powerful fireball. It was so powerful that all the gnats burned in one fell swoop, despite the fact that Hyurak did not make any serious efforts to do so. But a stronger test awaited the girl. The Gulag was still alive. The heroine went to the monster. At that time, teacher Cheongyeong and Hyun-soo were still in the castle. The king told him to kill him. The master wondered why he couldn't do it himself. Hyun-soo interrupted him. He thought that the master was being too arrogant. The king realized that his guests were a teacher and a student. He said it was interesting that the young man had chosen a soul as his teacher. A second later, the king's staff began to shine. He swung his staff and took off his head. Yansu panicked. He had just cut off his own skull. Only the crown fell to the ground. Suddenly, the king's skull came together in small pieces and was restored. The king said that he had tried to kill himself many times, and each time he was resurrected. The boy was surprised once again. The majestic ruler of the castle said that he did not remember what curse was placed on him. He begged to be killed, to leave the pain of living alone. The master said that he agreed to kill him. But he had a condition. At that time, Choi Hyuk was following his guiding ball. It led him to an old gate. There was probably something inside. In that case, the man decided to just break the door. After he hit it, part of the gate collapsed. He entered the building. It looked like an old castle. After going a little deeper, something started to happen. Hyuk heard a strange sound. When he turned around, he saw something unexpected. The statues that stood at the entrance came to life. Not far away, in Anthropy Castle, Master Cheongyeon was making his demands to the king. But before he could speak, the king asked if he wanted to get out of here. But Hyun-soo stubbornly said that they just needed to get out through the portal they had entered. He immediately received a slap on the wrist from the teacher. The old man said that the portal was gone. With disappointed eyes, the boy did not understand why. The master told him to always keep in mind where the way out of the place he was in was. Listening to the instructions was activated. The young man kept listening to what the old man was saying. So the king replied that he did not know how to get out of here. If he did, he would have left long ago. But he said he knew he could help the heroes. He slowly got up from the throne and walked down the stairs. Hyun-soo followed him. The master said that he might be up to something, so they should be careful. But the boy did not think that the king wanted to harm them. They approached the majestic door. The master had the power of mana and ordered the door to open. The door opened. The boy was curious to see what was inside. Cheongyeong said that he had never experienced anything like this before. The door slammed shut after the heroes entered. The teacher told him not to be afraid, because the master could open it at any time. The king showed them a marble called entropy. Nothing in the world can be compared to it. The king offered to put his hand on the marble. He said he had no idea what the marble would show the boy. It could be an ordinary day, or the birth of the universe. Whatever it is, it will be what you really want. The mentor said that there was no point in doubting your actions if you had already come this far. But the master had just said the opposite, and asked him to be careful, the young man thought. Uncertainly, the boy stretched out his hand, thinking that he should try anyway. He gently touched the marble. The layer began to glow. With a different color. Unknown matter appeared around the boy. It looked like dead souls. Hyun-soo tensed up and told the teacher that it seemed to be pulling him in. The hero exclaimed that he was fooling them. With a sinister laugh, the king apologized for his lie. The boy couldn't keep his hands off the ball. Cheongyeon asked why the king wanted to do this. He replied that he wanted to get out of here like them. After a long search, he found out how to open the gate of light. But he didn't have enough energy. Hyun-soo continued to resist. When the heroes came, the Lord had an intuition that the time had come. The young man was furious. The king said that he had absorbed all the souls of his people and defeated the monsters. But because of this, he was left completely alone. He had no more energy to gather. And then there was a boy and an old man who had the energy of thousands of people. He was not interested in where they got so much energy. He still intended to get it all for himself. Patriarch Cheongyeon told the monster that he had learned everything he wanted. He ordered the boy to calm down. Did Hyun think that the martial arts that the master had taught the boy would not help him? He ordered him to use the dominant step of the heavenly demon. Listening to instructions activated. The young man panicked that he would not be able to take his hands away. Everyone will bow before the heavenly demon. Hyun-soo used the dominant step, the heavenly demon. A powerful explosion occurred. The king became ill. He fell to his knees. The monster bowed down in front of Hyun-soo. The king said that the boy had no right to make him kneel. The master said that this was the way everyone should behave in front of a heavenly demon. The monster was furious. The boy seized the moment and jumped up to strike the giant. He concentrated his energy and used the tree punch. Meanwhile, Cheongyeong continued to fight the monsters. He used the Spartan shield technique to minimize the damage. This way, he was able to counterattack. The man destroyed the monsters one by one. But there were only more monsters. He could not cope with such an invasion. It was time to run, the warrior thought. Cheongyeong ran as fast as he could. But as he ran, he didn't notice the trap. He stepped on a slab, and suddenly the floor disappeared beneath him. At the very bottom, sharp spikes were waiting for him. At the last moment, the hero grabbed the wall with his sharp claws. He was tired. However, his magic layer was very close. It pointed to the artifact that was right in front of the man. He got hope. He accelerated and started to break the marble shell to get the artifact. At that time, the king's skull was in the castle, and after the boy's blow, it disappeared. The teacher said that was not all. The king's body was filled with dark energy. He appeared in a stronger form. The young man was surprised that even the blow of the tree did not help. The monster noticed that Hyun-soo fought quite well for a lowly boy. He raised his crown. After recovering, the king said that in any case, the boy was just an insect compared to him. But he also added that the boy's master was actually capable of more. The monster was preparing to attack. Cheongyeong said to watch his back. The king began to concentrate the energy in his staff to attack. Hyun-soo tried not to panic and just listened to the master's instructions. He started to move. Dodging the magic beams and stone fragments, the young hunter approached the demon. The king called him a slimy worm. Under the influence of his attacks, the floor began to crack and collapse. The young man was not confused. He used the flight of a heavenly demon. He began to jump from one piece to another. The king thought that the young man would not last long. But Hyun-soo's inner voice told him that he could do it. Soon he grabbed the last one and came as close as possible to the king. The demon said that the boy's efforts were quite funny, because it would not affect him. Teacher Cheongyeon told him to be quiet. He added that the king was the insect here. How dared he think he could compete on equal terms with the master? The teacher told him not to try to reach heaven, because the old man was heaven itself. The demon said that the old man was behaving very arrogantly. He added that he was just a soul, and was not capable of anything. Master Cheongyeon said that he could be arrogant because he was in heaven. The angry monster shouted that he would destroy his student, and thus prove that there will always be stronger ones in this world. The demon began to accumulate mana. In a moment, it began a massive fire on the entire building to kill the boy. Hyun-soo thought that there were strong pillars left in the building that could be used. The hero began to rapidly collect one of them to achieve the goal. He accumulated powerful energy in his fist. When he was ready, he wanted to use his proven seed punch technique. The king was a little confused. At the same time, Choi Jae-hyuk was destroying the crystal shell. After a series of several blows, the man finally got to the artifact. He was overwhelmed with joy. A sparkling crystal appeared in front of the warrior. He immediately grabbed it and intended to absorb all the energy of the artifact. At the same time, the king blocked the blow and ridiculed the young warrior's insignificant attempts. But the boy did not give up trying, and once again found himself next to the enemy. Choi Hyuk began to feel the energy of the artifact. He noticed that it was definitely an S-rank power. The king felt that someone had touched his pearl of life. Hyun-soo used the heavenly demon crushing fist technique in combination with the heavenly demon's spiritual body. The demon held its breath. Choi Hyuk was tense, because the energy radiating from the artifact was too powerful. He could barely contain the power of the magic crystal. He clenched his fist with all his might. His equipment began to shatter. The sphere that had brought the warrior to this artifact self-destructed, as a sign that he had gotten what he wanted. At that time, Hyun-soo performed a trick and attacked the king. Without his artifact, the demon could not feed on the crystal's energy and became vulnerable. The boy cut down the enemy. In the last seconds of his life, the king said that if someone had not absorbed the crystal, he would have won. There was an explosion. The enemy was defeated. From the remaining energy, dead souls began to gather around the light. The boy felt a little scared. Meanwhile, the leader, Choi Hyuk, absorbed all the power of the artifact. He felt powerful. His hands radiated blue mana, and his body was filled with power. He flew into the air, leaving a blast wave behind him. The warrior soared to the highest floor, where the monsters were waiting for him. He landed. The restored hunter stood before the monsters. He noticed that everything was different now, because Choi Hyuk was confident in his abilities. His hands were wrapped in metal combat gloves with sharp claws. The man said that such strength drove him crazy. The monsters were preparing to attack. The warrior pointed his hand in their direction and directed an energy beam at the monsters. The monsters could do nothing. They instantly dissolved in space under the influence of the beam. Debris flew from all sides of the power. In a moment, all the monsters were destroyed. The man felt every drop of energy. His body became stronger. Time was passing. The souls were vaguely saying something. Hyun-soo thought that they wanted to go inside the magic sphere. He told the master that when he took hold of this magic sphere, he felt as if something was passing through his body. The endless screams of people. They were begging to be saved. The young man said he would go alone for safety, so he told the teacher to stay and wait. He said he needed to do this. So the young man said goodbye to the old man and intended to leave. The boy stretched out his hands to the sphere. However, Cheongyeong touched Yansu. The young man did not understand why the old man was looking at him like that. The teacher told him that he was a fool for forgetting that they were united in spirit and body. The boy came to his senses and touched the sphere with the master. When the boy touched it, the energy of the sphere began to swirl around him. He tensed up. Then the sphere began to suck in the heroes. They flew away into the endless space. A city full of life. They seemed to have plunged into the king's memories. It was very similar to all those ruined buildings, but in pristine condition. People were living a peaceful life. But suddenly a portal appeared from the sky. Its brightness filled the streets. People began to panic and run in different directions. People were in a hurry to warn the king. Strong monsters began to appear from the portals. They filled the city and began to destroy everything around them. Buildings were destroyed and people were killed. Ordinary people could not do anything. They begged for help. The army joined the battle. The guardsmen urged everyone to fight and not to run away. However, even their strength was not enough. The monsters were tearing apart the soldiers. A majestic white dragon flew over the roofs of the houses. It was the king riding on it. Everyone began to retreat because their savior had arrived. The king ordered them to move away from the monsters to a safe distance. He set a spell and began to work magic. He used a blow from heaven. The monsters died one by one. They were no match for the king's power. The people thanked and praised their savior. Time passed. The king was in his castle. He was tired. The king reached out for a glass of drink. He looked very tired. As he drank his glass, he thought that he could not go on like this forever. He was running out of strength. He believed that this world was useless if he was not there. No one else could stop the monsters except him. So the ruler came to the conclusion that he himself was a country. There was only one option left: necromancy. Witchcraft that allows you to collect people's souls and get their power. But the master's light side resisted, and the king thought he had gone mad. After all, a country is not a country without people. The dark side of the man thought otherwise. If he lived, he would create another country. But then, he would become a murderer. But there will be new people. They always gather around the stronger ones. The dispute between her husband's personalities continued. It was difficult for him to calm the whirlwind of evil thoughts. He fell to his knees from the nestoma. A moment later he was called out by a man who said that a portal had appeared near the eastern wall. He said that there was a very large dragon-like monster there. The master did not answer. The man was surprised and tense. Suddenly, the king got up from his knees and began to shout at his subject. He said that they could do nothing but whine. The master said that he would add some value to their lives. He swung his staff and pierced the man. The man was frightened and did not understand why the king would treat him like this. The man died from lack of blood. The king said that his blood would not be shed in vain. He passed his rod around the man's corpse and began to perform magic. He concentrated the energy. The king wanted to take the souls of all the people so that he could gain power himself. The last doubts left the man. He was enveloped in complete darkness. Raising his rod, he began to radiate powerful magic that spread throughout the city. The energy from his tower reached every corner of the city. People looked up and did not understand what was happening. The monster continued to destroy the city. In a moment, the souls of all people began to separate from their bodies. Piles of corpses covered the streets of the city. The souls of all the inhabitants were going to the king. The king began to absorb their souls. With each soul, he felt himself becoming stronger. He felt pleasure from each person he absorbed. The dragon was approaching the tower. But the king, who had grown tenfold, was already waiting for the monster. The monster was almost close to the sorcerer. The master accumulated energy into a powerful sphere. He declared that he would never lose to monsters again. The man could already feel the dragon's breath. The monster caught up with the king. At the last moment, he said that his kingdom would be eternal. He raised a magic sphere. It got bigger and bigger, which distracted the dragon. Boom! The energy was emptied, and it provoked a powerful explosion that destroyed everything in its path. The monster burned to ashes. Only the scorched eyes remained of the monster, which later disappeared. Darkness. The souls of the people were left to rage in the endless darkness. Hyun-soo could hear their voices perfectly. He felt all their pain. He asked his teacher what to do about it. The master said that this was why they should not have entered the sphere. In a harsh tone, he said that the boy had to endure it. The hero's head was bursting with voices inside. The souls did not stop. They seemed to be calling him. The tired young man followed the sound of the voices. It seemed to him that they felt his pain in return. White matter appeared in front of him. He asked the master what it was. But the teacher was not there. A voice came out of the white, bright matter. He was called, and then the boy moved. Someone told him that he had done a good job. The boy did not understand who he was talking to. A bright silhouette of a man, with a crown on his head, was sitting opposite him. Yansu approached the figure. The boy's head was touched, and he began to immerse himself in another place. He found himself in a peaceful city. Opposite him, he saw an old man who looked like a king. All the attributes, the crown, the rod, indicated this. He asked if the old man was that terrible skeleton. The old man replied that the boy recognized him quickly. Yansu said angrily that the bastard was trying to trick everyone again. The old man said he was wrong. He had been waiting for this moment for 3,024 days. Not only the skeleton was waiting for a strong man to come from the outside world. The young man said that the skeleton bastard was talking about 2,000 years. The old man said it was naive to believe him. So the old man and the skeleton were the same person, the young man reasoned. The old man said that when he used necromancy, he abandoned the evil version of himself and plunged into entropy. In other words, the good part of himself was expelled from his own body by another, evil version. At this point, the Light King pulled himself together and created a world in another dimension. He also managed to save several souls. He helped people to settle here. Even though every day is the same for them, they live peacefully. The boy felt uncomfortable with the old man's gaze. The old man said that it was the first time in 300 years. He sees something similar, namely Hyun-soo's ability to listen to instructions. The young man wondered how he knew about it. The king said that they had no time. The young man did not understand, but he was irritated and asked the master if he could hit this strange old man. But the master was not there. The king said that he had called his master here. Hyun-soo did not understand what was happening and thought it was impossible. Listening to instructions is exactly what is needed, the old man said. He told him to stop speaking in riddles. The king said that his evil self was keeping the source of eternal life separate in a crystal. However, the boy and the man who came with him from the outside world had taken this vessel of life. Hyun realized that this was Choi Very Hyuk. Now this man is looking for the boy. He has turned into another evil version of himself. He is no longer the person he knew. He wants to kill the young man, the old man said. The young man panicked. Park Hyunsoo realized what was going on, so he asked his grandfather to hurry. The king asked him to be the young man's teacher for the time being. The boy was surprised that he even knew about this ability. Hyun-soo looked at the statistical interface, and he saw that he could have only one teacher, so he appointed a new person to this position, a bright wizard king. Meanwhile, in the normal world, the association was still waiting for the hunters. Anderson's intensity rose to 63. Lee Min-na was disappointed that she hadn't been able to make an impact yet, but she was ready to give her life if necessary. She believed that Hyun-soo would make it and survive. At that time, Ha-yurak was still fighting Gulag. She used a variety of techniques. Her next attack, the Night of Hell. In a moment, a hail of fire fell on the monster. The girl used all the strength she had to bring the monster down. The monster used a blocking move and covered itself with its wings. Explosion. The powerful energy of fire was directed only at the monster. The girl flew up to inspect the result. She looked through the accumulation of smoke that had formed, but she was not pleased with the result. The monster was still alive. She couldn't understand how strong it was if it could withstand one of the heroine's strongest blows. In Anthropia, the king said that he lost all his powers when he created this world. Therefore, the young man will have to learn how to use mana to save people. Hyun-soo asked if mana was something like chi energy. The old man said that the chi that the young man was using was the purified energy of nature, and mana was the raw, unpurified energy of nature. The teacher instructed him to absorb the mana in its original, unrefined form, without transforming it into chi. Listening to the instructions was activated. The boy concentrated and began to reproduce mana. He was enveloped in bright energy. He realized what mana was, and his skills grew. The old man was very surprised. After all, even he, the best magician in the world, took at least 3 hours to breathe in mana. It means that even if the boy has the ability to listen to instructions, he is a genius in himself, the master thought. The boy said he could already feel the mana, and Hyun asked what to do next. The old man ordered him to take control of all the souls. He said that the boy would probably feel the pain of every soul. He just needed to give all the pain back to them. The hero meditated. Touching the magical sphere, he began to concentrate. But he was in for a nasty surprise. Choi-hyuk found him. Seeing the young man, he called out to him. However, he did not respond. The hunter was surprised. Later, he went over to look at Hyun-soo. As it turned out, he was sleeping. This was even more advantageous for the thief. He began to generate a powerful energy sphere to kill the boy. Hyun-soo could feel his heart beating fast. It was all because of mana. The teacher's voice said that there would be no other chance. Therefore, he had to put mana into every word the hero spoke. The young man said the word disappear. Around him came energy waves. Hundreds of souls stood around him, absorbing these waves. The spirits began to gather and gradually disappear. Cheongyeong watched this happen. He was amazed at his disciple. The Light King flew over to the patriarch and said that Park Hyunsoo was an absolute genius. Cheongyeong looked and recognized the king. The wizard said that the boy had accomplished a great feat. Now he and his people were free and could rest in peace in heaven. The souls completely disappeared. The bright king also began to dissolve into space. He asked Cheongyeong to tell his disciple that he had done a good job and that the people were free. The last speck of dust from the king disappeared. Meanwhile, Choi-hyuk almost got what he wanted. But the boy began to come out of his trance. The magic sphere collapsed. At that moment, the thief directed a powerful beam at the young man. The stream of energy even broke through the tower wall and hit the street. Choi-hyuk smiled. After all, the boy had dodged at the last moment. The hunter said that it was even better, because it would have been boring to kill him for nothing. The man generated a second ball to attack the young man. Before Hyuk could even blink, The hero hit him with such force that he was confused. Flying away from the blow, the enemy broke through the wall of the tower and fell out into the street. The flying man believed that he had not yet used real strength against the boy. Hyun-soo instantly jumped after the enemy to attack again. Choi-hyuk thought that he was stronger because he had gained S-rank power. As he fell, he concentrated his strength to deflect the blow. He shouted that the boy would see what he was capable of. Hyun felt that his opponent had the power of a king wizard. And in this case, the hero could not let him escape. Their fists collided in a powerful blow. The thief's metal gauntlet broke from the force of the blow. Choi-hyuk couldn't believe he was losing. He hadn't expected the guy to be so strong. After making a spin in the air, the guy threw an additional kick that the caller didn't have time to react to. Bam! Another punch from Hyun-soo's left hand. The young man said that Hyuk was too distracted by the chatter. The man received a critical blow that threw him even faster against a large wall. The hunter found himself pinned to the wall. His left arm was shackled. He broke a stone to free it. However, by the time the man recovered, the young man was on the move. He used the crown seed punch. Boom! And a huge chunk of the wall with Choi Jae-hyuk. The man flew through the wall and fell to the ground. His limbs were broken, and he was barely breathing. Hyun-soo told the master that he was overwhelmed with energy. The power of mana that the king had taught him was synthesizing with his inner energy and becoming many times stronger. In this state, he could even defeat Haksun. Cheongyeong could not help but agree. The strength that the old man felt in Hyun-soo was comparable to the highest peak level in the world where the master lived. The old man asked him why he was looking at him with a strange look. It was because the teacher had never praised a student so much before, and it was not usual. The old man said that there was no way to please the boy. Cheongyeon said that in that case he would not receive praise from him. Suddenly, the mana began to leave the young man. He did not understand what was happening. He seemed to have lost this power. It turned out that mana cannot be stored and used as long as cheese. Suddenly, a loud sound caught the hero's attention. He felt something. Looking up, the hero saw through the portal that had been created how the battle between the monster and the leader of Hyurak was taking place. He was confused. Hyun-soo didn't understand why she was here. The master of Night Nim asked his subject if the wizard king had escaped from Anthropia, and she replied that it was true. Then if the Gulag loses, this place will be destroyed. Although they made efforts, they tried to avoid this. The king, angry, said that the Gulag would never lose, even if the two sides of the king united. But just in case, Night Nim decided to deal with the remaining insects. Gulag and Hyurak continued to exchange blows. The guy was panicking and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, another portal began to open. The hero did not understand what was happening. From the portal came a desert, the desert from which they had started their journey. A bunch of portals were trying to gather in one place. An unknown voice said it was called overlapping. Hyun-soo turned around and saw a person. It was a supporter of Night Nim. She said that the master was disappointed with the boy's existence. The master said that he could feel her bloodlust. The girl snapped her fingers, and sharp thorns appeared around the boy, almost killing him. However, the boy was so fast that he moved to another point. The girl was surprised. The teacher mentally praised the student. It looks like Hyun used mana to increase his strength. The statistical interface showed that he used the absorbed mana. A quick jerk, and the hero struck the seed. At the last moment, the girl managed to open her umbrella. An explosion. She managed to contain the blow. She immediately ducked away from the guy. The young warrior was not happy with her stunt. Laughing, the girl said that how could he treat a weak girl like her so cruelly. The young men used the flight of a sky demon to get closer. The girl was surprised by his movement technique. The hero asked her why she was attacking him. She said that she didn't have to answer when he was running toward her with such a scary look on his face. On the way to her house, The girl used thorns to slow the guy down. But he didn't stop at anything. When he accelerated, Hyun-soo wanted to use a tree kick, but his opponent dodged it. She teased him that he couldn't catch her. However, behind her, the hero generated a ball that she did not expect. At the last moment, she barely managed to dodge. The shock waved through her back. However, Knight Nim was already there, and picked up his supporter. She apologized to her master for not appreciating the man. The opponents stood opposite each other. Knight Nim said that according to his calculations, the boy could only slightly tire the king. The warrior asked who was talking to him. Now Knight Nim had no doubt about his strength. He said that it did not matter what his name was, because the young man was about to die. Hyun blocked the attack, but the wave of impact threw him back. The nimble girl was right there. She used her spikes. The boy fell right on them, and was injured. At that time, Gulag was shouting his name, and was ready to attack the girl. It grew additional wings and became furious. Yurak could not cope with the monster. She calmed down, but came to the conclusion that she would not kill the monster that way. The Gulag stopped for a moment when the heroine stopped fighting. She said that they both had to know each other's names to understand by whose hand they were going to die. The girl said that she was Ha Brak of the Red Lion. She called on the name of her dead comrades to destroy the monster with all her might. The Gulag launched an attack. The heroine knew that S-ranked hunters have techniques that give them endless, powerful strength. But in return, they take all the vital energy. That is, human life. Ha-Yurak began to concentrate her most powerful punch. It was her strongest punch, plasma. Suddenly, Anderson's level skyrocketed. It was rising with every passing minute. Limi New York felt as if the portal was about to explode. If even an S rank can't stop it, then the association definitely won't survive. Suddenly, a call came in. It was the head of the department, and she said that the level had exceeded 85. She doubted that she would be able to withstand it. She found out that there would probably be no reinforcement from the association. She asked what they should do in this case. However, the boss said that there was still help for them. Thanks to them, there would be hope. High in the sky came the sound of a rocket. A high-speed beam of energy hit the ship. The girl covered herself from the smoke. Lee Mina could not believe her eyes. It was the Haxan. An hour before these events, Haxan, Jill, and Yamato Takeshi were talking about the events. Haxan had received a request for help from Korea. Jill did not share Haxan's opinion to go alone. Takeshi pointed out that in that case, he would have to help Hayurak, but Haxan hated her. The man replied that he would help only as a last resort. But this was a last resort. Hunters are needed to save people. Haxan Baldur flew away at supersonic speed. Takeshi said that he likes it when Haxan behaves heroically. Meanwhile, Anderson's level was already 89. The portal will descend in 30 minutes. Lee Mina explained that there were 30 A-ranked hunters in the portal and Hayurak. Suddenly, another portal appeared. Haxan's friends came out of it. Haxan asked where Park Hyunsoo was. Mina started to tell him that he was there, along with the Aegis Eye, but the man interrupted her and said that was enough. If the guy is there, then everything must be fine. After all, he has more than just powers. Ha-Jurak created a plasma sword. At that time, Gulag also began to form an energy layer. He attacked the girl. They came to a confrontation. Jeonjayan saw it all. He could not imagine that the girl was subject to such a powerful force. The old man was distracted by the boy's moaning. Hyun-soo believed that if he hadn't brought chi and mana together in time, he would have died. But even so, he had suffered considerable damage. The master returned and asked why the boy was covered in blood. The young man said that the teacher had been so confident that he had forgotten about the young man. The old man said he was watching Hayurek fight. Nightnim said how dare he be distracted during the battle. Listening to instructions is activated. The master advised to use the Yin-Yang demon. The young man dodged the attack. This angered Night-nim. He attacked again. Hyun-soo used the leaf punch to block. The thief's kick caused an explosion. Night-nim was stunned and didn't understand how the boy had dodged. Hyun-soo used the leaf technique. The man tensed, but barely dodged. Night-nim tensed up. He had to do his best. At that time, the heroine attacked the gulag. She had almost reached the peak of her power. She had to urgently stop feeding her power with vital energy. Her eyes were filled with fire and hatred. The monster's attack and the girl's attack merged to form an explosion with the power of a nuclear strike. The bright scorching light spread for many kilometers. The girl exhausted her life force. She began to fall from exhaustion. Flying down, she plunged into her memories. Korea. There was an explosion on a busy street. A one-eyed monster destroyed everything in its path. Yurak dodged a car thrown by the monster. He wanted to throw the car at the girl again, but a man came to the rescue. He broke the 4-ton car with his 2 fingers, thus saving the girl. Yurak was happy to see this. He praised the heroine. The man said that she would soon become an S rank. In case something happened to his son Jae-hyuk, he wanted Yaha to take care of him. The girl said that he was burying himself too early and that he was talking nonsense. However, the captain said that anything can happen in their world. Fainting, the girl blamed herself for not keeping her promise. At that time, the portal to Gulag began to close. Realizing this, Night-nim had to decide what to do next. He waved his sword and made a cut. This created another portal. Hyun-soo was stunned. Night-nim said that the young man surprised him, because he did not expect him to last so long. He said that if the boy got out of here, their next fight would be different. After all, the man would appear in his true strong form. And in that case, Hyun-soo would not survive. The thieves disappeared into space. Afterwards, the guys said that Night-nim was a coward. Hyun-soo was very wounded and tired from the fighting. The master ordered him to calm down, because there was no point in catching up. The hero did not know what to do, because the water was getting bigger and the time was getting shorter. The teacher ordered him to go back and see the sword that the thief had left behind. The sword that Hyun-soo was holding was used by that bastard. Cheongyeong told him to swing the sword the same way as Night-nim did. The boy didn't know how to use the sword. The master said that he should try to pour mana, or inner energy, into the sword. The young warrior raised the sword to the mountain. He concentrated his inner energy. He swung the sword, but nothing happened. Then he decided to use mana. But in a moment, a wave of water rose right over Hyun-soo. It was so powerful that it knocked him down. The sea began to pour over the wall into the city. The hero could barely hold on. The master ordered him to hurry. He was surprised that his student was so weak that even the water knocked him down. Holding the wall with one hand, he swung his sword. It seemed to cut through the air and sliced through space. This time, a portal formed. Hyun-soo was delighted. Without thinking, he jumped into the portal. The hero found himself in the original desert. He recognized the area. The master seemed to know this place. Hyun-soo saw the water still raging through the portal. The teacher said that the world merged with the one where Yurak fought. The boy thought about it. For a moment, he thought that the girl was in danger. He was worried. He waved his sword and wanted to go back. The palace of Night-nim. A portal appeared in the spacious hall. Thieves came out of it. The owner was wounded. The blonde woman was afraid for her husband. However, he said that everything was fine. Night-nim covered his wound with his hand. The girl thought that the owner had been seriously injured, but had not changed his form. Was his promise to the king that important? But indeed, the king is a creature beyond worship and fear. No one would ever dare to disobey his orders. Night-nim was lying in bed with an open wound in his side. He was visited by some pedal doctors. They began to apply a bandage and said that everything would be fine by tomorrow. The man regretted that the spellcaster king was dead. But if the blocking portal collapsed, it would be a grand spectacle. Knight hoped that he would be able to meet the young warrior again. After all, the information about his abilities was very different from reality. Someone entered the chambers. It was the local butler. He had prepared a recovery potion. The owner asked if the king wanted to contact him. The butler replied that he did not. He also mentioned a person named Ladia Nim. Pidani said that if their plan did not go according to plan, the punishment for Nate Nim would be death. In anger, the man clenched his fist so tightly that the glass shattered. He said that Lady Nim had no right to do this. The owner called for the girl. Now was the right time to realize the plan. He was sure that everyone was worried about the fragments. The girl asked if he wanted to start looking for it. Knight said that there was no point in blowing up the portal now. He wanted to be the first to find it, so that he could force Ladia to worship him. The man asked the girl to tell the pawn to start searching. Knight was sure they would find the singularity. Meanwhile, the water in the colliding portals almost completely flooded the city. The water reached the tops of the buildings. Only the Wizard King's tower was still standing. From there, an unknown girl watched the action. She thought that Park Hyunsoo was quite strong. The lady also couldn't understand how Knight Nim was so blind that he didn't notice the singularity under his nose. She thought he didn't even realize it, and she was going crazy trying to find it. She really wanted to see Knight Nim fall. A mysterious lady, she dreamed of it with confidence. She was happy just thinking about how funny it would look. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. A man in a business suit said they had found him. The girl said that he had found him very quickly. The man did not wait, but snapped his fingers. Jae-hyuk's body appeared in space. He moved his corpse over here. The happy lady was overjoyed. However, the man said that he was already dead. The girl even gave him a bracelet, and he still programmed Park Hyunsoo. But on the bright side, Knight's plans went awry. The man in the pit jacket asked what to do next, and the girl told him to take him with him, because Jae-hyuk could be useful after he absorbed the life vessel. The man opened the portal and took the dead warrior with him. Walking to the gate, the mysterious lady said she believed in Hyun-soo. She was sure he would be able to find the oasis. Hyun-soo and Cheongyeon were coming out of the portal, but the young men failed to move them to the sunken city. They ended up in the desert again. The master ordered them to try again. The boy swung his sword. Another portal appeared. Meanwhile, in the real world, people were shown urgent news. Right now, the gate that appeared at the West Sea is close to exploding. People started to panic, but they had hope for the Red Lion Guild. The local hospital. Girl Yoon was sitting next to her brother Hyun-soo, and she thought that the boy had reached the point where he was even entering dangerous portals and fighting. She thought that he must be very disappointed that his brother was bedridden. Yun's younger brothers and sister were playing behind him. She told them that they shouldn't be naughty. She thought that she would soon return to visit her brother Hyun-soo. He continued to lie unconscious. At that time, the hero and the master found themselves back in the desert instead of the battlefield. Cheongyeong said that they were just circling around the desert. The guy was annoyed by this. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on something strange. It was an oasis. Palm trees, vegetation, and a small lake refreshed the environment. The heroes were surprised. The young man could not see his reflection in the water. He stretched out his hand to the water, but was wary. It seemed that it was not water. The mentor said that it could be a disguised portal. Hyun-soo agreed with this idea. He decided to check it out. Gradually, the hero entered the water. Gradually and slowly, Hyun began to fall asleep. A moment later, he woke up. Stretching himself, he noticed that he had a wonderful dream. It was already quite late in the evening. The boy left the room. His father met him. He asked if the boy was still alive. The mother said that he was quite rude to her son. But the father said he was only joking. His brother Hyun-tae said that he had slept for 24 hours and hibernated like a bear. Snatching the burger from his brother, Hyun-soo told him not to make fun of him, because he would eat his burger. Hyun-tae only took one bite. However, the young man boldly gave his brother a penny for his pocket money. Then Hyun-tae thanked him. The young man asked what his parents wanted to eat today. They were happy that their son wanted to treat her. The streets of the city. The family was on their way out. The father said that today there were especially big traffic jams, although at this time there shouldn't be any. But he thought that the situation would be better on another road. They switched to another road. Hyun-soo was happy, and indeed the road was better. No navigator can beat a road veteran, his father said to himself. Suddenly, Hyun-tae noticed something bright. It was a portal that had formed in the sky. Park Hyunsoo thought it was lightning. Suddenly, the ground under the wheels of the car began to crack. Monsters started to come out of it. The whole family started screaming and panicking. The car was thrown out and turned over. The hospital. The pulse started to beat. The apartment showed a heartbeat. His eye almost opened. It was Hyun-soo. He was awake. He asked what was going on. He immediately asked where his family was. The doctors rushed to calm the patient down. His parents were dead. Their photos were on the memorial. The young man was crying and desperate. His life had changed in an instant. He couldn't stand it any longer and started to sob. He fell to his knees and cursed that day. Suddenly he heard a voice. Someone was calling him and telling him to come to his senses. When he woke up, he opened his eyes with a scream. He realized that he had only imagined it all. He went back to the teacher. He said that the boy did not wake up, so they had to go to extremes. The heroes turned to an unknown voice. It spoke of an unknown variable. This time it appeared in the form of an alien creature. A man in a white cloak stood before them. An unknown man in a white cloak said that he had called only one person, so why did two people come? Ignoring and turning away from the stranger, the heroes began to clarify their relationship. The master said that it was unacceptable for a celestial demon to cry in a dream. The young man said that he did not do it on purpose. A stranger was watching their argument. He said that they were ignoring him on purpose. But before he could finish, the master attacked the man. The attack passed through the stranger. But Patriarch Cheongyeong told him not to interrupt him, because he would say goodbye to life once and for all. The man disappeared. Hyun-soo was surprised that the teacher would attack him. The master said that as soon as he saw him, he knew he could do it. It didn't work with the skeleton, because he had been in the physical world for a long time. The Light King, for example, was a spirit like the master himself. But the old man did not attack him, because there was no reason. A blonde stranger appeared out of space again. He admitted that the patriarch could kill him, but he did not expect to meet someone so prominent and strong. The man immediately apologized. He began to tell me that a year ago people almost managed to kill him. So now he can't use his strength as he used to. All the more reason for him to keep this world alive. The young man asked, and it turned out that it was him. He made the boy reconsider the past. Addressing the boy by name, he admitted that he must have hit a nerve. Hyun-soo wondered how he knew his name. Or maybe he was just a mind reader. The stranger replied that of course he could. This place was designed so that everyone has dreams when they enter. They can be either very pleasant or very terrible, and no one wakes up from them. This is how he received the vessel, the body of the young man. At first, the man wanted to summon that fiery girl, but you got to the desert first. And with such a strong master in addition, Park Hyunsoo was angry, saying that he had no right to steal people. He jumped up to strike him, but his fist went through the sorcerer's body. The guy's hand just penetrated as if through water. The man said that his attack would not work. The agitated teacher told the boy to run away immediately. A monster appeared in the place of the sorcerer. The hero froze in place. His equipment was destroyed, and an unknown energy entered his body. It seems that the sorcerer has gained control over Hyun-soo's body. It was indeed true. But the thief did not stop there. For a weak soul like him, such a powerful body is meaningless. The sorcerer concentrated. In a moment, the young man's soul separated from his body. The boy saw his body from the outside. It was completely taken over by the thief. He was happy because he had been waiting for this for a year. His body was perfect. The remnants of mana were still seething inside, and the energy was incredibly powerful. The sorcerer thought that this body would serve him well. Suddenly, a master flashed behind the heathen. He said that a sorcerer who steals other people's bodies would usually be burned at the stake in his world in Murim. Cheongyeong struck the sorcerer in Hyun-soo's body with a powerful blow. The master expelled the thief from the boy's body. Hyun-soo regained control. The sorcerer couldn't believe that the old man could interfere with other people's bodies. Cheongyeong said it was a mystery to him as well, but maybe that's what he was here to find out. But more important than that right now is that he's going to kill the bastard right now. Yansu managed to stop the master. If the teacher killed him, they might be stuck here forever. The teacher said that after the death of the creator, this place would also be destroyed. But the young man was not sure. The old man thought that in that case, the boy might die and then he wouldn't be able to taste the ramen. Hyun said that the sword no longer obeyed him, so killing the bastard would not guarantee his return. The sorcerer just smiled. The patriarch asked what made the thief laugh so much. The man said that it was all driving him crazy. He leaned back in his chair. After making endless calculations, he managed to figure out that today he would finally be able to leave this place. The wizard decided to introduce himself properly. His name was Pavlishan. He was also known as the Ancestral Dragon. Hyun was confused, because Ha-Yurak had said that the family dragon had been sealed a year ago. Pavlishan replied that it was because he made them believe it. He used the language of souls on them. He was useless in the afterlife. However, he thought about the plan over and over again. He distributed his fragments and hid here, waiting for the day when someone would find him. The hero wondered why he was telling him this. After reading Hyun-soo's thoughts, the sorcerer replied that it was simply because he had no reason to lie. His time is coming to an end. By tomorrow, he will be gone. That fiery girl Ha-Yurak would come here, and he would take her body to wreak havoc on the outside world. That would have been the perfect scenario. However, an incredible creature that was not in Pavlishan's calculations got into the mix. Cheongyeon asked why he wanted other people's worlds. The sorcerer replied that the world he lived in was completely destroyed. It was difficult for mana to exist in it. When he was ready to accept his fate, they offered him a deal. Hyun-soo did not understand who they were talking about. The Choluan replied that they called themselves kings. The boy asked who they were. Pavlishan noticed that even after fighting a horse, the young man did not understand what was happening. The horse stood for night. Nightnim. The hero was confused by the fact that they named themselves after chess pieces. The sorcerer warned that if the boy met them, his laughter would turn into terrible pain and death. If the horse transformed into its true form, it would become stronger than the spellcaster king, because it had split into two parts. Both the spellcaster king and the horse fought Hyun-soo at only half strength. If the hero has problems even with the horse, he will die in an instant upon meeting the king. The king and the horse taught Pavlishan how to create a portal. Later, he was able to connect parts of his world with the earth. Although this was problematic, he believed that as long as people existed, it would be difficult for him to connect their worlds. So he organized a plan. When people thought they had killed him, he divided the portal into fragments. Suddenly, the shackles over the sorcerer began to break. Everything around him was coming apart at the seams. Pavlishan said that his time had come. He said that it was an honor for him to meet the old man. The man said that he was not in time with his plan. However, he was sure that there must be a special reason. Now he can go to the next world in peace. He didn't close the portal, so the heroes could go. The sorcerer ordered them to hurry up, because this world is over. Finally, he gave Hyun-soo some advice. Namely, that the boy should breathe in as much mana as possible when he was leaving. The boy turned around and thought it was strange. The wizard told him that it was his gift. When Hyun-soo went through the portal, he inhaled mana. It filled his lungs. The amount of mana increased exponentially. This caused him to experience overstrain. The pressure became so strong that it was difficult for the hero to open his eyes. The statistical interface showed that it was necessary to recycle mana urgently. It was necessary to convert mana into internal energy. The guy was surprised that this was possible. He concentrated and tried to do it. And it worked. Mana began to concentrate inside his body. His body began to transform to withstand such a powerful force. Hyun-soo was in great pain. It reminded him of when his master had cleared his meridians. The tension became unbearable, even more so than then. It was like receiving the body of a celestial demon. The young warrior thought that he could withstand it. His body began to transform to hold the great power. His blood boiled and his eyes were filled with energy. In a moment, he released a huge burst of energy. A gentle breeze. Hyun-soo had reached the peak of the three-flower blossom. Meanwhile, the master was in no hurry to leave the sorcerer's dimension. He believed that the ancestral dragon had already disappeared, so he could sense someone else nearby. He became more attentive and did indeed sense someone. Cheongyeong said that there was no point in hiding. As long as the student was not here, the old man could play. He swung his arm, and in a moment struck a powerful blow. Boom! A powerful explosion engulfed the space. A voice came from behind the smoke screen. He begged the old man to stop. But Cheongyeong was determined. He asked who he was talking to. The voice replied that he wouldn't recognize him even if he told him. The Almighty began to concentrate his energy to strike again. Suddenly, a panicked voice asked him to stop. The patriarch ordered him to identify himself. The voice replied that he could not. Cheongyeong said that he probably meant unwilling instead of unable. The old man asked why the unknown man had called him here. The answer was that the old man was just curious about him, and that's why the stranger wanted to meet him. The master smiled. Suddenly, he took a fighting stance and performed the dominant step of a celestial demon. The space around him shattered with glass shards. A voice in the distance remarked that for such an old man, Cheongyeong was incredibly powerful. The unknown person decided that it would be better for the master to leave. The old man stopped. He wondered why anyone thought they could approach him without revealing their face. Behind him was Polision. Cheongyeong was not pleased that he dared to call him on his own accord. He smiled and began to laugh. The old man sarcastically said that this was a very interesting move. At that time, Hyun-soo had completed his body transformation. His listening to instructions skill level was raised. The level of his yin and yang body was also raised. Now he could imitate the skills of the chosen target twice a day. With the harmony of yin and yang, his body gained unbreakable resilience. Now Hyun-soo will have high resistance to attacks from all attributes that contain yin-yang energy. The damage of all attacks used in the body of a celestial demon will increase by 200%. All knowledge of celestial demons will be transferred to him. Subsequently, all physical indicators will increase by 300%. He felt calm and invincible. He gradually sank to the ground. He climbed onto a rock that rose from the ocean of water. His gaze went to the flooded city. Only the tower of the spell-casting king was visible from the city. The teacher was already there. The boy was overjoyed. Cheongyeong was delighted to see how quickly Hyun-soo was progressing. After a moment of joy, the young man started to think. He wanted to find the head of the guild. But the master did not feel the girl's presence. He suggested that he fly and find her. Hyun was surprised, because he didn't believe he could fly. The teacher said that he had already flown when he received the power of a celestial demon during a fight with a snake. Cheongyeon said that there were acupuncture points on his feet that blocked the energy of flight. The young man only needed to anticipate this and release enough energy to take off. Now the hero had enough strength to do it. He lit up with joy. The boy concentrated his energy in these points. In a moment, he released a powerful wave of energy and soared into space. Our world. At the moment, the Anderson level at the gate over the sea is over 90. There are kilometer-long lines at the exit from this city to avoid a possible explosion. Usually, when the level reaches 90, the explosion should have already occurred. So the situation is assessed as critical. But we have just received information that many S-class hunters have gathered at the gate, including the head of the ES Guild. The same person who previously attacked the hunter Park Hyunsoo. Meanwhile, over the vast ocean, Hyun-soo and Cheongyeong were flying around, looking at the area. The boy was still happy about his new ability to fly. He thought that Cheongyeon should have taught him this earlier. The master replied that he would not have been able to do it then. Directing his vision 200 meters ahead, the hero saw Ha-yurak. She was lying on top of a rock. But Hyun could not stop so quickly. The master said he needed to reduce his energy output. He tried to slow down, but he still failed to maneuver properly. The boy flew by inertia straight into the water. He bounced off the water like a pancake stone at such a high speed. The boy crashed into a rock. Cheongyeong said that the boy had just turned into a pancake because he could not control his strength. Yansu noticed the girl's hair color. The heroes realized that she had been in a very fierce fight. Anderson's level was still rising. Suddenly, he stopped at 95 points. Yamato Takashi noted that the portal should have exploded by now. Suddenly, the portal exploded with great intensity. The hunters rallied and were on the alert. Everyone prepared for battle. Ha-yurak's body appeared from the portal. Hyun-soo was carrying her in his arms. Haxan looked at her in surprise. The boy was carrying the girl to the crew. The gate began to disappear. It was a sign that the raid was over. Lee Min-na looked at Hyun-soo excitedly. In a flash, she ran to him. She hugged him with joy. She seemed to care about him. She was very excited. The young man was embarrassed, but he immediately said that he had to help the guild leader first. Lee Min-na looked at the girl. She didn't recognize her at first. She said that she didn't look like herself at all. Her hair color had changed. Min-na noticed that the boy had changed as well. The stretcher for the victim had already arrived. The hero thought that he felt something majestic, as if he was completely different. Then Hyun heard a voice. Haxan said that the young man had become stronger. The young man did not understand what Haxan was doing on board. Panicked, Hyun-soo said that the man had a restraining order against him. Jill Lord Demon told him not to panic. He would take care of Haxan. The man asked what happened in the portal. The young man thought about what to say. But almost immediately, he replied that he was a regular member of the guild, so he couldn't give details. Haxan pointed out that even though he was a guild member, he was definitely not an ordinary hunter. Hyun replied that this was a different topic. The guy said that now he knew more about himself, so he shouldn't underestimate him. The man smiled in response. Hyun-soo also said that he was stronger now than before. Haksung noticed that he was less nervous now. Hyun didn't think so. The man wanted to test the boy's strength. However, Lee Min-na diluted the drink. So the boy refused Haksung's offer. Finally, the man said goodbye to the boy and smiled after him. The hunter flew off into the sky. Takashi said that although Haksung was impulsive, he was reliable. Yamato added that his friend had left everything he was doing to come here and protect humanity. The man said that he came to keep his promise, but he hasn't had to yet. So Hyun-soo said that he would still have a chance to help. Walking back into the portal, Jill said he could count on him. The hunters went in, and the portal disappeared into space. People were silent for a moment to honor the dead. Late afternoon. The city. Bright light from lanterns and lamps illuminated the busy streets. The ritual circle flickered with lights. In the middle sat a blond, muscular man. He was meditating quietly. His eyes showed irritation. He was tense. It was Raven Ordman, S-ranked hunter, number 1 in the world in terms of strength. A representative of the gate committee. He angrily mentioned Park Hyunsoo's name. A girl came into the room. She said that the heroes had completed the raid. Raven Ordman replied that he already knew about it. The girl's name was Sherry. Raven said that he should be careful, because the girl saw a terrible scar on his body. Sherry told him not to worry about it. Leaving the room, the girl said that she was sure that the guy was at Singularity. The man opened the drawer to put on his watch. Sherry suggested he wear a red tie. Raven said that a second Singularity would join the widow. 2 years ago, on the day of the fall, their squad saw an image of hope and a great evil that would appear in the future. But to see it, their captain lost his life. The evil was called Desky, the dragon of the apocalypse. In that image, they also saw 3 Singularities that would fight against it. Raven said that he had to go to Korea. After all, if they make a move first, it will turn into unnecessary problems. Sherry said she would contact Anderson. The man heard a voice. It was Isaac, a 17-year-old boy. He said he was coming too. The boy was the first Singularity. The streets of the city. The people are rebelling. People wanted to know the truth. People with posters and signs took to the streets. They said that their government only hoped for the awakened and did nothing else. Cheongyeong watched these events on TV. He said that if the Red Lions had not been there, Korea would no longer exist. He did not understand why people were not happy, because they had saved them. Hyun said that people just want to know the truth. But what is more important is their portal in the room. The guy had seen different portals, but never one so black. An open field without monsters. For some reason, it didn't seem strange to him before. Hyun thought that it might be better to tell the associations. The teacher said that they still needed him, so he shouldn't do it. He was surprised that the old man could read his mind. He asked if the master had learned this from his ancestral dragon. Cheongyeon slapped the boy and said that he didn't need to learn from anyone. He had just guessed. The teacher said that the young man was ready. They talked about the other 6 techniques. Hyun-soo was happy. But he noticed that the master had not wanted to show him these techniques before. It was true, but only because they were so different. If the first 6 techniques are based on the ground, the others use the sky as a combat base. The master noticed that the young man managed to somehow use the heavenly spiritual body, rather with the help of the same ability of Yansu. But it is likely that the boy will not even be able to explain the meaning of the technique. And indeed, the hero has never thought about the meaning of this action. In this case, he would have been happy to listen to the teacher. But Cheongyeong stopped him. The boy was surprised. In fact, the old man only wanted to eat some fried rice with pork. At the time, there was a secret laboratory in an unknown building. Across a long corridor, behind a steel door, stood a man. To his left was the inscription, Sydney, and then Seoul. The man assured Raven that everything would be fine. It was Anderson Walker from the Gate Committee. He was a top scientist and had a Class S. Raven noted that who better than Walker to trust with the brains of the awakened. Anderson was confident. But still, the thing in question was experimental. The scientist advised him to ask Lord Demon. But Raven had no desire to meet with him. After all, they were just copying his product, and if Jill Lordmont found out, he would be angry. Most likely, he would be very outraged. Anderson told Raven to bring him some delicious Korean chicken. As he was leaving, the man told Walker to take care of the guy. Anderson replied that there was sherry for that. But Raven Ordman said that the boy does not listen to anyone except those who are stronger than him. Walker noticed that Isaac was a troubled boy. Suddenly, Isaac entered the room. Overhearing the conversation of the elders, he said that he would also go with them. He was offended that he was not included. Sherry said that he did not stop making noise and was restless. Raven said that the boy was not ready. Isaac was outraged because he thought he was quite independent. In addition, he was second only to Raven in terms of strength. However, the man said that he was not talking about his strength. He was talking about etiquette. Why not take him with him? Anderson thought. Perhaps he could learn something like etiquette only in practice. Isaac begged the teacher to let him. The boy said that the teacher might not even hesitate. The man sighed and finally agreed. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was in a secret dimension with the master. The boy was meditating calmly. He was radiating a bright and powerful energy. The young man's eyes shone blue. The master saw the change. The student had changed radically. He was not like he used to be. The master asked him if he knew who the heavenly demons were. Hyun was surprised at this abrupt question. He answered that, based on the name, they were demons who came from heaven. Cheongyeong continued to talk, and suddenly the hero's gaze was distracted by the portal. It began to rage. The young man noticed that something was happening outside. It looked like energy was passing through the portal. It was incredible. Raven Ordman and Isaac were already waiting on the other side. After Hyun let Raven and his student into the room, the man gave the boy his business card. Next to Yansu, Raven really felt a lot of energy. He even doubted that the hero had awakened a month ago. The young man looked at the man and realized that he was looking at the strongest hunter in the world. The guy greeted him and said that he was pleased to meet him. Raven did not expect the young man to be so calm in front of the strongest hunter. The man apologized for his unexpected visit. He said he didn't really know how to speak Korean. He was just using a language device developed by Mr. Anderson. It is based on the technology used by Jill Lorham. Isaac suddenly interrupted the conversation, and he emphasized that Hyun-soo's apartment smelled bad. Raven was not happy with his student's behavior. He ordered him not to behave like that. But Isaac did not understand him, because Raven was still speaking Korean. The man ordered him to use a speech device. Isaac stuck the earpiece in. Raven told the boy to say hello as a matter of urgency. The boy only said his name. The teacher was annoyed that he couldn't say hello properly. Hyun immediately realized that the boy was a boastful, rude person. Hyun decided to be the first to take the initiative and introduced himself properly. Raven said that Isaac wasn't experienced yet. Park Hyunsoo replied that everyone is like that at his age. The man slapped Isaac and gave him a spanking for his behavior. Hyunsoo had the impression that the guests were like him and his teacher. So he got to the point. He asked why they were here. Cheongyeong said that his student was behaving well today, so he could just observe. Raven didn't make excuses, but spoke plainly. As a representative of the gate committee, he suggested that Hyun-soo join them. Meanwhile, in the world of Night Nima, his pit bull watched an unpleasant sight. Her master was being beaten like an ace in the hole. She could do nothing. The burly man who was beating Night Nim said that their king was not happy with his work. In turn, the beaten man begged him to stop. But the caller did not stop. He attacked Night again. A giant fist emerged from the ground and hit the horse. Night flew away for many meters, but the attacking man caught up and hit him again. Boom, and Night Nim was again heavily damaged. His fall provoked an explosion. The girl cried because she could do nothing. She could not disobey the king's order. It was Night Nim's fault, because he didn't notice the singularity right under his nose, and he failed to plan, the big man said. The big man said that if it had been up to him, there would have been nothing left of Night Nim. But it seems the king decided to have mercy and give the man a chance. A woman in red heels came to the battlefield. She seemed to have just appeared out of thin air. She approached the big man. The big man told me that this was Knight's last chance to catch the singularity. When they left, Knight Nim was lying exhausted and covered in blood. The girl ran to him as fast as she could. When she got there, she checked his condition. Our world. Hyun-soo's apartment. Talking to Raven, the boy asked about the singularity. The man began to tell him. 2 years ago, during the battle at the gate, he received a vision. 3 entities that would protect the earth from a great evil. These creatures are called singularities. The young man asked if they were sure that he was a singularity. Raven said that his own ability was interfering with time and restoring it. He demonstrated his ability by drinking a glass of water. The glass began to fill up again. He turned back the clock so that the water was restored. The man was stunned. The man noted that he could break time to see and intervene in it. Hyun-soo continued to be amazed. He asked, "What does that make the man a Time Lord?" Raven said that was not quite true. He had seen all the battles of the young hero. The battle with the snake Imugi, Haxon, even with the king of the spellbinders. Raven said that the boy was probably not happy to hear this. Indeed, he was annoyed. But the man immediately apologized and said that he did not follow his personal life. So he didn't have to worry. Hyun-soo accepted the apology. Cheongyeong was delighted with his student's polite manners, and the fact that Hyun was behaving with dignity. After watching all the battles, Raven became convinced that the young man was a singularity. Isaac is also a singularity, as their committee found. The hunter asked again that Park Hyunsoo join the gate committee and save humanity. The boy agreed, but he noticed that he still belonged to the Red Lions. So he should have warned Zayurak. Hyun also asked for some time to think. Raven Ordman agreed. The young man said he would call later with his business card. Going to the portal, the man said that he hoped to cooperate. A moment later, he moved toward the portal. Hyun closed the door and remembered that he had almost forgotten to close the black hole. Cheongyeon said that he wasn't done yet. Suddenly, someone pulled the door handle. It was Isaac. Hyun-soo said that it was rude to break into an apartment without permission. Isaac asked how Hyun-soo could have predicted his arrival, since he had used the stealth technique. The young man replied that at his level, it was no problem for Hyun-soo. Isaac didn't like that. The angry boy wanted to test Hyun-soo's strength and quickly launched an attack. But the boy reacted in time, and Hyun blocked his punch. The fusion of Isaac's attack shattered windows throughout the house. But Hyun blocked his punch. Isaac was confused and did not understand how this was possible. But mockingly, Park Hyunsoo said that the boy was so slow that the hero didn't even fall asleep. Isaac realized that he had messed with the wrong guy. In a moment, Hyun threw the brat over. Meanwhile, in the palace of Night Nim, his henchman was treating his wounds with tears in her eyes. She was angry because she felt sorry for her master. The girl touched Knight's back carelessly, causing him to cry out. The girl immediately apologized. But another lady came into the room. She said that the horse was such a good simulator. It was the same lady in the black dress. Night Nim called her the elephant. The owner asked what the girl was doing here. The glamorous lady replied that her husband had been beaten like a pear, so he was curious. Knight replied that he could not resist because it was the king's order. The girl just laughed. The man got angry and wanted to kill her on the spot. But he was still sick, so he ordered the girl to leave. In fact, she was his older sister. The girl asked if Knight was not curious why she had come. She told him that she could help him. The man listened to her. But the girl made one condition. Knight looked at his sister in disbelief. She said that if he succeeded in his mission, he would have to fulfill her one request in the future without objection. Knight thought that this treacherous fox was impossible to understand. Not even the king and queen could understand her. But Knight had no choice. He had to promise her. The sister said that the dark spirit was at work. The man asked if she was talking about the small group of awakened ones, who oppose the hunters, who are centered around the gate committee? He had heard that most of them were ordinary people. That's right. Because many people don't like what the world has become under the influence of hunters. Since the committee has imposed a ban on firearms, hunters have endless power in their hands. They actually rule over people who are unable to resist. Nightnim has heard that they even cause terrorist acts. The girl replied that despite this, these acts do not help, and they fail to achieve what they want. She handed the man a card. She said that this group had made a black lightning bolt its leader. His contacts were on the paper. His name was Henry. He was said to be one of the strongest A ranks, but would later be promoted to S. He also turned his back on the committee. Now the girl ordered me to listen carefully. But we move on to the main character. In the house where Hyun lived, all the windows were smashed and the walls were damaged. People ran out into the streets. They were outraged by this. Hyun-soo apologized to them. He said he messed up when he was training. The people were still angry. They wanted peace. But someone in the crowd shouted out that Park Hyunsoo, the hunter, had actually saved half the city. The young man said that he would start repairs right away. He would also compensate for the damage. In this case, people calmed down. It was all because of that fool Isaac, the boy thought. If the young man can't move anywhere because of the black hole, then maybe the best solution would be to buy this building. Then the carpenter suggested engraving the symbol of a heavenly demon on the roof and 4 dragons on the pillar. The heroes ordered a pizza. The master began to taste the dish. He said it was divine. Cheongyeong was delighted to see how many delicious dishes there were in this world. The old man said that if the boy tried to take 2 pieces at a time, he would behead him. Meanwhile, Isaac had already woken up. Hyun-soo's punch knocked the offender unconscious for a while. Isaac was despondent at the thought of losing. Hyun asked him why he had attacked him. If he continued to do so, the punishment would be appropriate. He then offered the crippled man some pizza. Isaac was driven to tears by the thought that he had lost. Hyun confirmed this, and said that the boy had programmed him in a shameful way. But Isaac believed that he couldn't lose to someone of Hyun-soo's level. The master said that it seems Isaac has his own undefeated history. Hyun loudly replied that everyone has won. Isaac looked at the young man in surprise. He asked who Hyun was talking to. The boy said it was none of his business, and Isaac called Park Hyunsoo a schizophrenic. The irrepressible boy offered the hero a second fight. But Isaac heard the teacher's voice. Raven was not happy with the boy's behavior. The man apologized for his student, and he ordered Isaac to apologize to Hyun-soo. The braggart did not want to do it, but Raven was angry. Isaac quickly apologized. Finally, they walked back. This time, Raven was the first to push the student into the portal. Finally, the man reminded him that he was expecting a call. At the last moment, Raven remembered that the committee had officially recognized Park Hyunsoo as an S-class hunter. Entering the portal, Raven Ordman said that the birth of a new S-rank hunter is always a celebration for the world. Despite the fact that the young man had long been an S-ranked hunter, he was overjoyed. Cheongyeong interrupted his celebration and told him to go train. They found the portal and resumed their training. The master told them that the 6 mystical arts of the heavenly demon are meant to destroy the heavens. The meaning of a celestial demon's life is to kill gods. The boy wondered if this was even possible, if killing a god was just a fantasy for a boy. The master asked. At first he thought so too, but later it turned out that it was not. Gods are powerful enemies that a celestial demon will have to face. Battles with them require all the martial arts, inner energy, and knowledge of all the predecessors. This is what it means to be a celestial demon. The 6 remaining movements of the demon fists erase the heavens. The first technique, the sky dispersed by a cloud. Cheongyeong generated a lot of powerful energy. Hyun-soo felt a lot of pressure. The patriarch directed the leakage of energy. A powerful explosion occurred. The statistical interface showed that the boy had learned a new technique. The level of understanding is 37%. The hero was thrown back by a powerful wave. Second technique, Black Crow Heaven. You need to release old crows into the sky to mock them. The teacher showed a series of quick moves. Hyun-soo learned another technique called Black Crow Heaven. His level of understanding was 33%. The third technique was to make the heavens cry. Technique, Fallen Heaven. The master flew up into the sky with incredible speed, throwing the guy back with an energy wave. The boy was delighted with such incredible techniques. He believed that if someone like the master became the enemy of hunters, the world would turn into hell. The next technique. You need to change the static current that appeared with the fall of the heavens. Then you need to strike the heavens with lightning. This was the fourth technique, the lightning of the heavens. The old man began to combine the techniques of the falling of the heavens and the lightning of the heavens. Now he had to strike the tired heavens. The elder concentrated a powerful energy layer. The fifth technique was the explosion of the heavens. He sent a punch that provoked a more powerful explosion. The last sixth technique. It is necessary to draw a 7 in the sky. Technique, the spiritual body of heaven. The master ascended into the sky and released a tremendous force. Everything around him was smoldering, and the scorching sun seemed to be hot in the sky. Meanwhile, a local hospital. In her ward, a girl was looking at her reflection through the broken glass. It seemed to be Hyurak. She was very disappointed with herself. She was unrecognizable. She raised her hands and hit the wall. The girl started to cry. She had lost so many people. The heroine considered herself a bad leader. Her crying was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Mina entered the room. She came because she learned that the girl had regained consciousness. Mina was happy to see her. Hyurak told her that she could no longer use her powers. Principal Lee said that it might not be forever. Iha asked what the situation was outside. Mina replied that they took care of the fragment. Hyun-soo has become a national hero. She thought she was awake, but he didn't even dare to come in. Mina said that since Raven had come to see him, she hadn't heard from Hyun-soo. Yaha was surprised that Raven had come to see him. At that time, the windows in the house had already been rebuilt. The heroes finished their training. The boy asked his teacher if he had become much stronger. Cheongyeong replied that it was only his dream. The master caned his student and said that he had become too arrogant. Although it had only been a week since the master had shown him the techniques, the young man had already mastered the lightning of the heavens. Not perfectly, but still. Watching the news, he learned that his boss had woken up. It had been 2 days since she woke up, the old man said. The young man was angry and unhappy that the teacher had not warned him. He was determined to go to Hyurak. Cheongyeon mockingly said that a young man in this condition is not capable of going out. He had been training for several days and needed to freshen up. The master could smell his sweaty t-shirt even from across the room. So Hyun-soo went off to some place. Cheon asked him where they were, and he told him it was a place to take a bath. The mentor thought it was strange, because the boy could have washed himself at home. But Hyun said that it would be much better here. In this case, the old man also wanted to get civilized. The young man jumped up. He didn't know that the master could leave his clothes behind. But Cheon said that he could wear anything. In a moment, he turned into a lick handsome man in a new jacket. He could do anything. The master changed outfit after outfit. The boy was delighted. Later, the heroes put on special t-shirts. The old man asked why they needed them, because they wanted to wash. Hyun-soo said that there was something else they needed to do before that. They came to the rest room. There were people lying on the floor resting. The old man did not understand why they were lying on the floor. The young man said they were having fun. They were holding refreshing sea drinks. The girls had towels wrapped around their heads. Cheon thought that they were worshipping rams. To the rams. Hyun-soo said that boiled eggs are the best for this drink. But Master said that he already knew that from the TV. The guy smiled and said that the old man had become 100% of the world. When Hyun handed the egg to the old man, the girls noticed him. They surrounded him, greeted him, and asked for his autograph. The master said that the hero seems to have become popular, even though he still looks like a decrepit loser, he joked. The boy said that he was better looking than the master. The heroes came to the bathhouse. The old man liked this place. Hyun-soo dipped his hand in the water, and then his whole body. He was getting high. Cheongyeon asked if the guy was really as good as he described. The master thought that if he had a physical body, he would also be able to feel it. However, the characters were connected, and all the boy had to do was hold the master's hand. Hyun asked how the old man was feeling. He said that the young man was quite helpful in such things. Hyun-soo finally visited Hyurik. He told her that he turned out to be a singularity. The girl came up to him and said that she hadn't even noticed it, even though he was right under her nose. While making tea, she asked what else Raven had said. The young man said that the man had officially appointed him S-rank together with the committee. Zorik asked if he also seemed to be trying to recruit the boy. The boy replied that it was true. That's why he wanted to talk to her. But the girl said that Robert did not tell the young man the main detail. Namely, the hope that the deceased leader of the first task force, Choi Sun-ho, had shown them. Yes, it's a singularity. But because of this, the hunters split into several camps. Raven believes that you can sacrifice everything. The main thing is to find all the singularities. He was joined by Armand and Anderson, who liked the research. That's how the Gate Committee was formed. Haxon had a slightly different opinion. He believed that one could not rely entirely on singularities. It was better to become stronger ourselves. He was joined by Takashi and Jill Lordemon. They organized the E.S. Quinlan from China and Alexander from America formed their own guilds for their own reasons. Hyun-soo asked what the girl wanted, and she replied that she had never thought about it. She just wanted to protect her brothers on her own. The girl thought it didn't sound very good. However, the young man supported her and said it was very cool. She thanked him for his support. But unfortunately, this time she could not save anyone, and she would never be able to do it again. But Parabok said that this is war, and it happens. As long as they run into danger to save humanity, losses due to war will never be the leader's fault. Ha-Yurak liked Hyun-soo's words. She said he had a way with words. She couldn't believe that they were being comforted by a child. So, the heroine asked what the boy was going to do. Hyun replied that after talking to her, he finally came out. He said he would become stronger. This meant that he had chosen his path. The master smiled. The girl looked at the boy and asked if he would be on his own now. Yes. The young man was sure of it. Ha-Yurak said that it was expected, because he was now S-rank. But the people he met, even the girl, felt their pressure. You have to be vigilant. They want a singularity. But the young man assured me that he had no plans to give in to them. Jokingly, Ha-Yurik replied that if she could, she would hide him on a remote island. Hyun-soo confidently replied that there was no one in this world who could restrain him by force. The girl liked this confidence. She wanted to hug him. Finally, she told him not to relax for a moment. From hunter to thief is one step. Yaha was looking forward to working with him. A headquarters was organized in a remote corner of the city, among a pile of abandoned buildings. People who were against the domination of hunters gathered there. A man gave a motivating lecture. He said that hunters had taken away the weapons from ordinary people. Although they have great abilities compared to people, others also have the right to great power. But they took it away, our weapons, our guns and machine guns. It was the same Henry Black Lightning, the leader of the Usurp Guild, which consists of dark spirits. Henry was shouting that they had to be defeated so that people's rights could return. From now on, the dark spirits are united. and whoever betrays the guild will feel the power of the lightning of fate. Henry emitted a long column of lightning that rose into the sky. After the sunset, he went to the yard. There was a strange clown waiting for him, applauding him. The man asked who it was. The character called Henry by name, and told him all the information about him, including that he had almost reached level S. The clown continued to tell the whole biography of the hero. He noted that the man was able to unite a large terrorist organization with dark ghosts. Henry repeated the question and asked the clown's name. The man replied that his name was Pierrot. The man decided to kill the stranger without hesitation. However, the attack was disrupted. However, the explosion was still powerful. Pierrot disappeared into space. The man said that such tricks would not work on him. The character began to emerge from the vapor again. It looked like the clown was controlled by Night Nim. Henry noticed that Pierrot was an illusion. The man calmly took out his cigarette and asked why he should talk to him if the clown was just an illusion and he wasn't physically there. Pierrot said that if he was not here, it was logical that he could not attack him either. The man asked what he wanted, and the clown said that they wanted to form an alliance with him. Henry replied that he had no good reason to cooperate with a stranger. But Pierrot said that there would be enough reasons. First, he would get weapons. They could give him anything, even missiles. The man was interested. Europe. It's a sunny day in Paris. People are walking calmly along the streets. Suddenly, there is an explosion. People began to panic and shout that they were under attack by terrorists. The architectural structure was destroyed. Terrorists began to show up. They claimed that the Solar Fireworks Festival was starting in Paris. The Committee on Gate Affairs. Now the hunter Park Hyunsoo is officially S rank. The president of South Korea congratulated the guy. Thus, Korea becomes one of the most powerful countries on par with America with 2 S-rank hunters. Yoon watched the news and was delighted with the boy. Now Park Hyunsoo is an international hunter, and it will be harder to communicate with him. But since she had promised to check in on her brother often, she would continue to do so. Suddenly, the girl turned her head. Hyun-soo came to see her. He thanked her for continuing to visit her brother. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man had changed a lot. But the boy denied that, and said that he was the same. The girl wanted to say something to the boy, but he was distracted by his brother. He was moving his fingers. The master said it was the effect of the tearing heavenly tongue. Yansu had a request for the girl. She gladly went to help him. The young man asked her to bring a lunch box. The girl thought that even though he was S rank, he ate the same way as before. In the ward, the guy used the heavenly tongue tearing technique. Green energy flashed around him. The guy tensed up. He concentrated all his strength. But his brother never came to his senses. It was hard for the hero. The vase next to him cracked from the strain. The windows also broke. Cheongyeong ordered the boy to stop. But he kept trying. The teacher said that he might kill his brother. Disappointed, the hunter stopped his magic. He did not believe that the seal that was put on Hyun-tae was so powerful. He had no idea who could have done it. Suddenly, Hyun-tae's eyes shone with green light. The energy around him also began to boil, and Park Hyunsoo was frightened. Meanwhile, Isaac was training in a large building. He was practicing his kicks. He used the axe leg attack. Then he used the fire tornado technique. He was angry. Isaac was angry because of Hyunsoo's program. Anderson thought it was a good plan to send the boy to Park Hyunsoo. After all, he now had a motivation. Someone came to Anderson's lab. Anderson said that after his defeat with Hyun-soo, Isaac had finally pulled himself together. The man who came into the room was happy to hear the news. It was Armand, the 4th strongest hunter in the world. The man asked where Raven was, because he wasn't answering his phone. Anderson replied that the captain had entered a state of meditation to learn more about the king and his gang. There was very little information about them at all, but everyone should try their best anyway. Armand asked to open a portal to Paris. The man said that the Croisette Guild could not do it alone. Given that France was his homeland, he had to take care of it. Anderson was surprised by the hunter's words, because he did not think that the dark ghosts had become so strong. The Frenchman said that they had sponsors because they had received a lot of explosives. The portal opened. Anderson asked if they needed help, but Armand said that he would be enough on his own. The explosion. The terrorists continued to wreak havoc. They were wounded and killed. People were running away as fast as they could. The Croisette Guild had already arrived. The hunters were tearing the enemies apart. But the thieves did not stop. They used a powerful concentrated barrage of fire. However, one of the hunters managed to generate a protective barrier. It withstood the bullets, so the hunters felt comfortable. Moreover, the girl hunter used a technique that allowed her to attack while protected by the barrier. This was damaging to the terrorists. They were forced to retreat. One of the terrorists was forced to use the latest weapon. He directed a barrage of hundreds of powerful bullets at the heroes. The density of fire was so intense that the barrier began to collapse. The hunters were heavily damaged. The terrorists only smiled in their wake. The girl refused to die such a death. But the bad guy said that this would not go away and pointed his gun at her. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. In a moment, the man was lifted up by an unknown force. The enemy flew straight into the wall. His partners jumped to their feet. It was Armand in person. The hunters were happy that he had finally come to them. The terrorist attack in Paris continued. The terrorists began to unite to counter Armand with something. Dozens of armed criminals focused their fire on the hunter alone. But all the damage was leveled. An invisible barrier protected the man. He got angry and said that the guys seemed to be quite brave to stand up to S rank. The hunter used horrible methods of struggle. He squeezed the internal organs and strangled the soldiers. Everyone was bleeding internally. Armand clenched his fist, and in a moment all the terrorists fell to the ground. The hunter took off, and a pile of corpses lay at his feet. But the tragedy was not over. Piles of civilian corpses were also scattered on the street. The explosions provoked by the terrorists caused a large-scale fire. Firefighters did not have time to extinguish it. The entire small neighborhood was engulfed in flames. Armand began to concentrate energy in his palms. He tensed up, and in a moment he began to radiate a force that was supposed to help extinguish the fire. And it did. The flames completely disappeared. The firefighters rejoiced. All the people rejoiced and praised the hero. He greeted everyone he saw. The hunter looked around the area to make sure that it was all terrorists. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck Amen from above. The hunter was heavily damaged. He fell to the ground, but was still fighting. It was Henry Abramovich. Black Lightning was surprised that Armand was still feeling quite confident after being attacked by him. The hunter told him not to look down on S ranks. But Henry said that he doubted that after a few attacks from him, Armand would be okay. Armand said that the same attack on S rank would not work. After all, the man already knew about Henry's lightning power. Black Lightning told him not to be so boring. Amen's feet were hit by a grenade. It exploded unexpectedly, and the hunter did not have time to react. And right at that moment, Henry wanted to launch another attack. However, the Frenchman was not confused. He used a spiritual shield. But something happened. The defense technique did not work. Lightning struck the hero. The hunter received a huge amount of damage. He screamed and then fell down in pain. Henry approached Armand, who was lying down. Black Lightning laughed and said that such a fool could not even foresee such a development. It seems the grenade was not ordinary. It took away the hunter's strength for a while. The head of the terrorists said that if he killed the S-ranked hunter now, the fame of the dark spirits would spread all over the world. However, at the last moment, Anderson appeared from the portal. he attacked Henry. Of course, he did not expect it, and flew away from the hunter's attack. This angered the thief even more. Henry called Anderson a fraud, because he moved through the portals as he pleased. He said that even Armin's mere defeat in a fight would spread around the world. The man began to radiate powerful energy that spread around. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Hyun-tae was being swallowed up by darkness, which made Park's older brother scared. Suddenly, Hyun-tae spoke in a different voice, saying that the darkness would spread. He rose into the air above the bed and began to say that everything would perish. He was talking about the absorption of all life in the universe. It was unavoidable. In a second, the dark energy disappeared, and the boy fell on the bed. Hyun did not understand what had just happened. His younger brother's pulse became strange. Park Hyunsoo came over to check if he was okay. His heart rate was normalized. Cheongyeong said it was like a prediction. Some creature had embraced the boy and transmitted information through him. The master also added that it was most likely the one who put the seal on his brother. After a moment of silence, Cheongyeong decided to tell Hyun-soo what he hadn't said before. So when the heroes left the ancestral dragon, they were separated for a while. At that time, the old man was attracted by some unknown force. Everything happened in such a way that even Cheongyeon himself did not understand what was happening. Someone strong appeared in front of the master. Hyun-soo asked if it was the king. The old man replied that he did not see him, he only felt him. He did not feel that he had bad intentions. But the teacher knew that this entity could confront him on equal terms. The young man was surprised that someone could be as powerful as his teacher. The old man said that from that moment on, he only thought about the person with whom he had a dialogue. Most likely it was he who put the seal on his brother. The boy asked why the master was telling him this only now, and Cheon said that he just didn't want to cause panic, that there was someone of equal strength to the master. Cheongyeong suggested that the young man imagined if someone equal to the old man came to this world in a physical body and tried to conquer him. The young man was terrified at the thought. No one could stop such a person. Hyun had once imagined such a thing, and it was a real manifestation of death and chaos. That is exactly what this man is. Most likely, the king the family dragon spoke of is also endowed with such power. So if Hyun-soo wants to protect this place, he'll have to train harder. Yoon came into the room. She said that everything was a mess. All the windows were broken. The room was also a mess. The girl immediately started cleaning up. She asked if the boy was okay. Hyun said he was fine, but was surprised that Yoon was worried about an S-class hunter. He looked at the cute girl and thought about how he would protect everyone around him. The day started with training. Hyun-soo was practicing his moves. He practiced strikes on the teacher, but at first, he didn't do well. He fell down. Along with training, the boy visited Ha-yurak. She asked him about the terrorist attack in France. The girl said that it was a complete mess there now. S rank was defeated. The young man trained with even more perseverance. He practiced the sky lightning technique. He took aim and directed the strike at the master. When he turned around, he noticed that there was no one at the place of the strike. Cheongyeon was already behind him. He noticed that Hyun-soo's speed was like a fly. The young man continued to train and visit the head of the Lion Guild. Ha-yurak reported that even after 2 weeks, her abilities and strength had not returned. The guy told her not to worry, as he assured her that he would be there for her. Ha-yurak was happy to hear that. The young man believed that she would get better soon. Hyun-soo's secret dimension was often destroyed after intense training. But fortunately, this place quickly recovered on its own. The master kept thinking about the person he was talking to. Was he the one who had transported him to Hyun-soo's world? When the old man began to weaken and his spirit left his physical body, before he could finish his sentence, Cheongyeong thought that the next time he would talk to him differently. Park Hyunsoo finally took over the entire building. Showering in the shower was much better. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and heard Mianai's voice. She invited him to come over to the association's office. The young man met with the head of the association. They shook hands and greeted each other. The young man was very happy to meet him. The head offered Hyun-soo a seat, and Lee Min-na ordered tea. After sitting down, the director announced the reason for the young man's arrival. The man wanted to appoint Hyun-soo as the head of a special anti-terrorism unit. The young man calmly picked up the cup of tea and began to drink. He was in no hurry to answer, which confused the chairman. The director moved on to the next question, asking if the young man had heard of Armand. Hyun replied that he had. He also knew that the opponents used marble to block superpowers. The man said that there was no guarantee that the enemies would not come to Korea. So the association decided to create a special unit in advance. The head started to continue his speech, but Park Hyunsoo interrupted him and apologized. He said that he would have to decline. Lee Min-na was surprised. She thought the guy would help. He was no longer dependent on the Red Lions. He said he was willing to help personally, but not as a leader. They headed for the exit. Finally, the man said that in that case, they would look forward to working together. The young man turned around and left. Lee Min-na wanted to get closer to the guy, but she saw that in informal meetings, Hyun didn't communicate with her. Cheongyeon asked him why he had given up his position as leader. Hyun replied that the master himself had once said that those who have power do not have to serve anyone. After all, he was the successor of a heavenly demon. But the young man also said that he should visit the association more often. The teacher replied that it seemed that the boy only needed information from them. But Hyun objected, saying that he was not like that. So at night, the streets of the city were bustling with life as usual. People were walking, buying food and just having fun. A man wearing a red cape and service boots was walking down the street, shouting terrorist slogans. He noticed that this place would be perfect. The man took out his phone and called the owner. He said that their unit had made it to Seoul without incident. The place was full of people and skyscrapers. So the city was worth seeing. Henry hoped that their device would work well. The men were excited about the new thing their sponsor had given them. They painted purple circles on the wall with a seemingly ordinary spray paint. A security guard came running around the corner and shouted that it was forbidden to paint on the walls. The man hung up the phone. The policeman turned on his flashlight and ordered him to stop his mischief. In a moment, the man was critically injured. He did not understand what had happened. The thief said that the policeman looked like he really wanted to die. The man fell to the ground and died. At the same time, another friend drew a circle that formed a portal. The thieves said they would come back. Now they had to leave. The portal instantly dissolved. Seoul would go up in flames. Headquarters. Armand was irritated. He hadn't realized that the terrorists could have a weapon that blocked the ability. Anderson believed that since they couldn't get to the gate, this thing definitely didn't come from there. Only 10 seconds of neutralization. But that's enough to kill any hunter. Next time, Armand said he would be more careful. He was angry and said he would smash the bastard with his own hands. The hunter asked Anderson if he knew what their next target might be. He replied that there was a place. The gate fragment that had recently appeared. The new hero took care of this fragment. He quickly became an S-class hunter, attracting a lot of attention. Terrorists want the world to know about their organization. So there's no better way than to take out the most popular hunter in recent times. So the next target was a safe bet, Seoul. The next day, a team of detectives searched the scene of yesterday's crime where the policeman had disappeared. But there were no traces or fingerprints. It was as if a ghost had been there. But there were no awakened ones in Korea who would kill people. Suddenly, the men heard a voice saying that there was the energy of the awakened here, even though there were no traces. It was Min-na. The men said that strangers were not allowed to enter the crime scene. The girl said she was from the association and introduced herself by showing her ID. Since the suspect was awake, the association was in charge of the case from that moment on. The detectives left. Suddenly, a silhouette flew at the girl from above. It seemed to be a member of the association. His name was Jaein. Lee Min-na looked at the young man strangely. She said that it was not necessary to scare her like that, and jumped from above. The man replied that he was just looking around from the roof. Jaein got in touch with the hawk through his earpiece. The latter, in turn, flying over the area, reported that he had not found anything suspicious. Bee Cheetah and Ant also reported that everything was clear. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared around a bend. It was Jaein's friend. They used to enjoy an extra glass of alcohol together. Lee Min-na was happy to meet him, saying she had heard a lot about him. Monk said he was surprised. After all, like him, Lee Min-na had powerful telekinesis abilities. Min-na wanted to answer, but Jaein interrupted their dialogue. The man asked if Monk had already predicted what would happen to Korea in the future with his powers. Monk didn't understand the question at first, but later answered that there would be a catastrophe in the end. And it seems that the people who are here are involved in it. But he heard that special measures will be taken after the terrorist attack in Paris. But will the current members of the group be enough to repel the threat? He said that the hero shouldn't rely on Monk alone. Even though he has the amulet technique that is equivalent to 100 people, the big guy said laughing. Director Lee said that they are not alone. Despite their squad, there will be 4 more groups. And all of them will be led by an outstanding person. The heroes were waiting to see who it was. A young man came up and said that it might be Armand from the gate committee. It was Hyun-soo. Everyone was surprised that he had come. Min-na happily announced that the hunter Park Hyunsoo, Class S, would be working with them. Jaein asked if the young man would be their captain, but the young hunter surprised them with his answer. He denied it. Instead, Hyun said that he would work separately but would share information. Lee Min-na felt that this was not the same Hyun-soo. She felt like she had a powerful S-rank next to her. She tried to talk to the guy, asking him about his watch. But they were interrupted by Monk's scream. The hero saw Cheongyeong and called him a divine spirit. He was frightened thinking that it was a demonic god. Jaein tried to calm the man down. The master was amused by the big man's behavior. Hyun stretched out his hand to help the hunter up. Monk couldn't believe that the guy was so friendly while carrying a majestic deity. Later, Min-na asked how Hyun-soo knew that Armand would be the leader of the squad. The young man replied that it was just intuition. After all, the hunter lost to the terrorists. It was logical that he would want to get even. But Jaein said that Park Hyunsoo could be a better leader. The man firmly assured him that even Jaein himself could be a leader. The man didn't understand the reasoning, because Hyun was a S-ranked hunter. But the young man said he would act alone, and Jaein, on the contrary, had leadership qualities. Monk Lee said that it would be better if the young man acted alone, because the other hunters would only get in the way. Jokingly, he added that they shouldn't make a person with a deity uncomfortable. But Hyun said that was not the point. Suddenly, the hero's watches flashed. Armand was on the phone. Anderson said that he would connect everyone to Raven. All the heroes were surprised. Raven Ordmont himself got in touch. He said that the situation was unpleasant, so he got right down to business. After the investigation of the terrorist attack in Paris, it seemed that the murder in Seoul was a trick of dark spirits. They are scouting the area in advance. Soon they will invade Seoul. Raven, personally, will not be able to provide support. However, Armand and Anderson will be there and work together. Right now, the invasion has been confirmed. The hunters are on edge. A massive explosion rang out in the middle of the city. The terrorists began using a variety of weapons, shooting at everything in their path. They were aiming at buildings, not paying attention to people. Suddenly there was a powerful bolt of lightning, followed by Henry. He shouted that this city deserved to be destroyed. The head of the association was pouring tea. He was sincerely grateful that Armand and Anderson were helping them in their time of need. Armand said that it was not necessary to talk to them in a formal business style. They could just be on a first-name basis. But the head couldn't do that, because Armand was the vice chairman of the gate committee. The hunter said that he had lost anyway, so he could do without it. The head assured him that this could have happened to anyone. No one could have predicted it. Armand slowly finished his tea. The man said that he had informed all the members of the units that they were on full alert. Armand put the cup down and quickly stretched out his hand to the head. The man did not understand what was happening. Anderson said, as the head had just seen, the reaction and reflexes of ordinary people and weak hunters are different from those of S ranks. Therefore, it is not necessary to let all the units go into battle at once. After all, A ranks are unlikely to be able to block powerful attacks. Therefore, Anderson said that a rank should first observe and think before engaging in combat. The head noted that ordinary civilians could be affected. The men said that S ranks would be the first to go into battle. But currently, the only S-ranked hunter there is Park Hyunsoo. That's why Armand and Anderson are here. Suddenly, the interview was interrupted by an assistant who said that the terrorists were already here. The man asked where exactly. The assistant said they were near the Samson station. Suddenly, the signal came from Tondamun. Anderson thought the terrorists had split up. The gunmen were firing at civilian cars. The cars were on fire and causing traffic jams. People did not have time to hide. Some were injured. There was chaos and panic on the streets. People were begging for help. In a moment, the terrorists opened fire on civilians. 7 people died on the spot. They ran out of shells and ammunition. One of the men threw away the gun. He decided to use another method. The thief generated an energy ball and directed it at people. Civilians could not do anything. People fell to the ground. The number of victims was growing. News of the victims spread at an incredible rate. Henry took to the air. He humiliated the people and said that the cattle, who did not follow their rules, had no right to be called human beings. People did not understand what Henry was saying. He seemed to speak a different language. The society was frozen with horror. The bastard was killing whole packs of innocent people. Nightnem, who was watching, ordered the cattle to flee. He thought this would make Park Hyunsoo even angrier. But the man was angry because Henry's asshole had exposed the ability-blocking marble to the information space. In the surveillance room, Armand saw all the horrors that were happening on the street. He was very angry. The terrorists had insidiously split up and attacked civilians to attract attention. In this case, Armand thought that they should split up as well. On top of the damaged building, the electronic screen was barely holding up. The low-ranking hunters began to help and pull people out of the rubble. They used telekinesis to rescue the victims. Anderson told all the units not to get into a fight, because Armand would soon join the battle. Anderson also contacted Hyun-soo. He said that Henry was currently in Myeongdong. But the guy was already there. The hunter was looking at black lightning. Seeing the corpses that were scattered on the street, the boy's eyes were filled with anger. He shouted that the thief was a scumbag who had no right to harm ordinary people. Henry said that he had seen the guy on TV. Hyun asked what the master thought of this opponent. After all, the marble could block abilities. The teacher replied that given the peculiarities of martial arts, which are not really the guy's abilities, everything should be fine. But Hyun-soo said that anything can happen in their world. So only the fight will show everything. Henry said he couldn't hear what the boy was muttering. He said he would kill the boy. After that, the fame of the dark spirits would spread throughout the world. The man directed a red lightning bolt at the boy. When the energy dissipated, Hyun-soo was not in that place. Henry was angry because he thought the boy had run away. Suddenly, the hero's fist was flying behind the man's back. The enemy got scared, and the young man said that the bad guy was really slow. The black lightning flew like a pancake. At high speed, it crashed into the car. The enemy was heavily injured, but still on his feet. The energetic one Hyun noticed that the bad guy was still too weak for S rank. But if he managed to withstand the C punch, then Henry deserves praise. The annoyed thief said that all S ranks are too confident. The same ball rolled up to the guy as it had earlier to Anderson. It was a marble. A moment later, there was an explosion to which Hyun did not have time to react. Terrorists continued to shoot civilians. All hunters of a rank and below were ordered to stay out of the way and keep their distance. However, one of the hunters could not just stand aside. It was a hunter in the shape of a cheetah. His name was Choi Hyun-woo. He attacked the terrorists by surprise. The thieves were confused. The hunter struck with his claws, which tore the terrorist apart. The armed men tried to shoot at Choi Hyun-woo, but the hunter was too fast. One of the criminals said that the leopard is going to die. The man was holding a marble. The hunter turned around, but too late. The ball had already reached him. Hyun-woo tried to shield himself with his hand, but in vain. His ability to transform into a cheetah was blocked. He turned into an ordinary defenseless man. The terrorist said that S ranks would lose the marble effect in 10 seconds, while ranks might need up to a week to recover. Choi Hyun-woo panicked. The terrorist ruthlessly shot the hunter. A man's silhouette appeared over the corpse. He said that there was a warning not to interfere with weaker hunters, and this is what amateurism leads to. It was Armand. The terrorist was surprised to see him now. But holding the marble in his hand, he said he was ready for it. However, before he could speak, Armand neutralized the enemy with a wave of his hand. The man said that a parasite like this terrorist has no right to speak his name. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the dark spirits continued their terror. When the crowd scattered, the criminals thought that the hunters were afraid. Suddenly, the same kettlebell flew toward one of the men. It was Lee Min-na's kettlebell. It smeared the enemy's face. The man immediately fell to the ground and died. Min-na said they were not afraid, but just a little late. The terrorists pointed their machine guns at the girl, and in a moment, they were engulfed in flames. Jaein literally made a barbecue out of the bad guys. Director Lee said that she could have done without him. Therefore, the hero should not have gotten involved. However, the man noted that with great power comes great responsibility. Gwang could not just watch their people being killed. One of the injured criminals exclaimed that the hunters were too happy. He threw a marble at them. Min-na panicked. In a moment, a strange energy appeared around the ball. A voice came from far away telling the heroes not to panic. It was Armand. He was able to control the marble. Now this trick was not scary for him. The man could create such a powerful pressure that it restrained the explosion. This was equivalent to the pressure that occurs when creating diamonds from ordinary coal, deep underground. Subsequently, Armand compressed the material to atoms. The A-rank terrorist was furiously generating an energy ball to attack. But the hero waved his hand, and the villain simply vanished. Min-na and Jaein were shocked by Armand's abilities. It seems that the power of an S rank is many times greater than even an A rank. The hero entrusted Min-na and Jaein to deal with the remnants. In another area, the battle between Hyun-soo and Henry continued. After the marble explosion, the young man was still serious. Henry already mentally considered himself the winner. He said that right now the boy would die. But it seems that the marble really didn't work on Park Hyunsoo. The hero quickly closed the distance and repeated that the enemy was very slow. He delivered a powerful punch to Henry. Before the enemy could recover, Hyun attacked again. The black lightning was densely embedded in the asphalt from this blow. The horse, who was watching the action, was surprised that the marble did not work on the young man. The blonde said that it seemed the time had come. It was time to use weapons. Night Nim thought about it. After all, this weapon, the demon sword, is absolute death. So the man was in no hurry to use it, because he was confident in his abilities. The girl said that it was better to be prepared for anything. Hyun-soo stood over his crippled enemy. Covered in blood, Henry could barely stand up. His superiors asked him to capture the bad guy alive. But the guy was overwhelmed with anger. He attacked Henry, who was lying down again. However, at the last moment, his leg was on the side, because Hyun heard a voice that stopped him. He turned around and saw Armand. The man told him to wait and not to do it. He said that he had come here to personally take care of the criminal. The young man replied that Henry was still breathing, so there was a chance to finish him off. Armand thought that the young man was definitely a singularity, one of the hopes of humanity. Then a loud sound came. The heroes looked up, but were alert. They were terrified when they saw it. A tornado formed over the heroes, and a voice came from it. It spoke the boy's name. A large demon with a horse-like form and horns, like a bull, appeared before the hunters. It was the horse, Nim. He said that he promised to appear before Hyun-soo in his true form. The guy tensed up. Knight looked like a minotaur. Armand was surprised. It looked like the demon and the boy had already met. He thought that maybe the boy had already met people Raven hadn't even been able to gather information about. Furious, Armand shouted that he would not let this go and attacked the horse. The demon was distracted by the hunter and reacted quickly. He ordered the man to wait. Armand was tense because of the demon's quick reaction. The hero managed to form a shield around himself. The demon struck. The shield began to fade from such power, and in a moment it did not hold out at all. The man flew away from the blow, but was still on his feet. Nim directed an energy beam at Armand. The hunter managed to form a shield again, but the beam was so strong that it split the road in half and knocked the hero out of the fight. Hyun-soo was very angry. The demon said that he wanted to continue what was not finished last time. The injured Armand quickly regained consciousness. He was thinking about Raven's words. The leader said that the enemy was creating portals. And now that they know about the singularity, they won't wait. Armand took off and lifted a pile of stones with him. The man told Hyun-soo that he would take care of the horse. The demon was angry. He had told the man to just stay out of it. The monster formed a layer of energy and used the Gatling drain technique. A barrage of energy rays fell on the hunter. At that moment, Hyun-soo wasted no time in trying to get closer to the demon. The young man dodged the attacks. He remembered the same attack as the Wizard King, but this one was much more powerful. The heavy fire from the monster was causing more and more destruction. The blonde girl suggested that they refrain from causing too much attention and destruction. The horse heard this and restrained himself. This attack destroyed the whole street. Huge potholes appeared on the road. At this time, Armand was defending himself under a structure made of stone. He heard that the demon had stopped firing. Nim thought that the hunter would be much stronger, but in fact Armand was only defending himself. Suddenly, Hyun-soo appeared behind the demon. Master Hyun noted that the technique of chasing a heavenly demon is necessary for moments like this to catch the enemy. The hero tensed up to launch an attack. Hyun used a tree kick. The horse dodged, but the kick didn't work. The demon swung to attack back. Park Hyung was worried, but he didn't give up trying and swung again to strike the seed. The fists of the opponents collided. The wave from the blow was quite powerful. The city was being destroyed by their fights. Hyun-soo was not satisfied with this. The horse was surprised that the boy was able to withstand his blow. The demon was distracted by Armand's attack. The hunter began to cover the monster with large boulders. It started to work. In a moment, the demon was completely enclosed. Armand turned to Hyun-soo. He said that he would try to create such pressure, after which a black hole would appear, so the young man should be careful. The stone sphere began to shrink. Suddenly, Armand was distracted. Night Nim's assistant struck the hunter. The man was seriously injured. The girl immediately ran over and said she would not let the horse get in the way. The demon escaped from the trap when Armand was weakened. The hunter was confused because he was not able to fight on two fronts. Suddenly, the ground cracked under the girl. The man launched an attack that almost knocked the girl down, but she managed to dodge it. Almost immediately, another attack took place. The enemy had to take to the sky to avoid Armand's stones. She pushed off the pole and avoided the stone formation. The girl successfully avoided the fight. The wounded man could not keep up with her movements. He needed to recover. He could not believe that he had been pierced, because even bullets are not capable of doing that. The blonde Mary Poppins bounced off the building and shouted to the horse to open the portal. They could fight there without holding back. In a few seconds, a portal appeared. The demon encouraged the young man to go with him. Cheongyeong said that it could be a trap. The self-confident boy said that in that case, he would destroy them both at once. The thieves and the young men headed for the portal. Armand was concerned about this. They were in another world. The sun was shining brightly on an unknown wooden house. Hyun asked where they were. The young man said that he knew from the ancestral dragon that the world of thieves was dying, so they decided to connect it to Earth. The demon said that this did not concern the boy. The young man did not like this tone of voice. The horse began to concentrate a powerful sphere. He used this attack again. Hyun noticed that the demon didn't come up with anything new. The young man approached the demon. But the demon said that he had many more tricks and surprises for the young man. The horse attacked the hero. At the association's office, the head and Anderson watched the situation. Yansu left the world and entered the portal after the enemy. Anderson was surprised that even the marble did not affect the boy. The head looked at the defeated Henry and asked if he was alive. Anderson replied that he had taken a lot of damage, but was still breathing. Other terrorists were arrested near Samson Station. In other areas, the rest of the criminals were also neutralized. The hunters gathered around Henry. They had no idea how he was still alive. The man was chained to the ground and beaten like a schoolboy. Monkley said that in any case, the order was to take the criminal alive. He began to use his yin and yang of the 5 elements technique to restrain the hunter in case of emergency. Henry flew into the air. He was bound in an energy ball generated by Monk. The big guy knew he was heading to the headquarters. At the time, Armand was at a loss. He did not know what to do. Lee Mi-na came up to him. She asked him where Hyun-soo had gone. The man replied that he had flown through the portal. Armand had already tried to enter many times, but in vain. The man looked at the fact that Mi-na was always carrying a kettlebell with her. He jokingly said that it was her way of exercising. Armand thought that she was just trying to figure out her abilities. Lee Mi-na said she would notify the hero if something happened. Meanwhile, the fight between Hyun-soo and the horse continued. The demon launched an attack. But the boy was not on the spot. After all, he was very fast. Pitana Night Nima shouted that the hunter was behind him. The hero was able to catch the enemy very quickly thanks to the pursuit of the heavenly demon. The young man tried to attack with the help of a seed kick technique. But the horse was not slow either. Cheongyeong said that the demon was already behind the guy. The monster grabbed the hero in an embrace from which Hyun was unable to escape. When the young man felt really bad, he remembered the technique of purifying the soul. In a moment, he escaped from the monster's captivity. The horse was surprised how it could let the boy out. Immediately, the boy was struck by a blue energy ball. It exploded right next to the demon. But it did not affect the horse. For him, the boy's movements were very strange. He had never seen anything like it. Hyun told him that even if he told him about his abilities and where they came from, the demon would not understand it. The young man swiftly moved to attack. With a swing, he delivered a powerful punch that caused an explosion. The demon seemed to have easily disarmed the hero's attack. Hyun-book was outraged that the monster was not responding to his attacks. The horse grabbed the boy's hand and said that the young man would die. Then he used a sickle cut and threw the hero away. Luckily, the attack did not hit the hero, but passed him by. With his blow, the horse cut the house into 2 parts. At this point, Night-nim was exposed. The young man took advantage of this and delivered a tree punch. But the monster reported that the young man's techniques no longer worked on him. The horse counterattacked, throwing the boy away. Hyun flew far away through the houses. He scraped the ground and was struck. As soon as he got up, the hero said that this demon was fast. The monster had already arrived at the injured Hyun-soo. The boy was once again convinced that the horse was too fast. The demon told the young man that it was checkmate. He hit the hero with such incredible force that he flew very far away. In flight, Hyun-soo crashed through stone mounds until he hit the last one, after which he fell to the ground. Cheongyeong ordered the boy to get up. He noted that now the demon was on the level of a god for the young man. The master also added that Hyun forgot to use some of the demon fist techniques that were used to kill gods. But the hero said that the horse was still too fast. The master said that it doesn't matter how much inner energy a guy has if he can't use it. The warrior already had experience with 3 flowers that bloom twice. This means that Hyun-soo could create an endless flow of internal energy. The teacher told him to gather his energy in the core and move it at high speed. This would create acceleration. Listening to the instructions was activated. The boy was surprised that he was learning about this technique so late. The old man replied that in the case of the young man, these techniques are discovered only in extreme conditions. Cheon ordered him not to waste time talking and to deal with the demon. The horse was annoyed that Hyun-soo was muttering under his breath. The hero successfully performed the acceleration technique. He had a lot of inner energy coming from him. The teacher was pleased with the student. The boy headed towards the horse with lightning speed. Seeing how fast the hero was approaching, the demon tensed up. Hyun-soo was already in front of the monster. The master did not stop admiring the action. Catching up to the horse, the young man used a cloud-crushing kick. The demon felt the first serious blow from the enemy. The horse was surprised that the young man was able to strike him. He thought that Hyun-soo had changed dramatically. The hero did not stop trying to attack the monster. The boy used the second technique of demonic fists that destroy the sky. Heaven of black crows. The horse did not have time to repel such attacks. The blows came from all sides. Knight's friend was also surprised. The guy seemed to have changed. He didn't let the horse rest. She thought that if she tried to intervene, she would help Night-nim, especially since she had brought a weapon. The girl decided to just watch until a critical situation occurred. The demon made a leap and tried to grab the young man. But Park Hyunsoo was too fast. He intercepted the enemy's arm and counterattacked. The young hunter explained that the demon moved like a snail. The horse felt Hyunsoo's true strength. The thief was thrown back by a powerful blow. Watching the fight, Cheongyeong noticed that the Black Crow Heaven is more of a mystical technique than a fist technique. Seeing the boy fight this monster, the master realized what this technique was for. The Dark Palace. In the endless space on a small island there was a fortress. Looking at this palace, you could feel warm and positive emotions leaving you. Through a longer corridor, there were the king's chambers. A stout man reported to his master that the singularity had entered this world. He noticed that the horse was fighting desperately in its true form with him. Since Night began to exert himself, it means that this young man he had brought was not so weak after all. The king ordered the man to stand up. Stretching out his hands to the door, the Lord said that through his own order to Night, "Bring the singularity here. Night might get hurt." The man replied that this was their fate, all for the king. Having opened the door fully, a deadly aura penetrated from the outside. This energy was dangerous for the king's subject. Only the king could absorb it. The king apologized to the man and said that he had not thought of him at first. However, the man himself apologized for causing inconvenience to the king. He noted that even for him, this aura caused discomfort, and for a big man it was critical. Nevertheless, the man continued to apologize, saying that he was ready to be punished for causing inconvenience to his master. But the king let him go, saying that he needed some peace. As the man was leaving, the king remembered what he wanted to say. He asked how the bishop was doing. The subject replied that the bishop was not under his command, but that if necessary he would find her. The king said that he should not worry about it. The man left the room. Then the king was able to open the window and let the deadly energy in. He enjoyed it. Meanwhile, the fight between the horse and Hyun-soo continued. The demon was furious. He shouted that he would kill the boy. The thief began to concentrate the energy layers. In a moment, all the energy was directed to the hero. Dozens of powerful rays flew and multiplied like vines. Cheongyeong asked what the young man would do in such a situation. Without thinking, Hyun replied that it was too easy for him. The hero began to combine techniques, dodging Nightnim's volleys. The demon was shocked. He couldn't keep up with his movements. The guy successfully maneuvered between the beams. So the monster decided to change its plan. If it could not take him alive, the demon decided to destroy everything around him along with the boy. The horse formed a sphere of dark energy. The master said that it looked like the demon was going to blow everything up. Hyun-soo did not doubt for a moment. He said that in that case, he would be faster. Before the thief could use his explosion, the hero was already there. The young man used the fourth technique of the demonic fists, thunderous sky. He directed lightning at the enemy. The horse was struck by lightning, thus losing control of the sphere. The demon felt real pain. The hunter kept trying and attacked the demon until it came to its senses. Hyun used the fifth technique, exploding skies. The hero hit the monster right on the head, breaking its horn. The horse felt a slight fright. For a moment, he thought he might be defeated. Hyun said that it was time to end it, and then he turned to the demon. He was preparing to strike with the sixth technique of the demon fists, the heaven-shattering technique. The horse asked him to stop. Suddenly, a girl from Zenadu intervened. Taking the sword of absolute death, she swung at the boy. Cheongyeon felt a very evil and dark energy. A dark matter formed around the hero with the help of the sword. The horse did not expect the girl to use the sword. The weapon came closer to Hyun-soo. The hunter could not move. The sword was getting closer, and the boy was getting more and more tense. Park Hyunsoo began to lose control of his mind. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to resist. He clenched his fists and tensed up. Ming couldn't lose that easily, because he was the heir to a heavenly demon. The hero used the heavenly demon breakthrough. A powerful wave of energy spread through the sphere. But it wasn't enough, and the young man didn't escape from captivity. The demon became convinced that the young man was a singularity. But he did not understand how he was able to enter the realm of absolute death. The master was concerned about the situation, because even the strongest blows did not help the student. The blonde woman exclaimed that regardless of the boy's strength, he would die. Hyun was holding on with his last strength. Cheongyeon decided to intervene. But suddenly the sphere stopped him as well. The old man didn't realize it. Even though he was one in body and soul with his disciple, he could not pass through. The sword was affecting the hero more and more. Then Hyun could not stand it. The ground was covered with skulls. Park Hyunsoo was lying in the middle of them. Later, he came to. The young man did not realize where he was, because the last thing he remembered was the dagger flying at him. When he got up, the hero saw not just a couple of skulls, but whole lakes of bones and corpses. He was worried. Above him was the same dagger, but chained. It was much larger in size. Hyun looked at it and decided to approach it. He reached out to touch the shackles, but at the last moment he heard someone's voice. It was an unknown boy who told him not to touch the metal shackles. The boy said to leave him alone. At first, Hyun did not understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, the boy was referring to a dagger. It seems the dagger was a boy. The young man was angry. He asked Hyun-soo how he had come to this world alive. The boy was surprised. The boy replied that death is normal. Only one person came here to him in a living form. Taking the stranger's hand, Hyun asked him how to get out of here. But in a moment, he plunged into the boy's mind. The hero began to have some memories. A prison. A metal door. A man stood in front of the stranger. It seemed to be the king. He told the boy that from now on he was the king's property. The boy would be safer with him. The confused child begged to be let go. After all, he would no longer injure people. But the king said that the boy was born to be a demonic weapon. The boy cried and wanted it to be over as soon as possible. The king reached out his hand and said that the boy would become his shadow and help him, because he was the king's destiny. When he touched the child, the young man began to split. A part of his soul broke off and turned into an enchanted dagger. The king said that now there was a great power, chained in a deep seal. Now the boy could not leave. The dagger was enveloped in a glow, and it began to be bound with chains. Hyun-soo saw the boy's story before and began to sympathize with him. Suddenly, the hero grabbed at the shackles. The boy started screaming for him not to touch him. Park Hyunsoo reminded him that the boy had just said that he did not want to be here. The boy exclaimed that no one could break the seal. After all, it was placed by the strongest man in the world, the only one who can live in this world. However, Hyun reminded him that he had also been able to enter this world alive. The boy was surprised. In addition, the hunter said that he knew the strongest man in the world, and as long as he was around, the bastard who had arranged all this could not be the strongest. The hero began to focus and exert the strength in his arm. The boy was shocked by the strength of the guest. But he still exclaimed in confusion that the person who had put the seal had the power of a deity. Park Hyun replied that he was a disciple of the strongest man in the world. This meant that one day he would surpass the master himself. The boy saw how the hero created a super powerful vibration using the power of internal energy. Hyun was getting more and more tense. He additionally used acceleration to increase his efficiency. The squeezing force reached its peak. In an instant, the shackles broke. The boy was stunned by what he saw. The seal was broken. Hyun-soo stretched out his hand and offered to get out of here. He assured him that he would deal with all the thieves who had done this to the boy. He offered to join forces. The boy was hesitant, but he did not hesitate long and extended his hand in response. Hyun-soo was filled with dark energy. Cheongyeon believed that having a physical body was a challenge. He could not allow himself to lose his student. The watching thieves did not understand how the young man was holding on for so long, but they were sure that these were the last moments of the hunter's life. However, the hero was still standing. No one had ever been able to stay under the influence of a dagger longer than Park Hyunsoo. The energy of the sphere was raging. It was the first time the master was so excited. He began to call out to the boy at the top of his lungs. The horse was watching the action intensely. Suddenly, the tension exceeded the normal level, and a powerful beam was released from the sphere toward the sky. Night Nim was relieved that it was finally over. But then, their eyes were drawn to the site of the explosion. The deadly sphere had dissipated, and in its place stood a boy. On his stick was a ring. Hyun-soo said that if he hadn't tried so hard, he would have already gone to the afterlife. The master asked how the young man was covered in blood and scratches. But the hero replied that he was fine. In that case, the old man said that the boy deserved a good spanking because he had made the teacher worry. Hyun apologized and said that there would be no more cause for concern. The horse observed that the boy's back was turned, and he seemed to be bowing to someone. It seemed strange. Hyun-soo was determined. He was going to punish the bad guys. The demon did not wait and attacked first. He wasn't afraid. He used acceleration. After inhaling mana, the hero wanted to use the tree punch again. With incredible speed, he approached the monster. The horse noticed that the young man had become even faster. When the boy's hand caught up with the monster, he felt his insides almost turn into mincemeat. The demon flew away from the wave of impact. The boy noticed that in combination with the mana boost, the tree's blow could not be blocked by the demon. The blonde girl exclaimed that Hyun was too cocky. She attacked him with her spikes from the ground. However, the young man avoided all obstacles and reached the girl. He told her not to overestimate her abilities either. The girl barely dodged at the last moment. She noticed that Hyun-soo was even faster than the horse. Suddenly, the hero was already behind her. The girl was not expecting it. However, instead of hitting her, the guy showed her the ring on his hand. Then he asked her if she recognized it. The blonde woman replied that she had seen this ring somewhere before. Hyun-soo told her that it was the ring of the boy they had tortured. The boy concentrated his energy and attacked. A powerful force radiated from his hand, burning everything around him. The horse was desperate. He decided to use his last trump card. The demon took out a small pearl. If he ate it, he would become 3 times stronger. However, the price for this is high. The monster would become a paralyzed cripple for a whole year. Without thinking, the horse swallowed the pearl. He felt a powerful force. His body began to transform. Naidnim thought that even after paying such a price, he had to win the battle. The demon cried out in anger like 10 lions at once. However, his roar was interrupted by Hyun-soo's punch. The hero painted the monster's face once again. Even after this elixir, the demon was not strong and fast enough. The monster flew straight into the rock. The boy used the sky falling technique. Looking at the frightened monster, the boy planned to end the fight. Concentrating his energy, he began to approach the horse. At the last moment, Naidnim begged the young man to stop. But he did not listen. Park Hyunsoo performed his signature move, the sea kick. The demon had underestimated the boy's abilities. He thought it was impossible. Thanks to the ring, Hyunsoo's hand was covered with metal. The boy said that this thing belonged to the one who was tortured by the thieves. The hero pierced the monster's body. The demon immediately began to lose its power. The boy's voice said that he felt much better now. The horse was defeated. So the hero received an S-rank item, the Ego Ring. It was capable of taking any form the wearer wished. Depending on the shape, it would have different effects. The guy's armor began to disappear. In a moment, the powerful weapon turned into an inconspicuous ring. The young man looked thoughtfully at his new artifact. Even Cheongyeong had said that this ring was very powerful. Hyun began to brag to the master. But the old man said that the boy had too many privileges and abilities. Cheongyeong asked the boy if he hadn't killed the horse. Hyun replied that he hadn't. After all, the hero had a lot of questions for the villain. He wanted to know why the portals were created, why they wanted to unite them with the earth, and what the purpose of all this was. The master offered to teach the warrior several methods of torture. Park Hyunsoo forgot to introduce his teacher to his new friend. Suddenly, an aura began to appear from the hero's ring. In a moment, a little boy was born. It was the same boy from the world of death. His name was Hallie. Cheongyeong looked at the boy in surprise. This made Hallie scared. He called the old man scary. Hyun-soo said that the boy should meet the master. Hallie greeted the old man politely. The master was very pleased. Park Hyunsoo told him that Hallie was the sword of death. Cheongyeon seized the real version of the dagger in front of him. The teacher did not believe it at first, because that dagger was death itself. He didn't understand how the young man could compare the little boy to such a weapon. Hyun-soo replied that it was against Hallie's will. But now he was free. However, The master said that they did not know how the boy would behave in the future. In Hallie's defense, Hyun said that the boy was just an unfortunate child who had been used all his life. Cheongyeong sighed. He asked Hallie to come over to him. The boy was a little scared, but Hyun told him that he was safe and that the teacher would not harm him. Hallie approached the master hesitantly. The old man touched the boy's head. Energy flashed around him. In a moment, all the hieroglyphs on his body disappeared. The boy felt relieved. All the marks on Hallie's body disappeared. The boy called the master a sorcerer. Cheongyeong noticed that he had only removed a small part. After all, this body had destroyed as many lives as there are grains of sand in the desert. So the master only removed the dirt from his skin. Hallie was depressed. The hero said that he would help the boy to be completely clean. Hyun asked the boy if there was a way to get out of here. Hallie pointed to the blonde's umbrella. Meanwhile, Armand kept watching the portal. He felt ashamed of himself. Meanwhile, Lee Mina arrived at the association's headquarters. She said that nothing was happening at the moment. But the hunter Park Hyunsoo still hasn't returned. The head said that they should wait and keep watching. Suddenly, the portal flickered. Armand focused his eyes on the portal. The man was confused. Hyun began to appear from the sky. The hero flew out of the portal. He was glad to see Armand again. Hyun-soo was carrying Night Nim with him. The young man said that he was the demon horse. Armand was stunned by the fact that the boy was able to tame that monster and stay alive. Hyun said that the best solution would be to bring the bad guy to the gate committee. Armand asked if the boy wanted to investigate Night Nim. Hyun replied that the best place to conduct the investigation was in the committee. The boy held out a magic umbrella and said that this object creates portals. The man noticed that the boy was not wearing any clothes at all. He told the boy that it looked like the fight was not an easy one, that his clothes were burned. Frightened, Hyun looked at himself. He had only just realized that he had lost his clothes. Shameless Armand jokingly said that there was no need to hide it, because there was clearly nothing to be ashamed of. To save the guy from an awkward situation, the man took off his cloak and lent it to the young man. Armand said that reporters would be arriving any minute, so we had to cover up. And indeed, in a minute, a crowd of journalists arrived. People ran in lines to the hero. Everyone was interested in the details of the fight. Even Armand faded into the background. Later, the boy came home. The news was talking about the hero Park Hyunsoo. The headline screamed, "Half-naked Hyunsoo saved Korea." The old man also thought that the boy had nothing to be ashamed of, but because of Armand, the young man could not appear in all his glory in front of the world. After lying down all day, the hero Park Hyun got up only at lunchtime. The boy again appeared naked in front of the master and Hallie, because he immediately fell asleep when he got home. The old man and Hallie mocked him for deciding to show them all his beauty again. The master continued to mock the hero. Hyun fell down on the bed and covered himself with a blanket. Hallie asked if Park Hyunsoo was angry now. The young man told him to just call him Hyun-soo. The old man said that the young man was probably angry because he was unable to show off his beauty. Irritated, the young man threw a pillow at the old man. They said that they would not mind if the young man walked around naked, because they had known each other for a long time. So, after calming down a bit, the master advised him to put on underwear. Suddenly the master remembered one thing. He turned to the boy. The old man felt something familiar. He wanted to say something very important. Hyun-soo immediately got out of bed and was ready to listen. Slowly scratching the rock, Cheongyeong took his time to formulate his sentences. The young man wondered why the master was taking so long. As it turned out, the old man just wanted ramen. He asked to have it cooked. Hallie also wanted ramen and was curious about it. Hyun-soo was angry. He decided to act radically. He wanted to show his friends a new world. The world of food. Hyun-soo opened an app on his phone where he could order anything. Hysterically ordering food, the guy said that they would try everything. A few minutes later, the delivery arrived. The heroes were presented with different dishes. Everyone was delighted. Master Cheongyeong was the first to taste the fried chicken. Hyun asked him if he was satisfied, and the old man said it was heavenly. Now the young man wanted to give him a taste of some special noodles. After devouring the dish, Cheongyeon stood stunned for a moment. He thought the master didn't like it. But a moment later, the teacher explained that it was the perfect combination of food. Hallie leaned over the portion of food shyly. Hyun asked why the boy was not eating. The old man offered to feed the boy, and he lifted the chicken up with telekinesis. Hallie couldn't grab the food properly, and said that he wouldn't be able to eat like they did. He thought that the old man was making fun of him in this way. But that was not the master's intention. Hyun-soo was more surprised that his grandfather used telekinesis. For a young man, it was just an amazing phenomenon. The master did not immediately understand what was going on. But then he realized that the boy had a Nyatsi called telekinesis key. Chong thought it was too obvious, so he didn't understand at first. But he said that with the young man's current level, telekinesis is not a problem for him. He just needs to imagine an imaginary hand and grab the desired object. Hyun mentioned that Armand had great telekinesis. However, the master said that Armand had nothing to do with it, because the telekinesis demonstrated by the old man was the simplest, and affected only small objects. Sometime later, in their own home, Grandpa was having fun with little Hallie. Watching, Hyun thought that at first Hallie thought the master was scary, but the boy said that the old man was like his grandfather. Now was the boy's most carefree time. Hyun-soo thought about it, and began to remember the training. In his memories, the master ordered him to find a way to go somewhere. But he didn't say anything else, so Hyun-soo didn't understand what the old man wanted. So he just went with the flow, as he always did. But he was determined to go all the way and fulfill his promise. The master asked what the boy was muttering under his breath. The young man replied that he just saw a bug. The same time, the king's fortress. A man was sitting opposite his lord. The king was resting peacefully on his throne. Sitting on the stairs, the red-headed man watched the king sleep. After a moment, he asked how the king was sleeping. Suddenly the king's face changed, and he asked why the man had come to see him. The red-haired man replied that he thought the king was grieving alone. The king replied that he was happy to hear that. The master asked if that was why the man had come, to make the king not feel so sad. He was surprised. The man just smiled and got down to business. He told him that this was the first time that Knight Nim had been kidnapped. The king replied that the new singularity had a mystical talent. He also reflected on the fact that Hallie was gone. But he never held the boy captive. He just hoped that Hallie would not escape. The king said that the fear that had been imposed on the boy could not be removed overnight. The man asked how the Lord felt after the death of his pit dad. The king said that he was too interested. The redhead replied that he actually had many questions. The owner objected to the previous question and said that the singularity did not kill the horse. The man said that if the horse continued to live, things would become even more confusing, especially if the horse talked. But the king said that it would not be easy to open Knight Nim's mouth. It was not an easy task. The man noticed that in such an unpleasant situation, the king was much calmer than he might have thought. Then the redhead said that the king was very boring. When the man started to leave, the king said that he would not send him away to resolve the issue. The man obeyed the king. And in addition, he said that if he needed help, he was always there. Slamming the door, the man left the room. With an unrelenting gaze, the king followed him. He found this man very difficult to communicate with. The king went to the window. Opening it, he began to inhale the deadly aura again. The king could not believe that Hallie wanted to escape. He realized that with Park Hyunsoo, he would not be bored. At that time, in one of the headquarters, Knight Nim was sitting in an interrogation chair. They tortured him to make him talk. Knight was stubborn. The man was exhausted and wounded. Suddenly Knight turned to Isaac. He offered to make a deal. The young man was surprised that he was talking to him. The thief said that he could give him anything he wanted, and even more. Isaac asked if the man could make him the strongest in the world. Knight replied that it was the least he could do. Isaac thought that meant he would become king himself. But the man was angry at this answer. Knight Nim said that a miserable man could not compare himself to a king. The young man replied that the man was hopeless and pressed the red button, after which Knight was shocked with a powerful electric shock. Isaac said that the man was not being polite to the one who helped him. The young man said that his goal was to become the strongest in the world because he was unique. Knight Nim reacted to the boy's words. It seems that Isaac was hinting that he was a singularity. The man was stressed by this fact. After all, this was the second singularity. Knight laughed hysterically. Isaac thought he had lost his mind. The guy asked him why the hell the man couldn't stop laughing. Knight Nim said it was impossible not to laugh. After all, if the young man was a singularity, he should be on the same level as Park Hyunsoo. Isaac clenched his fist tightly, and exclaimed in frustration that he would one day surpass Hyun-soo. Knight Nim pointed out that Hyun-soo's strength was constantly growing, even during their fight. So Isaac doesn't even compare to Hyun-soo's friends. Confused, Isaac couldn't think of anything better than to kill Knight. He was about to press the red button again, but Raven stopped him at the last moment. The boss had already told the boy not to come here, but he didn't listen. So Raven, angry, told Isaac to get out of here. The boy was upset. He resented being ordered around. Knight Nim asked Raven why he stopped the boy. After all, the thief did not care about torture. The horse told him that they would come for him, and when they did, the heroes would be in trouble. Raven sarcastically asked if his friends were really planning to save Knight. This made the hunter laugh. Knight asked why he was laughing. Raven replied that the man had been abandoned. The thief shouted angrily that this was not true, but that people could not know that. In response, Raven just pressed the button to shock the bastard. Tired, Knight said that the king would definitely come for him. To which the hunter replied that he had the ability to see infinite timelines. So Raven saw everything that could happen to the horse. And in none of the cases did the king come to the rescue. Knight Nim was shocked by what he heard. He called the hunter Nimin. Raven did not understand what Knight muttered. The thief began to laugh madly, calling Raven Nimin again and again. The horse did not stop laughing. He said that indeed, the king would probably not come for him. Raven asked him who Nimin was, and why he called him that. With hysterical laughter, Knight shouted that he would do whatever the king wanted. Raven shouted for the bastard to pay attention. But Knight continued to laugh. Raven ordered him to stop. A moment later there was an explosion. Knight Nim self-destructed, apparently in order not to reveal too much. Having contained part of the blast, the hunter turned around and started back. The door opened and the man left the room. A few minutes later, Raven returned to the same room. But he was already armed. He was holding his S-rank sword. The hunter began to turn back time. Everything around him began to return to the moment when Knight was still alive. The aftermath of the explosion had also disappeared by then. Time stopped a moment before Knight Rider's self-destruction. To prevent this from happening, Raven swung his sword and pierced the thief. The black blood of the horse gushed out of his body. The madman fell to the floor. Raven said goodbye to the horse. Raven saw everything, but for some reason, he did not foresee the option of self-detonation. The hunter thought it was a creation of an unpredictable future. It meant that if others found out about it, they would turn the world upside down. Meanwhile, Chong saw an illusion. The place was familiar to him. It was here that everything happened 50 years ago. The place where the Murim faction was trapped. But why did the master end up here? Suddenly the old man heard a voice. A man addressed him. It was Consolidating. Cheongyeong was surprised that the man had survived. Was one of the master's most valuable students. The student told him that he did not die then. Memories began to arise where Consolidating told the master that they had to get out of this place. After all, they were being chased by 108 Nagajin Yurimas. So even if the heroes won, the master's physical body would not survive. Therefore, the student intended to stop the teacher. Cheongyeon said that he would never forget his student. The master was saddened by the memory. He said that he had taken revenge for Kaso by tearing the body of the Murim League leader, Cheongyeon, to pieces. The student said that there was no time at all. The old man asked what he was talking about. Kaso said that the day would come one day. The master did not understand what the man was talking about. Without speaking, Kaso disappeared into space. The master woke up. It was a dream. It was very strange, because the master had not dreamed for a long time.